หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสีเพ้นท์โมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยศบากันนะคะชิโร่หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสีเพ้นท์โมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยศบากันนะคะชิโร่หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสีเพ้นท์โมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยศบากันนะคะชิโร่หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสีเพ้นท์โมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยศบากันนะคะชิโร่หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสีเพ้นท์โมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยศบากันนะคะชิโร่
had an exact split, but we'll go right to left. I don't know, we'll start with Soph. Soph, what is your prediction? You can see it right there, but why do you think that they're going to be winning?
Right, so I'm rooting for Zeta Division because I believe in this matchup in particular, like you were mentioning, Chef, the top four that we saw this year at Worlds just really felt like everybody was incredibly strong, but had a couple of weaknesses against specific matchups. So I feel like in this case, Zeta Division, in my opinion, has just a little bit more cleanliness in their team fights, especially in the late game, and how they can come back from being behind on early. That can really just make a difference, because we know if there's a Ray, there's a way. But we have been seeing at Worlds this year that flips have not been just super common like they were before. It's like somebody goes for the rip, but there's so much comeback that can happen, which is, to me, is a great balance of the game. And when we see that being the case of the meta right now, I think that benefits Zeta. And especially to me, Vitopo has been just an incredible player during Worlds here in Anaheim, California. The fact that on day 2, they had accumulated the largest amount of knockouts out of everybody at Worlds for Pokemon Unite. So my expectations are incredibly high.
Oh yeah, I think all of ours are. We'll get back to the predictions though, because I just want to remind everybody at home that just for watching, you get a chance for some good stuff, and that's going to be right here. You can see you get the World's in-game sticker. It's going to be one of a kind little option. You can see you just got to use the password below, World's 25. I do like a lot of the stickers. I'm a big fan of getting that kind of customized player card, and especially if you're watching, if you're enjoying it, you can always remember that memory on your player card. You can also, though, just by watching, get some Twitch drops. We've got the Mercro Platinum emblem, we got 500 EOS coins, the gift box. There are quite a few different things you can get out of that as well. But for our Go co-streamers, we do have as well, oh my goodness, this is so cute. You were looking at one of these earlier, right?
Yes, I was actually really lucky and ended up doing a lucky trade with somebody here in the event, and I ended up getting a shiny one of these, but with the jacket. But yes, there it is, Pikachu with the jacket, and I know some folks have been wandering around with some of those jackets from the Pokemon Center as well. So if you tune into Pokemon Go, there we go. There's that Pikachu.
Yep. We have to see that one. But that's not the only game, of course. All of the games. Next up, TCG, which again, I also know you've been doing quite a bit of. But you can use a special illustration rares in game by using code WCS25TCG. And I do love all of the cool cards that you get to use in live. I've been playing a little bit of live myself. That's not the only one, though. Even more. This is a ridiculous amount, by the way, of drops and rewards for this weekend. But I'm going to keep going. We got the World's deck box, the sleeve, the coins, so many different things. I honestly can't even read it all out. That is a huge list. But basically, just keep going. And finally, of course, VG, where you can get the championship winning Farigiraf. I know that's a Pokemon I really like. I know our producer currently right now as well. Big fan of this Pokemon. We actually were kind of like labbing it right when the game came out. So this is a really fun one to have. I think it's got a really cool ability. Use code WORLDS AR. I'm not actually going to read that one out because they always have the numbers right there, but you can see it on your screen. So lots of different rewards for this weekend. But of course, you know, the big reward for us here is that we get a chance to see our teams and our casters and our game all in this gigantic arena, which is going to be so fun. We can kind of move back for a little bit. We've only got a few minutes left until we are actually moving to our championship Sunday, but we're talking about predictions, and Danley, it's your turn.
Okay, so my prediction was Zeta Division, just like so. So we're kind of in the same boat here.
Japan.
I really think it's just come down to, I mean, this is also the same for Peru. Both of these teams, they fell short last year, and clearly they've made it to the finals. Both of these teams are incredibly hungry, but I feel like Zeta, they have a bit of an edge in the experience department, because Japan, they run so many live events, and to have all that experience playing on LAN against other players, it's a much different experience than playing at home, on your couch, on your bed. It's a whole different level, and to add on top of that, playing in front of an audience, it's very difficult for us to understand as spectators, as casters, because we're not the ones there. But when you're there playing in front of a crowd with fans, with supporters, your family members cheering you on, that's an incredible amount of pressure to have on your shoulders. So not only do you need to be champion, but you're trying to let all these people that are supporting you down.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, and we're almost moving over. So Kella, real quick, maybe about 30 seconds, your prediction and why?
Well, considering how Peru has gone at the World Championships, but also throughout the season and the previous years as well, they have that experience there. And I feel like they are hungry for that champion title, given their track record so far.
I think that's absolutely a great call. I am going to go with Zeta as well, Zeta win. I'm just a huge fan of, honestly, all the Japanese fans. They have been so cool when we got a chance to meet them at ACL or here. They're all showing up, so it's honestly just a very cool thing to see. But altogether, like I said, we are just a few seconds out now from heading over to the arena for the very first time for a championship Sunday at the Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be so incredible. I cannot wait for everybody to get their first look at what things are going to be like for the rest of today. But it's time for us to send it over now, as very soon we will be beginning with our first set for Championship Sunday.
For the last 10 months, trainers across the globe have been devoted to the pursuit of excellence in their games, working to prove they are better than all the rest. Their dedication has led them to this moment. Welcome to Championship Sunday! And of course, welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, where the title of World Champion is on the line for all the trainers competing today in our very first arena experience here in Anaheim, California. This is the final battleground for our 4 pillars of competition: the Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet video game, Pokémon TCG, Pokémon Go, and Pokémon Unite! We are jumping right into our first Grand Finals matchup of the day.
Have you ever had your back to the wall? Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Hey, we can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day if we... We can win the day if we unite.
Let's welcome our Pokemon Unite teams. First, let's hear it for Team Zeta Division. And their opponents, let's hear it for Peru Unite. Welcome to the stage, all of our team members and of course our captains. Just want to ask one question of you both. This is an opponent that you are very familiar with. What do you think your team is going to have to do in order to come out on top? What will your team have to do in order to emerge victorious here?
まあもう相手を叩き潰すつもりでやってます。どうですか？
I plan to crush my opponent.
Wow, confident. What about Peru Unite? What will you need to do here in order to win?
Haremos todo nuestro esfuerzo.
We'll do all of our best effort. That sounds like a good plan. Captains, thank you. Take your seats. And casters, let's get right into this match.
Thousands of players, hundreds of teams competing the entire season, and it all comes down to this. 2 squads who have made it through a grueling competition. Peru versus Zeta. For everyone joining us here in Anaheim and the tens of thousands watching at home, these are your 2025 Pokémon Unite World Championship Grand Finals! Let's freaking go! Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. Hello, Noob Snacks. Are you ready?
Dude, I am so
so excited. In an arena, you can hear the crowds just almost overwhelming us already. I know the people at home are tuned in, ready to go. We got Zeta Division, we got Peru, and a little bit of a flashback of the salty runbacks here from the AOS Cup 2 years ago.
That's right. These teams have met before in an international competition, but never with so much on the line. Both of them with their first opportunity to become a world champion. Now, Japan as a region did this last year in dramatic fashion. It's a different team, a different squad. That was Fennel, and it looked amazing. But now Zeta has their opportunity to take the crown. But in front of them, Peru, who has already beat them once in a moment like this.
And they just came off of a huge win against their arch nemesis, Luminosity Gaming, a team that has had their number all season long. Peru taking them to the limit, dragging them to the deep waters, winning in Game 5 of that best-of-5 semifinals from last night to punch their ticket to be here in the arena today, standing in front of them from the first LATAM World Championship in Pokemon Unite is, of course, Zeta Division.
Zeta Division, such an incredible team. I think a lot of us had our eyes on them as the absolute best out of Japan, and we were not wrong. Making their way through our single elimination bracket yesterday without dropping a single match. Now, Peru is a different story. Peru ran into what a lot of people expected to be here today. Luminosity Gaming took them to game number 5 last night, all the way to that final match, and was able to pull out a victory against a team that's had their number all season. Now that they have slayed one giant, can they do it again?
We're going to have to find out here, because it is one best-of-5 that separates one of these teams again from that coveted Pikachu trophy, the first-place finisher, the world champion here in 2025, home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim, California.
It's going to be amazing. This is the highest level of Pokemon Unite competition that we have ever seen by two teams that couldn't deserve it more. Zeta has been grinding for years. Peru has been grinding for years. Both of them coming up short in international competitions multiple times. Peru taking home some international titles. Zeta getting so close at ACL but not able to take it down. And now both of them in peak form here in the arena.
We have to look at these two teams, and something that they definitely have dirtly. What is that word? Get it together,
They
Kirk.
certainly have it,
This is the
Anaheim.
World Championships, baby. Get it together. One of these things that these teams definitely have is they have stuck together, and they have tempered and weathered these storms that you're talking about over these 2 years to get themselves into this position, into this, like you said, tip-top fighting shape, to get to the finish line. Which team is going to be able to cross it first? We find out soon.
Now, I know a lot of you are joining us because we are on the main Pokemon channel today. Unite is often on our Pokemon Unite Twitch channel. So we have a lot of new folks who are going to be checking out the competition. We will be walking you through it. If there's anything that is confusing, get ready, because you will not see better esports action here on Championship Sunday. And I'm sure they don't want me to say that.
But we already did. Log it, book it, ship it. Okay. Tell me a little bit about Zeta Division and their run this weekend.
The thing that is impressive about Zeta is they had a tough day 1. Kind of a real rocky day 1, running into amazing squads. But then day 2, rising like a phoenix, destroying every team in front of them. It felt like with ease as they made their way to the grand finals with a 3-0 sweep.
Flawless win, right? 2-0 in our top 16, 2-0 in our quarterfinals, 3-0 in our semifinals, so they are definitely on one. However, Peru Unite also finding themselves in this position, having a bit more of a tumultuous time, but still finding their way to come out on top.
Yeah, that's the interesting story between these two squads. Peru has been tested throughout day 2. Zeta tested throughout day 1, and now they're going to run into each other. And in a few moments here, we're going to be heading to our first draft here of our grand finals. What's going to happen is both of these teams are going to choose Pokemon that are banned out for the match that no one can pick, and then we're going to go back and forth as they fill out their roster of 5. If one player picks up something like Charizard on one side, it means the other team cannot grab it on another. You will not see 2 of the same Pokemon in the same match.
Let's talk about some of these players for these teams and what to expect. I'm going to highlight Peru Unite and the 2 players that I've been talking about for the last 2 years, Kea and Draken, the support core here for Peru. The tank and support player, respectively, for this squad does nothing but cover the CYA for everyone else on the team, so Tempo Anemo can go deep in these engagements. What do we got on Zeta Division's side?
Zeta Division has so many amazing star players. I have to shout out Tomato here for a moment. You will recognize him by his bright red hair. What an incredible player, an absolute superstar playmaker, and something that you and I love to shine a light on are these playmaker players in the defender and support roles, because it's the reason that you see players like Vitopo, one of the amazing Zoroark players on Zeta Division, able to carry and make so many huge plays, is because they have a whole team backing them up. If your carries are your lead singers, we've got, percussion, we've got the bass, we've got a lot going on behind them to make sure that they can shine.
Yeah, to support like a player like Vitopo, you have Shiro, who is the captain of this team and also their support player, and you have kind of the wily upstart here in Tomi, who has had an electric day, and some people contend that their final set yesterday in the semifinals was their best performance of the tournament so far, and finally looks like they have transcended to join the high-level skill that the rest of the team is littered with, kind of peaking at the right time.
One thing that you'll notice between these two squads is a distinct play style difference, right? There are power picks that each one of them desperately would like to bring into the match. And of course, the other team would love it if they could take that away. Peru last night running into Luminosity. Scyther, such a powerful pick that these teams were fighting over it, where a lot of teams would not even consider drafting this Pokemon. And then you look at a team like Zeta Division, who has the Zoroark Comfey combo, this amazing speed and power from Zoroark, while at the same time the staying power that you get having a support wrapped around your neck.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like jumping out of a plane, and then there's just that comfy parachute that you get to pull the ripcord on whenever you're ready. And we saw a team like High Five get a draft in which they chose all of the counters that you could possibly dream for against that combination of Zoroark Comfey, and it wasn't enough. Vitopo and Shiro together still took over that game easily.
Yeah, you do have to wonder if Peru is going to allow Zeta to play their game and attempt to counter it, or if we're going to see a lot of that counter happen in our draft screen. It does feel like many games are won and lost before they have even started because a team outmaneuvers them on that draft screen, takes away some of their picks through a ban, also able to pick away some of their Pokemon. If you have a player who has Zoroark on your team, I would absolutely steal it away from a team like Zeta Division. Same thing with Peru. I would be looking to take something like Scyther and pull it away.
Yeah, I mean, but then there's other Pokemon that have shined incredibly well in the face of things like Scyther, even Zoroark, that's kind of having a resurgence this weekend, and is going to be great in the hands of either Tomato or Draken, and that's Crustle of all Pokemon that's really having kind of a shine up and a glow up here at the World Championships.
There are so many Pokemon coming into this weekend that haven't been staples throughout the entire season that are absolutely dominating. We have Ho-Oh on a legendary run. This thing is amazing right now with the Unite move that is able to revive members of your teams in some of those big fights. We have Charizard, who recently got some massive buffs, always on the periphery of the meta, but now finally picked in some of these big matches. And it's a great answer to something like Zoroark that wants to get in and get out of a fight. Charizard able to pick it up, slam it down into the ground of Thea Sky Ruins and try to take it out before it can really start.
But not the end-all be-all, right? Because like we said, we saw High Five have a Charizard, and it didn't really deliver on that exact strategy that you just broke down. However, the day before, we saw it work flawlessly against Vitopo and Shiro specifically. So Charizard is definitely a strategy that needs to remain on the board to be selected, but don't let it be a false sense of security. You need to do the work around it to make that function.
One thing is for sure, there are counters to strategies, and then there are just shutting them out completely and not allowing them to pick some of these Pokemon, trying to see what other looks Zeta has that they want to throw at you.
Yeah.
With some of the amazing games that we saw from them yesterday, I think it would be a mistake to hand them the Zoroark Comfey combo. But if you do it in one game and they dominate with it like they have many times, I think you need to switch up your plan against them. We saw High Five yesterday, one of the favorites in this tournament, not change. They continued to allow them to draft these Pokemon, and it was devastating for them.
Yeah, they got kind of the break speed off of them, to be quite honest. They had all the tools, like I said, in that first game that you could have wished for. The second game, they got some of them, not all. They still felt confident about shutting it down, and guess what? They were still completely ran through. So that's why I'm saying, yes, it's good to have these strategies. It's good to understand how these matchups work on paper, but in execution, you need to deliver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are teams that can draft the exact same squad, of course, as Zeta Division or Peru, and not do anywhere near as well as them. Some of these players are so unbelievably skilled on these Pokemon that things aren't stereotypically a lot of squads shine. Again on Peru, we're talking about Pokemon like Scyther that became a power pick between them and Luminosity. This is not by any means a top meta Pokemon for almost any team in the world. However, for Peru, it's devastating. I could imagine a world where Zeta just bans it out and doesn't let them play it.
You know, I kind of like the aspect of a targeted ban and then a decent global ban to take just the power level Pokemons out of the equation. So maybe we see like Scizor / Scyther, right? Banned by one side, Zoroark banned by the other, and let's say, okay, let's play a little bit more heads up. Maybe then you ban Ho-Oh, Suicune, which are incredibly powerful, and then everybody has to play more of a heads up game with less of their priority kind of tricks up the sleeve picks that they like to use.
Yeah, there's definitely a question there, right? I mean, what are you banning out? Are you banning out things that everyone agrees are extremely powerful, or are you taking away specific tools from your opponent in this draft? And we're going to find out very soon. There also is that first game, right, where you're kind of feeling your opponent best of 5, Dubesnack. So these teams have time to adjust, but once that snowball starts rolling downhill, it can be very scary if you drop a game and then another game, and you're just one away from this world championship slipping through your fingers. So you come out strong, you come out with a strategy your opponents might not expect, but that first game often feels like we're check between these two squads.
Yeah, exactly. Peru Unite specifically yesterday overcame the thing that you just talked about. They took that first game loss, and it looked pretty bad. Well, against Luminosity, they kept their composure. They developed an execution plan of how they could drag themselves back into the game. It worked. All of a sudden, we find the match squared up 1-1. The momentum has died, and now we're back at parity, and then Peru took control.
It really speaks to how powerful of a squad Peru is.
Yes.
Most teams, when they start losing, they keep losing. It's rare that a team turns it around. It's rare that a team starts picking apart their opponents. Now, Zeta Division has an interesting run in that they have dominated teams games that were so one-sided, it was kind of unbelievable. Taking teams like Luminosity to one of the worst. ACL. However, they also seem to have moments where after a massive game like that, you see them win a game and then lose 2 in a row. It's very scary for Zeta Division. Even if they have that great start, they need to keep that somehow, and it has been something that's plagued them this season.
Let me tell you a little story about Peru Unite and Zeta Division. 2 years ago, Neos Cup EUYC. These teams squared off, okay? You want to talk about maintaining composure in rough situations. Peru Unite won those grand finals 3 games to 1, losing Rayquaza 3 times over 4 games. This team is dialed in, and they don't let moments really frazzle them. They stay focused on what their strategies are, and they always follow through on whatever plan the team develops. Whether that's the right one or wrong one, at the very least, they're on the exact same page. So, Zeta Division, you used to say, if you grab the Ray, there's a way. Well, not necessarily against Peru, because they have shown in the past that is not the end-all be-all here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, they play such an aggressive style that they've like you've talked about, where their opponents have taken the most powerful objective in the game, that Rayquaza that spawns 8 minutes into our match at the 2-minute mark. And they are able to then KO the entire opposing team in these big fights, almost knowing that they don't have the secure for Rayquaza, but what they do have the secure for are those big knockouts. Again, Zeta's run into this before, and they were not able to take them down. I do remember when Zeta and Peru went at it, it was a real question mark as to who was going to come on top. Zeta at that time felt like the most coordinated team that we had seen, working in unison with these moments where they would all fire their most powerful moves at a target at once to secure objectives. They were absolutely unstoppable, but their strategy has changed over the years. They've actually become more aggressive in the enemy central area. They've become more aggressive with some of these team fights, where before it almost felt like their opponents were an annoyance that they had to deal with while they moved around the map taking everything they could.
Yeah, Zeta Division 2 years ago had a very robotic style. It was kind of like an if this then that type approach to the game, using Dragonite specifically at that moment in time with the big hyper beam to get the security Rayquaza and leverage that to win the game, right? We would actually hear them like set up a go, and everybody would fire their moves to get that win. But they are a much different team now, and Peru needs to recognize that.
Yes, they absolutely do. This is going to be a different squad than the squad that wanted to secure objectives and not fight. They absolutely want to get in there and start fighting their opponents the entire time. They have just been taking down so many top teams. And here we are, Doomsnack, Zeta Division Peru, our first draft of our grand finals. We can see our bands right up top here. Hoopa for Zeta Division, over to Zarina on Peru Unite. We've got the Buzzwole, and they take the Comfey away. I think this is absolutely the right strategy, but it allows Zeta to pick up Suicune, this unbelievably powerful all-rounder that's played more like a support.
Well, more like it is a support, right? We've almost seen it exclusively carry the experience share. You're going to see the light bulb over its head going into this game. It's so powerful. But now, Charizard is on the table, which is part of the strategy that you cobble together when you're trying to combat the strength of, like, Vitopo's Zoroark. They go Snorlax, Charizard, Draken, no stranger to that one.
Yeah, this is a great pickup for them. Snorlax is one of those defenders that just never seems to make it to a ban, but is always picked, always amazing. On the other side, more strong picks. The support core here getting lined up. We have the Blissey that's going to allow their team to have some of those deep engagements, even if they don't have the Comfey. And Leafeon, the fastest Pokemon really in the game. It's a speedster, and many of our speedsters are quick, able to do a lot of damage, but Leafeon gets online before all of them at level 4. It can put so much pressure on your opponents. If you get an early lead with this Pokemon, you can take over the game.
Yeah, Blissey as well, going to be a great facilitator for Leafeon in this moment. Tempo, Zainu's locking in Clefable, Zacian. Zacian also having a great weekend here. Clefable's healing unmatched, absolutely unparalleled from these support Pokemon.
Yeah, Clefable is one of those picks that I feel like North America has been sleeping on quite a bit, but worldwide this thing is an incredible choice. As we head over to Zeta Division, Garchomp in the gutter there is the last pick for Zeta. We haven't seen a ton of Garchomp this weekend. As you can see on your screen, a 9% pick rate for this Pokemon, but in the hands of a great player, Garchomp's still very strong. And then Anemo over here going to run the Absol, another very powerful speedster, to do an absurd amount of damage in a single burst.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. Zeta Division's going to have to buy a lot of time here for Tomei to get online with Garchomp. We saw yesterday in the semifinals, when their Garchomp is online, that Dragon Rush, Dragon combo can take over the game straight into a Unite move. How is Peru going to smother the early game for Zeta Division to make sure that they can get their characters like Absol, Charizard, online to make sure that the rest of the stuff sorts itself out on the back end?
Yeah, you can see both sides have this late game scaling Pokemon in Garchomp and Charizard. They need level 9 for their Unite moves so that they can really get power. We are all set to go here for game number 1. Our team's loaded. The excitement here in
this thing is full.
This is insane.
This is awesome.
This is absolutely insane. This packed house here as we get ready
for
game number 1 of our grand finals. You can see our battleground here. Thea Sky Ruins.
Say the thing, Spraggles, as we get into this game.
All right, here we go, everyone. Zeta Division, your purple team. We have Peru Unite, your orange team. The first game here is underway.
Let's get after it, brother. Tomato and Rom, two very strong. Going into the bot path. Zainus and Draken gonna have to contend a little bit here. And they're already taking some damage, getting beat up early as they have to peel back.
Yeah, they had to peel back right there. Nice secure from Zeta Division. So all these wild Pokemon that you see between these two teams are contestable. Either team can take this and get massive amounts of experience, and AO's
That's
exactly what Zeta is trying to do here by putting the pressure on Peru. Able to take that one in the middle. Oh, wow.
Okay.
We had a Chansey moving through that central area, but Tempo taking it down for the K opener.
You know what? They probably thought that the Charmander was going to be in the central area. Oh, huge push. Immediately going for the knockout. The Suicune sorts out the Snorlax. Wow. Bang. That's a 2-piece for Zeta Division.
Amazing stuff there from Zeta, stopping the Absol from picking up a KO, and you can see the power of that Leafeon getting stronger than any other Pokemon master, using this to take down their opponents, and now they should be getting the lion's share of this experience between these two goal zones.
Tons of pressure. To see how these two teams are going to square up early, and they want to fight, Cowboy. Tempo moving forward. Two more down instantly as Peru gets two back the other way. Dragon's low, Vatopo's low, but it's Peru that goes down.
You were wondering how these teams were going to square up, what the vibe check was going to be at the start of this match. Well, they are scrapping immediately here on Thea Sky Ruins. More points into this goal zone. The attack weights are stacking. Level 7 for this Leafeon. In one level, they will have a Unite move. Absol needs to hit level 9, and if you look across the board, it is only level 6 right now. Zeta Division in control, ahead in this fight. Great stuff from Peru in the top path, but Zeta dominating the bottom path. And here they come to fight around the Swablu Altaria, and it looks like Peru can't even contest it.
No, Tempo's down, not certainly for a 4v1 as they immediately jump to their central, just getting inventory who's where. But this allows the opportunity to stack right back on top of the Suicune. The pressure is on. We're trying to freeze them. Draken with a big heavy slam. The Razor Leaf is out. Draken goes down to try and afford the opportunity for the rest of Peru to get out. And they are going to be out safely, but that means that Zeta Division can get that goal zone closed out.
Look at that, Doobsnext. What an aggressive play, taking that goal zone so early, even before the birds have spawned between these two paths at 7 minutes, 20 seconds. This is going to give Peru some experience in their bottom path that's open for them, and they desperately need it right now. Zeta, and it's important to note, Zeta won that fight without even expending their Leafeon Unite move. They still have it available, that Emerald 2-step that can do insane burst damage.
Yeah, they're going to set up, or they can set up a nice little trap with this Leafeon to get a knockout here. Good experience getting gathered by Peru as Rom is figuring out where everybody is, and Zeta Division is working on the basement Reggie. Reggie Alecki is at half. Rom steps up. They're getting sussed out and eyed down. Reggie Alecki goes straight in, and the Blissey takes it. Shiro, the captain, stepping up for the squad, and Reggie Alecki's flying in the face of Peru as that's 2 players down in a heartbeat.
Zeta Division absolutely controlling this match here as they are moving towards this goal zone, but Peru somehow able to secure in the bottom path thanks to that Absol. Crazy that it went the other way, where Peru didn't get the top path and Zeta didn't get the bottom path objective.
The Reggie Alecki did hit, not enough Eos energy in pocket for them to close it out, but Tomy comes back through and gets knocked out by Anemo, who's putting central area pressure back the other way.
You can see Anemo right here trying to get out, just recalling in the central area of Zeta Division.
Good for
Tempo in some trouble right here.
Good heavy slam, Yawn!
These heavy slams, unbelievable how they have saved their team with them so far. And interesting to see heavy slam Yawn, a build that you don't
Run, take a ton of damage. P2Y Unite is out. Draken with another slam, no Yawn follow up there. But Mega. Zainu's looking for a target. They want the Suicune. Bang! Seismic toss. Solar slam from the sky by the Charizard as they're just starting to burn down everybody else. Blitz assistance for the save. Heavy slam back over. Peru wants this fight now. They're going to keep pushing. Back over the wall is the Mewtwo-Y somehow still standing. And Shiro catches the receipt as Tempo gets eviscerated by the Emerald 2-step. Vatopo keeps pushing forward and Peru finally retreats.
Peru pulling back after a good fight, but they were trading both ways throughout that.
อยากไปลองบาร์บีคอนแบบอยากลองตีน้อยบาร์บีคิวดูไม่รู้หรอก
They could have tried to take down multiple members of Zeta right there, but instead deciding to save it for this next objective.
Right.
Top path we have Reggie Alecki. Bottom path
ดี
we
ครับ
have
ดี
one of the 3 Reggies that spawn there that will give their team a team-wide buff. I want you to notice, Doobsnext, this goal zone on the top path at only 4 points left in it. That was very intentional from Zeta Division. They did not want to break this goal zone early and open up more safe experience inside of Peru Unite when the wild Pokemon spawn in the top path after that goal is gone. Peru now going for the Reggie Alecki right here, and in fact, putting no pressure on the bottom path. We have all all of the members here top.
Ships passing in the night. Basement Reggie to Zeta.
วันนั้นได้กินกี่โมงนะตีหนึ่งแล้ว
And that thing's going to walk in, and they're going to look to close this goal zone out. His Draken's going to wither it down and go for a big overdump.
Yeah, and what you can see here is just trying to score as much as possible before these 40 points go in, as well as leaving this up as long
แต่ผมได้โต๊ะตีหนึ่งไง
so that they don't open up experience for their opponents. We have an interesting fight.
ผมก็ไม่น่าจะตอนแรกว่าจะกลับบ้านแล้วแต่ว่าไปก็ได้
Is in a lot of trouble, and they are going to go down.
Oh, well, okay, they popped the moonlight. You just
They
able to
rolled
get
the
a
block.
That's wild. The shield on block is so massive right now that they're able to get out. Now Tommy's in trouble as they got too far deep. Boom, Mewtwo Y Unite and the Guard Chop Unite is going to find themselves a knockout. Zainu's used their Unite move. They're flying over top everybody, burninating the countryside.
แต่เขาไม่ได้ซื้อผมไงประเด็นนะ
Zainu's back and they finally get knocked out by Tommy, who's able to
เพราะผมไม่เข้าไปหาอย่างเดียวไง
cap of 42 here to try
ส่วน
to
มาก
bring this
ใบที่ผมบอกเขาผมมีใบเดียวไงไม่ขายแล้วจะแนะนำเฉย
They obviously lost.
ๆนี่คุณเห็นผมเป็นคนยังไงครับเนี่ย
Wow, the ice
ใช่
cream barely misses the tall grass. Tomato knew exactly where they were, but able to make it back to base in time. 225 here to 175, and this
เขาถามผมก็แนะนำแต่สิ่งดีๆให้
breathless Doob Snacks. These teams fighting the entire time. About a minute and a half until Rayquaza hits the map, and if history repeats itself from the start of this match, Zeta Division can have a convincing victory at Ray. They seem to be winning just about every engagement they run into with the full squad, and I think a lot of it.
เดี๋ยวที่หน้าผมเข้ามาเดี๋ยวผมเอาเด็กที่มือไปลอง
The lane farm that's supposed to be easier for Peru to nab. Draken going straight in gets a
ถ้ามา
big engagement
ถ้าคุณนามมา
to the yawn. Mewtwo gets out with the Fire Blast trying to run cover for Peru.
โดนสักครั้งแล้วคุณนามจะติดใจ
Ends up ringing true, Absol down.
And here we have Zacian possibly looking for a fight here. Charizard does get the Leafeon, which is a huge pick.
Oh, Dragon Rock!
Combo moving in. Silence in
goes
trouble,
down.
and they
ไม่ส่วนมากผมชอบครึ่งกล่อง
The retreat, they get frozen a little bit. Tommy goes straight in. Kea has been isolated. Moonlight is there. They can't save Draken. And the Mega Mewtwo Y sorting out another Pokemon.
U2YE having an unbelievable start to the day. I mean, keeping up level-wise with the central area Pokemon and dominating some of these big fights. Massive damage from it. And right now, they would love to get some auto attacks onto the side of Peru so they could charge up that Mega Gauge, go Mega as soon as this fight kicks off. It's going to be a little tough if they can't, right? It takes a little time for Mewtwo-Y to become super powerful in these big fights. However, Zeta in control right here. Look at the position around Rayquaza. Extremely aggressive all the way towards the side of Peru. As Peru is sneaking through the tall grass in the top here. This fight could be the last fight of our first match as they make their way up through the tall grass, looking for some experience here, just trying to get ahead somehow against Zeta and deciding when they're going to fight. They're behind on the scoreboard, so Peru is the team that needs to make a play. If they just let the clock tick down, Zeta takes this match. Now, of course, that will not happen. They will find a fight. The question is, can
นี่
Zeta
เขาทำอะไรครับเนี่ย
punch
ผม
it,
ดูไม่รู้เรื่อง
punish
เลย
them for a mistake, and
ดูถ้ามีเลกูซ่าอยู่กลาง
a
เนี่ย
lot of their fights so far. Zainus, level 14 now, looking for their moment to start this engage.
They're trying to get some information, find out where Peru is. They have not found out where that Leafeon is, and that's keeping them from engaging.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for here. Someone that they can catch. If they can get a heavy slam into a yawn on multiple members, they might take
อาร์ตแรกหรือเปล่า
They obviously don't want to fight into Suicune when that whirlpool's around because they can be frozen.
Okay, they know where the turbo
ใช่
is now because the Razor Leaf just coming out.
They find
ระวังเจอการ์ดปลอมนะ
Here's the heavy slam.
Heavy slam in engagement, moving forward, going for the freeze. Over the top is Tempo on the chase here. Blitz Assistance almost goes for the save, and the pressure's on. Tempo is absolutely eviscerated. Big Guard Chop Unite, but Topo still carrying that Blitz Assistance. They're looking for a new target. Power Nap doesn't bind everybody. Then it's the Rayquaza is taken by Peru. Peru is taking it. Peru is taking it. They're moving to score here in game one.
Rom trying to stop Charizard, but it won't happen. However, multiple members of Zeta now running towards the side of Peru. Tomato looking to score 50
It's
in the
just
top
Charizard.
path, as we have Garchomp going to score 50 in the bottom path. Now they are up 359, 413, 513 to 275. Charizard still with the shield. No, it's gone. No shield, no time left. Zeta Division doesn't get Ray, but they take game number one. It looks like they learned a lot from the last time these two teams went against each other.
I was just about to say they are taking a page from Peru's book, not worrying about Ray and doing it the other way. Raw scores and knockouts.
There you have it. Game one for Zeta. Absolutely dominant performance, really winning every single engagement they went into. I love the call from Peru. to go for Rayquaza, recognizing that these fights have not been going their way, but they're going to go for this
มีฮ่อง
objective,
กง
and they
มู
do
ซู
get
กาชิ
it in that moment. But Zeta playing around it so well, only letting one member of Peru walk away with that Rayquaza shield.
Yeah, great knockouts, understanding that Peru was going all in, and when Peru dives in to try and secure Rayquaza, it kind of puts you right in a target. And it makes pretty easy work for Zeta to just chuck everything into the center and get some courtesy knockouts at the same time. Let's take a look at some clips from game 1.
Yeah, these are some big moments right here. We had this fight in the bottom path where, we talked about this before the match. If Leafeon can start dominating early, it's tough for a team to come back, and that is exactly what we saw from Zeta Division here, taking big fights in the bottom path. Anemo barely making it out right there, and Mewtwo Y actually being a huge factor here, doing so much damage throughout this match.
Yeah, a lot of resources going into Rom as well, right? We saw multiple Bliss assistants going to them, and at the end of the game, we finally saw Vitopo pick up that big Bliss assistance as well. Power Nap quickly secured. Just the Snorlax left standing. Their shield is gone. Draken's beat up. No, they can't stop Zinus to score, but look at this. The rest of the team's peeling.
Yeah, they were able to KO enough members of Peru that this single Rayquaza shield was just not enough. Tomato putting in the points at the top path. MVP from that match, Vitopo on the Leafeon 12 knockout, 81,000 damage. And again, if this thing wasn't checked and shut down early, it would have that entire match, and it did.
เวลาเราเคาน์เตอร์ไปเราจะได้มาตัดมานาใส่กลับมาตามจำนวนค่ามานาที่เราเคาน์เตอร์ไป
They are the carry player for this squad. Tons of knockouts, dealing tons of damage, and honestly, the biggest menace that Zeta Division has.
Yeah, it was really
tough
for Peru to deal with this, and I have to wonder how they are going to react. So they were able to take away the Comfey. They were not able to have, that get-out-of-jail-free card in a lot of these fights. They were not able to play Zoroark, but they had an answer up their sleeve. Leafeon looked just as powerful as some of the Zoroark games.
It really did, and maybe it's just like, if Comfey's gone, Zoroark is where we go type equation that Zeta Division works through. However, I really liked what Shiro's Blissey.
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was a great call, especially seeing kind of a different flavor of Blissey that we see often. Lately, it's been a lot of safeguard. We've got the egg healing with this. We've got the soft-boiled Blissey. I think it was very powerful for them, allowing them to sustain through some of these longer engagements that Peru might have wanted to battle through. However, because they were able to sustain through them, some beautiful Bliss assistances. Blissey saving their allies. Peru really didn't win too many fights throughout that match.
No, and uniquely, Suicune made it incredibly difficult, right? Tomato, we want to talk about just headaches. Suicune was definitely causing migraines on the other side of the map for Peru. Just another thing to have to slog through to close that gap to get your Charizard on Vitopo. And I don't think I saw Charizard unite on Vitopo once that game, which raises the question, is that really the answer?
Well, you saw the moment right there. You called it out perfectly where we were waiting around Rayquaza. They're looking for Leafeon. If they can catch this Pokemon that has this insane burst damage, start the fight with something like that, they might be able to make their way through the
Pokemon card ยังไม่มาคุณผมตามแต่ Pokemon card.
However, they couldn't really find Leafeon. They did decide to eventually take a fight around Ray. They had to. They were behind. And beautiful plays from Zeta. Recognizing
ดูไม่รู้เรื่องเลยเนี่ยจริง
not really going for Rayquaza right there. You saw the Dragon Claw combo moving in. It could be to possibly get a secure, but they knew that pit was going to be full of members of Peru. And one way or another, whether they got Rayquaza or not, they were going to pick up members of that team and try to knock them out.
And they were successful, getting themselves a win despite not taking Ray. Again, shades of 2 years ago at the AOS Cup Grand Finals when these two teams met last in this type of situation.
Yeah, it really does feel like Zeta has continuously leveled up throughout their time in Pokemon Unite, making a huge splash in our scene at the AOS Cup, as you talked about, when two teams from the Japan region were invited out to play. They made it all the way through the grand finals, taking down so many amazing teams, then eventually falling to Peru here. Now, Peru, this is not an unfamiliar position for them. Now, of course, the world stage here in Anaheim in the arena is unfamiliar to all of us. This is brand new for Pokemon. This is brand new for Pokemon Unite. But being down a game in a best of 5, needing to adjust and come back online, Peru has done this many times. They are a team that is forged in that fire.
Absolutely, and they were forged yesterday in that fire against LG, and they are in that same position where they got a little dominated here in game one, but it's less about what happened prior. It's how you adjust and move forward, and Peru can do that. They've done it before. They're looking to do it again.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And they're going to need to against a team like Zeta. They're going to need to throw a different look at them here. What they had in game one, they had some good moments, but they were behind for a lot of that. A lot of that due to Leafeon, honestly. Leafeon getting online so fast, and we had the Absol on the other side really trailing behind.
You know what I would have liked to see? We see the Zacian, but it was really Buzzwole as well that was having a great weekend out of these top path all-rounders. Garchomp can really get bullied early, I think, by Buzzwole. If Buzzwole hits 5 quickly, it can kind of take over that top path and slow down Garchomp. We saw how invaluable that was to Zeta Division's strategy in the late stages of the game, having that Garchomp kicking off good engagements, you know, big freezes from the Suicune follow-up, and it put Peru in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it was really tough for Peru to deal with, and it felt like they were on the back foot for a lot of that match. We saw this yesterday as well, kind of an unimpressive showing of Peru in their first best of 5 against LG, and then they really started to figure out what their opponents were trying to do, started to pick them apart, picking away great Pokemon from them, but also just taking better fights, recognizing what their strategy was going to be and beating them in that best of 5. They're going to need to pull something out here against Zeta. I wondered what it would be like in this first game. Sometimes teams are very cautious in game one of a best of 5. No one really wants to make a mistake. No one wants to put themselves out there to get KO'd and have the enemy team start to, you know, gain some experience off some of those big early speedster KOs.
Right.
That was not the case of game one. They went in fighting the entire time, both squads.
For sure. You know, some people like to get in the pool by taking the steps and go down slowly, and some people like to lay in a fat can opener and get right into it. Both of these teams got in the water real quick and started scrapping off rip.
Yeah, the question is, how is Peru going to adjust in this moment? There's also more pressure on Peru than there ever has been. There's pressure on Zeta as well. Neither of these teams ever in this position in a grand finals at the World Championships. And Japan has so much hope for Zeta. Japan winning Worlds last year, coming back to try to do it again. We had North America win 2 years in a row. Can Japan do it now and win 2 years in a row?
Well, we're about to find out, as we have just found out. We are on screen, Cape Theatrics, whoosh, as we get into game 2.
Yeah, here we go, heading into our draft of game number 2. Zeta Division banning out the Hoopa, Buzzwole. Onto the other side, same bands. We've got and Comfey. They will not use Pokemon into this match.
So many high-octane tools. Suicune, Ho-Oh, which we didn't even see last game. Be able to come at Latios, which has kind of been a polarizing Pokemon in this tournament. And look at the texture changing here as Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru.
ยังไม่ใช่รอบแข่งนะยังไม่ใช่รอบคนไทยมั้ง
There's nothing they can do about it. They have to ban the Pokemon that they are trying to target here from Zeta. But now, instead of banning Leafeon, instead of banning Blissey, that were such a problem for them in game number 1, they're just going to take them and play them themselves.
Yep, which means Charizard goes back the other way. Clefable as well, which is a Pokemon that you talk about getting a recent glow up, got buffed a little bit, and now its healing is, as we mentioned, unparalleled.
Here we go.
Ooh, Armarouge, nice.
Picking up the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that's seen a lot of play in the last few tournaments, right? Regionals, it feels like it's gotten a lot of play. And, of course, this weekend, Crustle, a Pokemon that has done very well this weekend. That Unite move is unbelievable. Has some recent buffs that have made it really tanky and difficult to deal with in some of these big fights.
If you can trap a couple players with a Rock Tomb and have everybody collapse on top of the Pokemon that are trapped, those are guaranteed knockouts, and it doesn't matter how much healing Clefable can crank out, you can get those Pokemon ripped apart.
Here we go, Rom on Mewtwo wide, no surprise there.
It looked
absolutely devastating in
game 1. Great.
And Tomy picking up the Blastoise. This is one of those picks that does go late in a lot of our drafts, and we have a few teams out of Japan that have been playing this very, very well. Final pick over to Peru, and I would be shocked if they end up grabbing the Ho. They could play it in more of a carry role, but no, instead they are going to pick up that Zacian.
Yeah, and it gives them good amount of secure as well with that big Unite move that Zacian has. So they're kind of checking all the boxes here. If they get in a squirrely position late, they can still go for a Rayquaza secure, hopefully before the rest of the team is knocked out this time, and get themselves a win. We've seen Blastoise really hit high
highs and
ซิ่งคนเนี้ย
lows.
รถเขาแรง
Tell me if they're on one, they're gonna need that here now. Another scaling Pokemon for them.
Here we go as we're getting ready to head into our next game. Our team's moving around their Pokemon picks, putting their held items on so that they can counter their opponents and play the exact strategy that they want. Everyone here in Anaheim, let's hear it for your favorite team. Let's hear it for Zeta Division. All right, they like Zeta.
They like Zeta. Give me a little something for Peru.
ยินดีด้วยครับ
Okay.
Bit of a pop. Bit of a pop for Peru.
ยินดีด้วย
For game number 2, and Peru on the back
เอ้ย
foot here.
แปลก
They're going to need to make something happen. They are behind in this moment as we get ready to head to our battlefield once again. Thea Sky Ruins right there in the middle, and you can hear the chant starting as we get ready for our next game. Zeta Division, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is game 2 of your
มี
grand
มานาเดนกันแล้วเหรอเนี่ย
Let's get into it. Rom and Tomato running in the bottom path. Gonna have the advantage here, but we've got a
สงสัย
little
ต้อง
bit of a
ผมต้อง
cheeky
ปรับเด็ก
rotation.
ให้แรงขึ้นสักหน่อยแล้ว
Look, Charcadet not even showing up downstairs because they're split in the central area.
Yeah, Peru nowhere to be found here to fight over this experience. Instead, deciding to get that blue buff and bring it down to the bottom.
Okay.
Your tempo running up top, picking up a KO right away. Tomi in some trouble right now, going to need to peel away. Skullback and a Nemo looking for the KO with Razor Leaf. They decide to jump in and they get it.
What a good string of KOs for Peru Unite there. Getting on top of Squirtle early is important, and slowing that thing down is even more so.
And look at the value here of Leafeon. We see game 1, game 2, how impactful this Pokemon is. Able to do a lot at level 4. Charmeleon, on the other hand, not as powerful until it hits its level 7 Charizard, and especially
อัพ
when
เด็ก
it
เล
hits
เวล 4
level
จัง
9
เลย
and has its Unite move.
Feeding a lot into Vitopo right now to make sure that they can get there quickly. It's a 3v2 here. Zainus is taking out and finally evolving into the Armorers, maybe sandbagging it there for a second. And let's see if they jump into the fray here. They're waiting for a Nebo to put the pressure on. The Rock Tomb is out, doesn't trap anybody, and the peel is going. Mega Mewtwo Y is trying to hang tough, and they do. The knockout on the Nemo is a good one. Zainus is still trying to figure out how they can get to Vitopo, but it's dragging getting the bake spreed off him as they have to retreat. Zainus is there. Tempo runs for cover.
ดูเบ้งดีกว่า
And Peru has to kind of turtle up around their goal zone.
You have to love that play there from Peru, trying to bait them in so that they could catch them in this rock tomb like they just did to Tomato there, but they weren't
ก็
able
ได้
to
กลัว
make
ตอน
it
ก็
happen, and
ก็แบบ
instead
นั้น
they
ปะ
gave up the KO on that Leafeon. That's beautiful for Zeta. They're even closer to their level 7 on Charmeleon, which will give them Charizard.
Peru already showing what their strategy this game is going to be. Trap in the Rock Tomb, get in there with Armarouge, finish with Zacian or Leafeon. Zeta Division knows what's up now, and they need to play around it.
Here we go. Charizard has hit Thea Sky Ruins here. 2 more levels until they have that ultra powerful Unite move. Ron just punishing Draken right here.
เมื่อไหร่จะเดือนธันวากันนะ
Get back to their goal zone. They go down.
That was a tough look. Again, Draken is going to be the facilitator
ใช่เหรอ
here for Peru, and it's going to make it slightly more difficult for Peru to engage these 3 Pokemon on the side of Zeta Division.
Look how well these 2 teams know each other, recognizing where they are hiding in that tall grass as we have the fight about to break out here. 5 members of Zeta ready to go.
Draken eyeing up a Rock Tomb here. Can they trap anybody? No, they actually pin Tempo back, and now Tempo's caught. Vitopo goes for the burn down on the backside, and Nemo at least sorts out 2. Make it 3 as the War Turtle goes down as well. Vitopo's fading back. Tomato is running caution here. Draken X Scissors doesn't get the clip into the wall, and now Tomato and Vitopo are looking to turn the tide. Reggie Rock is getting worked on. Peru Unite definitely has the presence and pressure. They're on top of Tomato. Big time knockout follow-up. Reggie Rock is going to go to Peru, and they are starting to cruise.
You saw how desperate Peru was to take this fight.
Oh, another good Rock Tomb.
Kicked over to 9. Massive Rock Tomb right here, looking for another KO. They pick one up on Tomi, moving in for one Shiro, and they get another. The points right into this bottom goal zone. They could have a perfect overcap if they can make it happen, but Mewtwo Y moves in.
Can we get a trap here by Draken? A good
อัน
little
นี้
run to follow up.
ตบยับเลย
Tempo gets a Charizard Unite pop and burns down the grass type. And that's well written in the history of Pokemon that's how that typing works. Tempo in deep water. Blizz Assistants tried to follow up, eject button out. Tempo pressure on, they can't quite get frozen by Tomato, who's incredibly low. They finally get the knockout, but Vitopo's still on the chase of Kea. Running covers the rest of the team, and we are now safeguarded out of there.
What a back and forth fight. They were fighting on that goal zone so long that Charizard was able to head to their central area, pick up a little experience, move over to level aggressive Unite move, but Bliss Assistance right back the other way, keeping Zacian around. Now, that Char is going to need to look for some wild Pokemon so they can charge their Unite, but Anemo has theirs ready to go.
Boom, Emerald two-step eject button out to fade that knockout, and a good look. However, we've lost sight of Tommy. Tommy being level 9 as Blastoise is important, as Peru is still trying to score on this base from goal zone, trying to close it out. Ram finally hitting Mega, using their Unite move, doesn't really hit anybody, but Tempo staying in the pocket. Well, Shiro with a nice follow me. Tempo trying to use their Unite move, and they are, on a sliver of HP.
Unbelievable limit testing there from Peru, and this is what we talked about with their support core in Draken and Kea, right? Able to allow their carry players like Tempo to make plays like that where other teams would not be able to. Tomato right now trying to punish them for this goal zone push.
Draken, Rock Tomb doesn't find anybody. He's going to take the long way around and try to drag Zeta Division's attention. Draken is getting low, gets frozen, caught. X-Scissor into the wall here. Tempo goes right in, tries to pop the Unite move. More rubble rousing. The follow me doesn't see anybody. Taking to the skies and burning down the metal type. Is that Charizard? Draken goes down as well. And now Zeta Division has control downstairs. Bliss Assistance with the deep engage. Emerald two-step. Suicune Unite back the other way, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We're spinning to win. Here is Tommy. And Nemo pinned back against the wall. Kea trying to stick in pocket. And Nemo taking over. They're going to get out of dodge. And this is a win for Peru in that exchange.
Unbelievable moment there for Peru as Leafeon dives in for the possible secure with Razor Leaf. The Bliss Assistance finds it, moves through like an absolute wrecking ball.
From a different galaxy.
The objective. Amazing stuff, and that is what you can do with this level of coordination. Leafeon should have its Unite move back online soon, earlier than Charizard, if I remember right, and that's going to be great for the next fight from Peru. However, if they give Charizard enough time, it's going to have their Unite, which is one of the most powerful in the game.
Oh, another safeguard pickup by Kea, and like I said, this support core is so important for Peru Unite success. Zynus is now seeing 3 players from Zeta Vision pivot towards them, and they actually have to give up their buff in the central so they don't get knocked out.
Yeah, we have Zeta extremely aggressive here, and we have Anemo deciding that they are going to break this tier 1 goal zone. They're up big, 11 to 185, as Zeta is trying to even up the scoreboard a little bit. Typhoon doesn't make much happen, but Char does.
Snatched up, burned down quickly. We're getting a back cap the other way, and Peru Unite's okay. Anemo late to the fight, but looking to make an impact here. The Moonlight is up. The Moonlight goes down. Emerald two-step is back, and we've used the Rubble Rouse at the same time. Can they push away Zeta Division? Can they get a knockout? Tommy's stuck behind the Razor Leaf, and it gets a ton of damage in, but they still pump, spin on top of Draken, and now we're back on the goal zone. Peru Unite is getting smothered and covered out here by Zeta Division. Now the score lead is shrinking, but Peru Unite still ahead as Zynus gets snuffed out.
Zeta Division moving as a full force in this fight, and you have to call out the amazing freezes there from the Suicune on Zeta Division. It's shut them down so many times where you had members of Zeta on a sliver. It gives them enough time for Wajiro to come back in with the Clefable, heal them with that Moonlight. What a fight here as we have Vitopo almost at level 15. And I have to say, a level 15 Charizard is quite a bit more powerful than a level 15 Leafeon. Both incredible Pokemon, but Leafeon gets more of its value early, Charizard later, and it's later, Doom Snacks. We are 15 seconds until Rayquaza.
Quietly, the Blastoise is level 13. Tommy's going in. We've got 5 seconds till Ray. No, they fade back the engagement, but everybody kind of knows where each other is.
Yeah, they're looking for them right here as Rom is actually getting very aggressive. Wants to charge up that Mewtwo Unite. They know that they can head.
They're trying to set up a trap
with teleport right here, but they decide to just move right out of this fight. They need to engage. Peru doesn't want to take this fight until they can get Zeta to expend some very important resources in their Unite moves or pick up a massive catch and get an early KO. You can see Blastoise aggressively positioned in the bottom path right there. If they're going to run into anyone, you would love it to be that tanky Pokemon, right? They do not want Wajiro to go down or Vitopo to go down before they get to use their Unite move. Rayquaza being chipped up right now. Ron moving forward, charging up their Mega. They're looking for their opportunity to fight, and they do need to take this fight, Doom Snacks.
Wajiro's positioning. They're chipping in, waiting for this engagement. We're spinning to win. We pump on 3. Dragon has to Rubble Rouse to make sure. Rock Tomb, X-Scissor into the wall, does get a stun. And now everybody split up. The chase is different. Mewtwo Y does a ton of damage. We have the Emerald two-step coming out by Anemo, and they actually have to retreat. And now everything's settling out for just a moment, but Dragon's left on an island. Are they going to be able to get this knockout?
And here they go, moving forward right here. Rayquaza being chipped. Tempo looking
for it with the metal clock going after Vitopo. Oh, X-Scissor into the wall. That stuns everybody. Plus assistance, Hydro Typhoon. 3 players down for Zeta Division. The Ice Age is out, but it's not going to be enough. I don't
สู้เขาซุยคุณซุยคุณ
4 players down. It's just
ซุยคุณซุยคุณแตก
wipes the squad, and they're going to score here. They're not even worried about Ray, and the Mewtwo jumps to the middle.
Wow, I mean, once again, Peru not able to take
โอ้โห
ways
ร้อย
Zeta.
โอ้โหร้อย
It doesn't matter. 106-461. Peru is going to tie this thing up here in game number 2. For the first time ever, by the way, Doob Snacks, in a World Championship Grand Finals, we have got a brawl. These are often won in a 3-0 victory in convincing fashion, and we are tied up
หลบเด็กเลยครับ
game number 3.
Just the prospect of getting a game 4 for us is electric. Well done. These teams are fighting forever. I love it.
Oh man, Peru, what a turnaround from game 1. Zeta on the back foot, and this has happened to Zeta before. It's a dangerous place for them. They have dominant game 1s, and then they start to get figured out by their opponents here. Peru taking game number 2, putting Zeta in a really tough position. Now Zeta is going to have to react to how Peru wants to play it. I can tell you one Pokemon that seems to be the difference maker in these games, that Leafeon. That early pressure is unbelievably important.
Unequivocally, Leafeon is a factor here in this game, which raises the question, is it warranting a first pick at this point? Is it warranting a ban at this point? But I hope we see the clip at the end. Kraken was playing out of his gourd in the last 2 minutes.
That fight.
It was banana lands because the engagement was from Zeta Division, and they were staying on their feet the whole time. What a match! What a match!
Yeah, such an incredible one. Closer than game number 1, I would say, where Zeta felt like they were in control. This was going back and forth, even though Peru did have some amazing moments. As we head towards our Ray fight right here, we can see some of these big engagements. This was that push right before Ray from Zeta, all moving as a unit, picking up another double KO.
Here it is, here it is, here. Bang, bang, bang.
Scissor hitting 3, but look at this full team freeze we're going to see from Tomato right here. I think they get all 5 in that Unite, one of the
Gargantuan.
best in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, although it was a perfect Suicune Unite, it was not enough to overcome the triple X scissor into the wall with the Anemo engagement.
There you have Anemo, the MVP of that game on the Leafeon. Looks like Leafeon is picking up MVPs all over the place here in our grand finals. 88,000 damage, 9 knockouts, and the thing that you really can't see on the scoreboard is how unbelievably strong it is early, allowing your entire team to move forward, your entire team to be aggressive, your entire team to take more and more experience away from your opponents.
I can't say enough about this Leafeon specifically, on whomever has it. It seems to just ball out of control. Leafeon so strong, 9 knockouts. I think I had, what, 10 or 12 the game before. This is a difference maker, and I think these teams need to figure out what its role is in the equation and how to contend with it, because only one team can get it, so if you don't want anybody to have it, you gotta ban it.
You know, Doob Snacks, I gotta say, it is an absolute treat here to be watching these grand finals in this arena in Anaheim and to have a real fight in front of us. These teams all tied up heading to game number 3. As I mentioned a little earlier, you don't normally see this in the grand finals. One team walks into this thing and they look like the best team in the world, hands down. But this year has been so unbelievably competitive. I think from our top 16 yesterday, just about any squad there could be in this position, had some things went some different ways, right? I mean, we saw so many amazing teams make their way towards these grands, but in a single elimination bracket, you have to win every single time. That's what these 2 teams did to make it here.
Zeta Division, Peru, representing their regions incredibly well and really hamming it up here now that we are in the arena surrounded by thousands of people, as they are looking to get the next game win and put themselves one step closer to be your Pokémon Unite World Champion.
Yeah, both of these teams can taste it. Obviously, Japan wants to take home another trophy. We've had North America year 1, North America year 2, Japan coming out as the dominant region in year 3, and throughout year 4 here. Every single representative from Japan making it into our top 16, the only region to play this well. The competition in Japan is intense. So for you to be the best team out of there, you might just be the best team in the world.
Undeniable at this point, Spraggles.
ก็อยู่นะ
Let's focus in on where
ยัง
this
ไม่ได้พูด
game
เฉย
can go between these two teams. You and I have clearly identified Leafeon as a problem. You
ๆ
know
เอ้ย
they
ผม
know
ดูการ์ดอยู่
it's a problem going into Game 3. At this point, does it warrant a ban? Because they're letting every other strong
ผมคิดอยู่ว่าจะทำเด็กอะไรดี
about all weekend long through.
That's the question, right? Do we start banning this? Is it just that we end up getting this as a first pick?
กำลังนั่งคิดอยู่ว่าจะทำเด็กให้ทุกคนเล่นได้ด้วยไหมหรือไม่ดี
Another Pokemon that's been with it every single time also is that Blissey. Blissey sets up so many amazing moments. I mean, we saw that bowling
แบบ
ball.
เธอแรกทุกคนทิ้งหมดมืออย่างเงี้ยชอบพอนะเปะล่า
Not only is Leafeon trying to get the secure, they're being given this massive shield, this extra
ไม่ทิ้งหมดมือทิ้งหมดมือแล้วก็จั่ว
Blissey rolling through the fight. So that combination together
แล้วถ้าใครจั่วเกิน2 ใบผมจั่วแทน
of these squads. Maybe if a team has Leafeon but they don't have the Blissey to support it, they're not going to be able to win.
That's a very great point.
3 ไง
It needs like
3 มา
dedicated support. And the way the Bliss Assistance works and why we got to see that big bowling ball play is once you click Bliss Assistance on the
ยังมี
target of
เก
your
ม
team
เชน
that
เจอ
you're
ร์ขึ้น
working
ใบเดียว
with,
ขึ้น
they
3
have
แล้ว
abilities to jettison forward. It drags Blissey the whole way.
ใช่
Which
ค
is
รับ
why we could actually see on screen the Blissey and then the deep Leafeon engage and like a big old bus. The Blissey was running through for that help.
Yeah, it's such a powerful play. I still think
What do
they're
you
going to take
have?
the Comfey away from Zeta. If they allow Zeta into their
ตกใจ
comfort zone of Zora or Comfey, I think it could be very dangerous for them. So that's one
What do you
base
have?
that they have to take away right away. They've obviously been targeting this arena. They do not want to see it. They want to put them on something else. So that leaves Leafeon in this position where if you don't pick it, it can be taken from you, especially if they are the second position in draft.
Yeah, and I think these teams prefer the second position in draft,
Well,
right?
Peru did in game number 2, interestingly enough. A lot of teams in that position, when you win a game, you end up deciding whether you want first or second. So if you get first, obviously you get the first bans. You also get the first pick, but a singular first pick,
Right.
as it heads over to the other side for the second and third pick. So clearly, Peru decided, we don't care about this first pick. We know you're going to take Suicune. We have an answer to it, and we want your Leafeon. We want your Blissey.
Right, and if my little cheat screen here is right, it
รอ
looks like that
รอดู
Zeta has
รอดู
chosen
การ์ด
to
เนี่ย
be on that
เปิด
orange
ใครมี
side
ใครอยากเล่นเป็นจริงไหม
of the
เดี๋ยวเปิดกล้องดิสคอร์ดรอเล่นเลย
They want to be in that reactionary position, right? Being able to react to whatever Peru is putting together, and of course, getting that ever valuable, what we like to call the gutter pick, the
ก็
last
ไลฟ์โปเกมอนไง ผมก็เปิดกล้องอีกอันหนึงในดิสคอร์ดแทน
big tide-changing Pokemon selection.
Yeah, it could always be
มี
tough,
ใคร
right?
อยากลองโดนเด็กทิ้งมือไหมครับ
These
เปิดกล้องเลย
teams hide a lot of their powerful strategies, right? They don't want you to see early on what they're going to play because they don't want you to attempt to counter it. So we're going to see how they want to shift things up heading here to game number 3. Obviously, if we have Zeta as a possible second pick, something could happen. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like Zeta is going to be our first pick here.
Okay, so they went ahead and stayed on that.
Hey.
Sorry, the names are different, but the teams are.
We Ron Burgundy the screen. Production, if you have the names flipped around, we will read them wrong 100% of the time.
100%. But Kea, of course, on Peru is on the purple side, first picking Leafeon. You want to talk about
แล้วบอกไม่เล่นแล้วรู้ได้ไงมันเก่ง
Zacian Hoopa pick as well, because Kea has been a monster on Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of love this. Now, I wonder if I wonder if Blissey gets stolen, and we also see that Suicune, but instead they decide to bring the Buzzwole here.
รอยาวๆเลยคุณเจเจ กว่าการ์ดจะมากี่โมงนะ
I don't know if they have a player that really wants this Pokemon, but I think it's one of the strongest in the game, so it would be amazing to steal away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zeta Division really asking the question, like, we're not sure you've got a Suicune player, somebody that can really make a difference with it. I'm glad they locked it in because that thing is incredible.
As you can see up on our big stage here, our Pokemon that are locked in
Ah.
are behind our competitors.
เปิดกล้องดิสคอร์ดเลยมา
Here live in this arena is absolutely next level.
It really is, and I love seeing that too. You can quickly identify who's on what as Hope
รวยจริงๆเลย
brought into the fray in the Thea Sky Ruins.
Oh, an unbelievably strong pick. Extremely aggressive early as well. It feels a lot like Leafeon in that it's so strong, so fast. It has so many great secure tools for some of these wild Pokemon, and it's so so
Breaking
tanky
News
that it's really difficult to
Breaking
take
News
this
นี่อาร์ต
step
ไหน
down.
อะ
Next two picks
Oh,
over
no.
to Peru right
Oh,
here.
no.
They could be getting into a dangerous territory.
Oh, no.
As they do lock
ที่มัน
in.
เหมือนป้ายของ
Low pick rate. A lot of teams have kind of bounced off this
ของ
a
เอา
little bit. And
ของเอารอ
this is a Pokemon that you and I specifically have not loved seeing from these top teams. Even though they play at a very high level, it doesn't seem to produce great results.
I agree.
ไม่เอามานาเดนฟูอาร์ตเหรอ
Inteleon has been a bit slept on, and Zainus is a phenomenal historic Inteleon player. Tempo, also a phenomenal player without a doubt, but Lucario has not been it. Actually, some of the games they lost against
จัดเด็กยังไง
Luminosity
ดีนะ
yesterday was on the back of this pick.
Yeah, this is a tough one as we head over to the final pick here. Vitopo grabbing the Dodrio. I have to say, looking at these two squads right here, I feel like they have a very good shot, Zeta, to take down and dismantle Peru. Yes, Peru got that Leafeon, but I feel like Dodrio has a lot of amazing options.
Yeah.
The Inteleon just gets
get snuffed
ripped apart by it. Even Leafeon can kind of get its ankles broken a bit by the three-headed bird here. However, if Suicune can set up some huge plays, that could be massive for them as we head in here to game number 3. Our battleground, Thea, Sky, Ruins. As we are making our way, we see Peru Unite, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, all tied up 1-1 here in our best of 5 grand finals.
Early pressure going on.
ทำเหมือนผมเลย
You know how strong this Sobble is early with that water gun secure. How is Zeta Division going to deal with it? Well, they're going to run straight at him. They're going to just A-press them down and get in their face, make them fight for pad, and try and bully them away from that contestable Indeedee, and they are successful.
Yeah, they move forward right now, trying to take some experience away from them, even all the way on their side, but Draken was able to help secure that with Zainus. That, however, taken by Tomato. So you can see more wild Pokemon secured by the side of Zeta Division.
A lot of action up top as Kea went deep into the waters, grabbed both berries, and now we have a knockout up top from Peru as they're scrambling to score. Well done. Kea actually throwing the bunnies that were in path forward, getting a score as well. So good early pressure from them.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, we have the picture-in-picture right there because we have a brawl at top and bottom path over all of this experience. Vitopo now has evolved to Dodrio. The three-headed bird is here, and they're playing that tri-attack, diving in here after they able to do a ton of burst damage to their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, going with a deep engagement, boosted auto in, peeling back, but Nemo
ไม่ครับผมนักดนตรี5 สีครับ
but it's a Mega Mewtwo wide, looking to A-press them down.
ผมจะเล่นแลนด์ฟอร์5 สีครับ
Looking for an opportunity. Right on top of the berry is Anemo. Zainus does go down. Rama's in on the way to the backside. But now the pressure's on Anemo. Though they're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they get it. They get it.
Beautiful stuff right there. Ho-Oh does go down, but the more valuable target, the Leafeon, taken by Zeta. And you can see Dodrio
ตอนลองเล่นแล้วติดใจกันไหมครับ100 ใบไม่ซ้ำกัน
seconds until we have the Altaria Swablu spawning in the center of the map here.
ใช่ไม่มีตกท้ายนอกจากโดนแบนเพราะมันโกงเกินไป
Kea goes down. Tempo's in some trouble right here, having to peel back to this goal zone. Vitopo now towards the center.
Which gives the agency to these middle birds, to Zeta Division.
แค่เราไม่เล่นกันเฉย
Is of course this Suicune trying to do their best, eject over the wall just to get away, but Zeta not looking them, let them off the hook right now.
ๆอย่าผมลองใส่มันจะเล็กว่าลักนาม
Knockout on the Dodrio. Peru Unite looking to flip the script here as Tomato
จริงนะไม่โดนแล้วไม่เกินนะ
You can see Zeta obviously recognizes that Anemo has that unit from our level 8 on Leafeon, but trying to punish them still. That is the power of that Ho-Oh, the flamethrower, able to do so much damage. Pairing that with their curse item, lowering the healing on the side of Peru.
อาทิตย์หน้าเจอกัน
Especially into something like Clefable with that team-wide healing.
Big rotation by Zeta Division. 4 players on the downside here. Tome was in the top path coming back through. Snipe shot is online, and that's a big
แบบ
damage
ทุก
deal.
คนห้ามไล่คอมมานเดอร์
Rum, half HP.
ทุกคนใครเล่นอะไรเอาแลนด์ขึ้นมือ1 ใบ
These snipe shots can set up huge moments in these fights. Look how much HP is just ripped off some of
ทุกคนอันแท็บแลนด์ได้คนละใบ
If Zainus can hit a snipe shot right into a Nemo moving into
ก็คุณบอกมันไม่มีใบไม่มีใบโกงไว้อะผมก็ลองใส่ให้ดูไง
secure potential around some of these objectives.
You can body block a snipe shot though, so willing to sacrifice your body for the team might be where the support core needs to go. Chipped up, smackdown, put down, bang, unite move, and it is taken by Peru. They're gonna keep
ผม
pushing. Snuffed
ผม
out.
ไม่เน้นจบเน้นข่มขืน
Was able to eke out the basement Reggie. Tomato on a sliver of HP, and they are not long for this world.
Beautiful stuff there from Peru. We obviously had the Leafeon moving in for the secure, and we had the option there from the Inteleon as well, peppering them with the snipe shots, looking to see if they could get that KO, they could get that wild Pokemon, and it looks like Dodrio able to take this all on their lonesome. Right in there,
nice follow me.
What a
Rolls the block.
beautiful play.
Nice follow me into the rolling the block with the Unite move. Gives a little bit of action and space for Nemo to withstand the onslaught, and Vitopo just has to peel back.
Yeah, also, Clefable has this incredible power with its Unite that's often overlooked, where it recovers a ton of HP to a nearby ally once it
เด็ก
hits
ห้า
that
สีทำไงดีวะเนี่ย
really strong. That helps
เล่น
save
แบบไหนดี
the
วะ
Leafeon right there, as we have 4 members of Zeta marching towards the tier 1.
You see Kea getting picked up and dragged to the side of
โปเกมอนมาแค่ของนอกกายครับ
for them to get bullied away. Now that was just a 7-ish over, so Zeta Division does close out a goal.
ผมสนใจแค่ตอนการ์ดแค่
Still
นั้นแหละ
behind on the scoreboard.
You can see Rom here looking at what they can take away from Peru in that central area, but being pushed out. 164-87, very close match here, but it does feel like Peru, with that early aggression from Leafeon, has had more big moments as we have Zeta moving down towards this bottom path. We have the side ready to teleport to pull Mewtwo wide back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much here. Able to walk away is that Clefable, so less than concerned, but at least they got some information.
Unite move on every single member of Peru. We're still waiting for Ho-Oh's Unite. It's very close, but it's not there yet, and Leafeon goes in right away.
Tomei with the
ไม่ให้พี่นัทหาให้อะ
and now, and Nemo is gone, dragging with the pressure on Mewtwo while Unite is going to see if they can catch some targets. Fading back.
พี่นัทน่าจะหาให้ง่ายกว่านะเขารู้จักหลายคน
Tons of HP is gone from them, but the push continues. Zeta actually just laying up a nice front line, an offensive line, so they can take this Regirock. Rom eats the Bliss assistance to save them as they're peeling back. Tomei as well able to get towards the rest of the squad, and Peru Unite, no chance.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff there from Zeta, completely zoning out Peru, and after Leafeon goes down,
อาทิตย์หน้าเจอผมแน่
for that fight. But here comes Peru now. The Aura Cannon.
นักกวี
But no, they fire it
นักกวีแลนด์ฟอล
multiple members of Zeta.
The Suicune Unite didn't trap any players as well. The close combat is
แลนด์ฟอล5 สีสนุกแน่นอน
tandem with the snipe shot, and it's Zainu's dialing them in. Big old finger pistol, water to your grill, son. Getting knockouts. That one flies a little wide right, Ray Finkel.
Yeah, there we have the snipe shot, where if you don't charge it for long enough, it has a wide area where it can fly. Sometimes those quick charge snipes pick up massive KOs. Other times, you know, they do that.
Big 35 over for Peru Unite. We've seen some very good scraps this game, but Peru
ใช่
Unite
เอาเลย
up
ครับ
on the scoreboard, up in the experience race.
And look at that moment right there. Leafeon just being incredibly aggressive as they head towards those wild Pokemon in the center, using their Unite move right away, taking them. They recognize that if they can get the KO right here and take the wild Pokemon, they're going to charge that Unite back up pretty fast. Leafeon charges incredibly fast, one of the fastest in Unite, so you can make really aggressive plays.
Look at how Animo's just trying to get these Indeedee low, so Zainus can just pull back and get the final knockout. Pressure's on though.
ถ้าคิดว่า
3v2.
จั่วเยอะก็ใส่ไป
Vitopo is there to continue just harassing Peru. How is Ron going to go into this? They're going to keep pushing forward. A bit surprised here as the snipe shot finds Shiro.
Yeah, I mean, this tier 2 is a great place for Peru to fight, especially without all of the members here of Zeta. And we have not seen huge moments from this Ho-Oh yet. However, as we move towards Rayquaza, if multiple members of Zeta go down, that
ผม
rekindles
บอกแล้ว
the flame.
ตอนแท็บมานาเกเซอร์ได้รู้นะผมโลอะไรเนี่ยแบบอาจจะแท็บมานาผมแท็บไอ้4แล้วครับ
To manage this Ho-Oh and manage its Unite move. If they can KO it early in this fight, they are in a great
เอ้ย
position.
กบฏเลยจะแท็บมานาให้
Multiple members of Zeta down, expending all of their Unite moves, and then Ho-Oh brings them back. This could be deadly for Peru.
Brett is quickly getting worked on by Peru, putting a favorability there as Zeta Division
เนี่ยคนอย่างเงี้ย
collapse on them.
Yeah, this is interesting here. Regi's about to go down, but here comes Zeta, secured by Lucario. Tempo in trouble as they're peeling forward. This could be Rayquaza right now.
Vitopo
โอ้ย
goes
โอ้ย
straight
บวก
in,
บวก
Aura Cannon
โอ้ย
through to
โอ้ย
get that shield, and we pop the
ออร่าสเฟียร์เมื่อกี้
No resource expended on the side of Zeta, but Peru Unite is down. Some Unite moves here, specifically the Lucarios and the Clefables.
This is a beautiful play by Zeta. They didn't get the objective, they didn't get a KO, but they stole
ที่
two
มัน
Unite moves. This is
BO5
exactly
นี่
what we talked
เล่น
about
กัน
right
3 เก
here.
ม
If they can get the rest of them and then bring the team back, they are in a great position for Ray. The snipe shots, hitting the Ho-Oh right
โอ้
there.
ยโอ้ยโอ้ยเรียบร้อยโอ้โหแข็ง ตายก่อนแล้ว
Huge snipe shot here, and now Zeta Division has
จบแล้วปะ
trying to get in Ray
อุ้ยอุ้ยแรงแรงแรงแรงไม่ปี้แรงยังไงเรียบร้อยแพ้ญี่ปุ่นแพ้
Amazing stuff from Peru. They got the Ho-Oh Unite move and shouldn't have one again before the end of the match. All the Unite moves gone from Zeta. A powerful win from Peru. 1 minute
โดนชูดแน่โอ้แล้วถือแต้ม50กับทุกคนเลย
Even if Dodrio is somehow able to make a back cap happen, Peru is still ahead.
Tomato working on this Rayquaza to try to drag Peru into the middle to open up the opportunity for the Dodrio back cap.
Yeah, and here we have Dodrio looking for the fight right now.
โอ้โหช่วยคุณ
Combat catches two. No KOs happen yet though. Peru heals back. They're ahead. 38 seconds left.
ญี่ปุ่นก็จะเอาเรโคต้าให้ได้แล้ว
Zainuz is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division. Oh my gosh! Lucario's coming alive.
ทำไมเขาไม่เอาเพลเยอร์ก่อนนะญี่ปุ่น
And they said not today. The caster curse is real, and so is this Lucario.
Look at Tempo right here trying to embarrass these two guys in capes on.
เหมือนเขาเร่งรีบเอาเรโคต้ามากๆเลยจนแบบไม่สนเพลเยอร์ที่แบบรอมันล้วง
324, 87, more points in. Peru, 1 game away.
แตกสลายแล้วญี่ปุ่นกู
Your world champions.
Woo! Yeah. Peru unite. Holy, Zainuz is an absolute menace. Zainuz is an absolute menace. Where has this Inteleon been?
Wow.
Zeta Division could not approach at all. Those shots were cataclysmic, dude.
อีสเปลที่ไล่ทุกคนเพิ่ม
Of becoming a world champion, the first world champion.
นี่ผมมีใบนี้ด้วยเนี่ย
Here for Pokémon Unite in the most intense competition that we have ever had. Zeta in trouble right now. On the ropes. They have to win 2 in a row to bring this thing back.
I can't get over this Inteleon, man.
Yeah.
Every
ไม่ต้องห่วง
snapshot
มันจะไม่แค่จบแค่3หรอก มันจะเพิ่มทวีคืน
Who said that?
I think it was Zoinks.
สเปลจ่าย1เนี่ยจะต้องจ่ายเพิ่ม 15
Get it together, brother. Just like he was wrong about Lucario, also wrong about Scyther.
เด็กนี้ใช้ได้แล้วเนี่ยเอาไปเล่นดีไหมเนี่ย
He's right here. We honestly thought we didn't know you were here.
Yep.
We didn't think you'd hear that.
Thought we were talking about.
นั่งคุยกันนานๆหน่อย
Okay.
นี่
Heading back into some of our big moments here. You know, one thing that we do have to talk about, and I think needs to be addressed by both of these
No.
squads, is this Leafeon.
It's crazy.
So
It's got to be banned, right?
I feel like as we move towards our next game, I would not want my
ไม่ได้โดนคนเดียวนะโดนทุกคนนะผมก็โดนนะ
that I'm okay with my opponents having, even though I don't love it. I don't love that they have Suicune. I don't love that they have, you know, Ho-Oh or something like that. But boy, this Leafeon just feels like such a difference maker.
God. And that was a great rekindling flame, too.
เราอยู่หน้าจอโปเกมอนแต่ทุกคนล้วนดูเมจิก
Shutting them down. Yeah. You saw this exchange go one way, go the other. Draken steps up, huge freeze, snipe shot on
เบงน่าจะเล่นกันดั้มอยู่
no longer scrap, and then another knockout on Rom. And this is that huge close combat you were talking about, just ripping through tons of damage. And that's a W, and shame on us. There is Lucario.
Zoinks once again.
มีเข้ารอบเลยเหรอตัวไหน
Embarrassed, golly.
MVP, Lucario, 4 knockouts, but really what, I mean, I think sealed the deal for the MVP right here is winning those
แล้ว
knockouts.
ไปเปอร์เข้าปะ
Yeah, right at the end of the match when it mattered most. Moving in, you know, the amazing thing about that power-up punch, once it hits its plus move at
ใช่ที่ซับกูติดท้าย3ตัวเธอสุดท้ายคนแย่เลย
stun you, slow you down. You kind of weather that storm, then move in for the fight. The close combat, able
ใครเห็นก็ว่าตาย
HP, even though you're, you know, close to going down there with Lucario. Beautiful stuff here from Peru. 1 game up, 1 game away from
ตอนคนเด็กนี่รู้เลยแบบอยู่ดีจากตอนแรกหน้าปกติหน้าตึงเฉยเลย
You can hear the cheer in the crowd for Peru. This audience is behind them.
นะครับเสียงเชียร์จากทั่วทุกสารทิศ
Beloved for a long time. Has been so close for so long.
เฮ้ยคุณเจผมสามารถจัดเด็กนั้นได้นะ
From a world champion.
โจด้า
You could actually see the smile of the players on team.
จัดได้อะแต่จัดเป็นแบบบิ๊กมานา
In the arena, doesn't matter how much white noise is going through those headphones. Chants that loud.
ก็คือเล่นมานาเยอะๆ
As we are for the first time ever at a Pokemon Unite World
แบบ
Championship.
ไล่ลงคอ7คอ8ลงมาอย่างเงี้ยแล้วก็ห้ามเคาน์เตอร์
Pretty amazing. We always see one cape dominate these cape. We always see one team cape. We always see one team dominate these things, and that is not the case here today.
No.
These two teams are so unbelievably good. You could absolutely absolutely see Zeta tie this up. And look, selfishly, I want to see Game 5. So I
ถ้าเด็กนั้นผมเคยจัดแล้ว
Zeta has decided to take the first pick, and with that, they win with Leafeon, a powerful
อันนั้นเนกูต้าผมเล่นเกมก้าเขาให้จั่วผมไม่ทิ้งอ่ะแล้วอยู่วงเดียวกันอ่ะทุกคนร้องไห้อะ
I think is the real question. Buzzwole Suicune on the back-to-back for Peru. So we are seeing similar priorities just getting switched up as to where they're selected.
ใช่แล้วก็ใครไล่สเปลอะไรเจ็บพลาดก็เดี๋ยวทิ้งมือ
Side of Zeta Division.
Yeah, no surprise here from Zeta to see this Blissey. I think this makes total sense. They could get an early Mewtwo Y if they think Peru's going to steal it, but it doesn't look like they're worried about that. They are going to
คำถามเองนะคุณเจเจ
that did win them game 1.
Without a doubt. And you know, Tomy again yesterday had some really electric
ผมมี
games
ลิ
with this Pokemon. It might
ผมมีลิติก
a comfort pick for them and somewhere that they need to be
ผมมีลิติกนะครับคุณนาม
help take over a game. And Blissey with both of the Pokemon they've selected already is a great strategy.
ผมมีลิติกฟูอาร์ตอนิเมะนะครับคุณนาม
They are stealing the Mewtwo Y.
I love this.
I love it too. Taking
พี่ดีมี
Zeta, a Pokemon that I feel like in the hands of Rom has been unbelievably strong. So
น่าจะขัดน่ายังอยู่แหละเห็นเขาบอกอยู่วันนั้นอ่ะเมื่อที่2 ที่แล้วเขาบอกว่ายังเขามี ลองทักแถวสิ
Okay, it looks like we're going to have an aggro horse here. No experience share on that. Selected by Rom. Going to be trying to scamper around.
ใช่อะเห็นวันนั้นพี่ต้นถามพี่ดีว่ามีเซเซไหมพี่ดีบอกมีแต่เป็นฟูอาร์ตนะ
Okay.
We might see them grab Scyther and bring it out here. It is a staple pick for this team, and they lock it in.
แล้วแต่เด็กมันจะใส่ไม่ใส่ก็ได้อะ
On the line. On the other side, you talked about it. Galarian Rapidash, pretty
But
much
yeah.
in addition to Pokemon Unite, that's been doing very well in the competitive scene the last few months. However, it didn't get to see a lot of play at regionals. It was banned out from that competition. Now here at Worlds, we've seen some great players pick this up.
How excited do you have to be as a Peru fan to see in this potentially set winning game lock in the Scyther?
I think Peru makes a lot of their picks based on how much it would make you and I look like fools here.
Yeah, and they are succeeding.
And they are succeeding every time, as we have generally not been behind Scyther. But I can tell you this audience is behind Peru as once again a chant was breaking out for them.
Why don't we get a little crowd hype here? If you're here to bark up the tree of Peru, let me hear ya!
And if you want to see Zeta Division take it to a game 5, let me hear ya!
เคยโดนเดททอยออเพนวอลเกอร์ไหมครับ
Here we are.
เดี๋ยวผมใส่ไปใบหนึ่ง
This could be your last match here as Peru, your orange team, is up to against Zeta Division, your purple team. These are your Pokemon Unite World Championship Grand Finals. Zeta needs to win 2 in a row to make this happen.
Zainu's already sussing out where Rom was going, and that's going to be a quick stack attempt by Rom, and they are successful. Poor little Dragon, little Dwooble looking good with that whipped cream and strawberry on top, getting pressured by Tomato, and coming pretty successful here in the face of the big lax.
Yeah, nice plays there from Peru. They're able to get the focus band off of Tomato early. That's going to mean that Zeta is not going to be as aggressive there with the Snorlax. But no, focus band right the other way. So both defenders giving up a huge item early that's going to need a lot of time to recharge.
Well done.
อ๋อแต่คุณเจเจยังไม่เคย
Early by Zeta Division, decent secures
คุณเจเจยังไม่เคยโดนอุลหมอกผมใช่ไหม
As we've got some parity here. Up top, we've got
เอ้ย
Scyther
ได้หน้าเจอกัน
looking to make their impact felt.
Yeah, Scyther in the top path here. To start a fight as we are taking a look at
คล้ายๆหน่อยครับพี่กอง
bottom path. Leafeon right now hiding in this tall grass. Not stereotypical for the Leafeon to head to the bottom path right here, but they're trying to secure as much of this as possible and get Rom online at level 5 and make sure that Zynus can't hit their power spike where they can mega.
We did get a knockout upstairs, so Peru Unite was able to get some points in. However, the experience goes to Zeta Division in the bottom path.
Yeah, and here we have Galarian Rapidash just hiding in the tall grass, trying to use that Dazzling Gleam to pick up some of these secures. They were able to do it right there. However, Zynus now level 5. They have become Mega Mewtwo. Why?
Just A-pressing, right? Nice little trap on Rom, and that puts them in trouble. And that's why you select this Crustle as they seal the deal with the rock.
ก็ดีนะ
And there, right there, you can see that focus band still being gone was huge for Peru in that moment, able to take a KO right here. Tempo now in some trouble as we have Zeta pushing towards this goal zone. Suicune trying to stop it, but just a little too late. Grabbing Vitopo. Vitopo's going to need to peel back here, and here comes Anemo with a big beat.
Right over the top where Shiro tries to split the coverage here as Tomy just goes straight in and picks up a huge knockout.
That was massive for Tomy right there, committing to that fight, taking down the site. They're stealing away those powerful buffs and all of that experience. You definitely don't want to hand that over to the Garchomp. As soon as it hits level 9, it is a massive, massive threat.
Moving through the center area is this Galarian Rapidash here, looking to make a difference. We'll see what Reggie gets prioritized by these two squads.
Pretty close here in the bottom path between these two squads here.
Ooh, X-Scissor to the wall.
Caught in a massive way, and here comes Anemo.
Dual wing beat is there. Rom gets bullied out, but the split is back the other way. They want to get on top of these birds. Kea is fighting the good fight here. 2v1. Can they get Tomy? Okay. Good seal to deal by Vitopo. Pressure continues. Tomato is low. Dual wing beat. The berry is there. They're going to get some points in when they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, and here we go. They're going to score, stack up, leave this goal zone at 1, and head down towards this bottom objective while we have Zeta Division ripping through the top. Reggie Alecki, 2 members of the crew moving towards that. Easy secure here on the Regice. Easy secure on the Reggie Alecki. The top path has the push going
Tomy
on,
goes
but
down.
Tempo's trying to stop. Sending it into the air, looking for the KO, but Vitopo barely escapes.
The speed for that Leafeon is unmatched. As look at Tempo, just willing to fight everybody. Picks up with Shiro. Backdoor Anemo. Big Scyther unite, which forces out the Emerald 2-step, and they take care of Buzz at the very least.
You got to give it up to Galarian Rapidash right there. A smart strike on Anemo, stopping them from continuing their dash towards that Leafeon. Beautiful play there from Galarian Rapidash. Nice, huge X-Scissor.
Yeah. Okay, heavy slam there on the Mewtwo Y. Big Mewtwo Y unite. Is the rest of the team going to follow up? Anemo is here to try and close the door on Tomato. They're putting the
pressure on.
Galarian Rapidash steps in. Anemo changes their target priority to Rom, and they get him down. Oh, everybody's getting knocked out. Rock Tomb's there for the trap. Garchomp unite is pop, but it doesn't find a soul. It's just Vitopo
ญี่ปุ่นแพ้เกมโถมเหรอ เห็นแพ้ตลอดเลยพวกเกมโถมอะกับเวลาไฟแบบทีมอะแพ้ตลอดเลย
Vitopo scored. They could base, they could run back through the entire squad, waiting in the tall grass for members of Peru to come back. Draken has gone down, but Vitopo has not yet found the mark.
แหลมไปคนเดียวอย่างนั้น
Wanting to get Kea, but not enough to take care of
คือคุณแม่งโคตรเก่ง
Kea's level 9 is sitting on pad right now. Quick rotation through the middle.
Wow, that was such a beautiful play from Peru, and it looked like
แต่
Zeta
แต้มก็ยังไม่หักมากปะ132กับ200เนี่ย
near that goal zone. They just weren't able to make it happen. They waited too long. Peru did not make their way back to that goal zone. Real heads-up play by Peru, recognizing that they were going to be in trouble. Anemo right here just being taken down in a huge way from that Galarian Rapidash unite.
Yeah, I mean, now we're just kind of fading each other almost, right? The scoreline's close enough. Tempo goes over the wall, picks up Vitopo,
โอ้ยแมลงสาบแมน
can't get the knockout.
โอ้ยเรียบร้อยเสร็จโดน
Instantly. How will Zeta Division use this advantage?
Yeah, they finally have a moment here where they can score, right? They're going to head down towards this tier 1. We do have Scyther running down. They recognize it. They can see the timer coming up, and instead they decide to pivot up towards the top path. They're going to take the experience in the center. They're actually going to give up this bottom objective. They're behind on points, so I think they would much rather have Reggie Alecki right now.
No, you're exactly right.
Oh,
And
they get-
good pressure on Tempo.
ไปเก็บเลจิ
That where they were, so they couldn't step up. And Peru just trying to adjust on the map in the best way possible.
Reggie Alecki now marching toward the tier 2 goal zone of Peru. Peru looking for an opportunity to get some experience, to get a score in, to pick up a massive KO. Anemo hiding in that tall grass here, recognizing that they might have to head back at any moment to help their team defend. Tomy moving through the center
อ้าว
right here.
แหลมคนเดียวตายแล้วน่ะ
They just
ตาย
turn
น่ะ
over the wall.
อ๋อ
Yes, they do very quickly. Anemo's there to try.
อ้าวจับคนช้าแตกอุ้ยแรงอุ้ยโลอะไรคือขนาดนั้นน่ะแตกแพ้ไฟแน่นอนจังหวะนี้ บอลไฟแพ้เดี๋ยวโดนสวนแต้มแล้ว เรียบร้อย
Anemo caught right there, but they left it up to Crustle to carry the team.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't just leave it up to Crustle?
I mean, I guess we need to start all of a sudden. Peru here now in a great position. They're ahead on the the scoreboard. They need to make sure that they charge up their Unite moves, but they've won a lot of these fights. Even with the Leafeon on the other side, it has not had the impact that we've seen in our earlier games. 1 minute now until Rayquaza. Possibly the last Rayquaza we are going to see this entire season. If Peru can take this game win, can take this Ray, can beat
ตอนนี้เกม 3 แล้วนะ
one more time, they become the world champions, the first ever champions with Latin America.
อันนี้รอบชิงแชมป์แล้วปะ
Getting good position here is Zeta. Buying time, 30 seconds till Ray. We've got a basement Reggie on the horizon. Peru Unite trying to figure out exactly what Zeta is.
เมื่อวานนี้เขาเล่นกันถึงคู่ถึงคู่ 4 ป่ะ
Some of the biggest decisions they will ever make in Pokemon Unite
พวก
tournament
เมจิกพวกการ์ดอะสปอร์ต
to go towards the side of Peru, recognizing that they can't contest it. Instead, getting some aggressive positioning around Ray. It could be their final
เรียบร้อย
round.
ผ่านมาห้องน้
Last hope is in Zeta. Buzzwole
อุ้ย
is right here.
ดูการ์ดแล้วเงียบเลย
And then peel back. Tempo looking for a catch with some of their powerful moves. If they can make it happen, they could win the entire thing. Can they get that Leafeon? Can they get that Rapidash? If they do, the dominoes will start falling and Peru could win. If they can't, and Zeta Division can find a good pick and take down Finest.
Block against the wall.
Tempo in trouble. They're looking for them. The Rock Tomb peels the team away, Doom Snacks. The time is
เเลกู
ticking.
ซ่าอีกแล้วเหรอ
Zeta has to make a
จะ
play.
จะไฟท์แล้วก็แพ้ไฟท์เลกูซ่าเสมอเลย
We recognize
รู้สึก
that they're moving in. Ray is getting low. Heavy slam moves in.
เออ
Getting frozen.
น่า
Trap. Can they X scissor through? The block covers them, and now they have to peel back. Draken in deep waters here. Tempo uses their Unite move right into the
นี่ไง
now, but it's Patopo there to catch him. Mewtwo Unite is on.
แบบโดนแบบเดิมซ้ำเสมอเลยคือยังแล้วก็ยังจะเล่นแบบเดิมงงเหมือนกัน
Their HP bar is shrinking. They're on the verge of getting knocked out, and they're gone. It's just Patopo standing in the way of Peru Unite becoming your world champions. Rayquaza's getting worked on. Patopo's trying to find a way in. They Emerald two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low.
เรียบร้อย GG แล้ว
Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, "We
อืม
Alpha and Omega. We are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite." Peru Unite takes Rayquaza here in game number 4. They're up by hundreds of points. They have the Ray Shield as time is ticking down. Zeta cannot make it happen. Peru is now putting points on the board and taking this moment to recognize that they are about to be crowned world
ปิดไมค์อยู่
champions of Pokemon Unite in a short 20 seconds.
ปิดไมค์เล่นการ์ด
Celebrate their victory, a victory that has been years in the making. From seeing them on the world stage at the AOS Cup go up against Zeta Division, the time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions.
อ๋ออ่ะจริงด้วย อันนี้คือรอบชิงแล้ว เหมือนเล่นแล้วลนอยู่ดีก็ลนกัน
What a moment for a team that has fought so hard to get here, for a team that has always been so close. Finally able to claim that world championship title for Peru.
No words. We've gotten to watch this team over the last 2
โอ้
years
โคตรเก่ง
come so close and fall just a bit
โอ้
shy.
ญี่ปุ่นเศร้าเลยพวกนั้น
It was LG
กลุ่มหน้าเลย
and any other team that managed to end their run. There is nothing that was going to deny Peru Unite.
After you see them take down their rival in Luminosity yesterday, you recognize that this team was the
ต่อไปเป็นแข่งอะไรอ่ะ
Could they stop Japan? The best in the world. Where here in Game 4 they were able to do just that. As we are taking a look at some big moments from that
เอ้ย WGC ผมได้อยู่
up here on the big stage. Just such an incredible story, such an incredible run from them. Having to not
คน
only defeat
คนอยากรู้แค่การ์ดกันแต่เอาไว้สุดท้าย
the best team
เพื่อดึงไว้
Japan. You couldn't have a harder run to become the world champion.
อืม
Draken is insane, dude. He's so good at this game, man.
Quadra from Crystal.
I mean, and this was it, right? Just a huge engagement, getting into the deep waters, 3 players down. Tomato is doing their best. And tip of the cap to Vitopo for giving their team a chance, but there was nothing
แต่ถ้าเจอทีมแย่แล้วมันจะไม่สนุกเลยนะ
What an amazing game.
อืม
Yes. My life for a Crustle MVP. My life.
ดาเมจเทคล่อมา 57,000 โอ้โห
Unbelievable. You often see it. It's a Leafeon. It's a Zoroark. But today the MVP of the World Championships is the Crustle. We're going to throw it up to the big stage where Zoinks is waiting with your champs. Take it away, Zoinks.
Hey.
Welcome to the stage where we have your champions of Pokemon Unite all over the world, Peru!
Maroon.
All right, we got to hear from this team. An amazing grand finals, and you had a rematch against this team. It was phenomenal. But the first question, how good does it feel from top 4 last year now to the world champions this year?
¿Qué se siente subir de un top 4 del año pasado a finalmente ser campeones mundiales?
Bobo.
La verdad, palabras no son lo que puede expresar, solo emociones. Como pueden ver, estoy muy emocional y muy contento. La verdad que al fin todo el esfuerzo que mi equipo, mi familia, hemos hecho desde hace tantos años.
Expecto
There
Patronum.
are no words. As you can see, I only have emotions. I'm extremely excited. I'm happy. All the consistency, all the training that my team had, and the support from my family, it's just, I have no words.
All right, well, you had a lot of support.
Expecto Coco Cappuccino Oreo อร่อยมาก
have been supporting each other for a long time. You played together as a team for years now. How good does it feel to win on stage with this 5 players?
Los 5 se han estado apoyando mutuamente por varios años. ¿Qué se siente que ustedes 5 son los que están ganando el campeonato mundial?
La verdad, haber cumplido este sueño con mis amigos es lo que hemos estado presionando desde hace mucho tiempo.
Perú.
Ahora que lo hemos consagrado, estamos muy contentos.
อะไรของคุณเจเจเนี่ย
Esperamos ir dándole mucha felicidad a toda la gente de Latinoamérica.
ไม่ได้เลยนะคนเนี้ย
Extremely excited and extremely happy to be able to win this championship with my friends, and I hope that I can keep bringing happiness to Latin America.
Amazing. All right, well, you were able to win in front of all of these people in the arena, but I know you have a lot of people watching at home and supporting Peru from afar. So, anything to say to all the fans here in the arena and all around the world?
¿Algo más que quieras decirle a tus fans y a todos los que te están viendo alrededor del mundo?
ก็มีทั้งหลายนะก็มีหลายแบบมีหลายชื่อจอแลนด์แหละก็มีทั้งสโลแลนด์ฟาสแลนด์ช็อกแลนด์เฟดแลนด์อะไร
A veces, pero siempre los veo, siempre los leo. Estoy atento a cada mínimo apoyo que ustedes nos dan, a mí y a mis compañeros. Siempre los tengo presentes a todos. Así que muchas gracias por apoyar a mi equipo en las buenas y en las
อ๋อ
malas.
เอ็นเชทูมาเหรอ
I'm extremely grateful to all of our fans. I know that you're all sending us messages, and sometimes I cannot
มีด้วยเหรอ
reply, but know that I'm
อ๋อ
always
ไอ้นี่
here.
ปะ
Thank
แล
you
นด์
for
เบล
your
ปะ
support.
Amazing. All right, one more time.
ที่มันลงไปแล้วต้องดีดแลนด์1แรงขึ้นมือแต่ลงมาแบบแฉบนะ เราก็ใช้แบบนั้นไปก่อนไง
Back to you.
Zoinks, thank you to Peru Unite for putting on an incredible grand finals. A little upset at
ไม่นะ
production won't
มัน
let us on
มันจะ
stage
เท่า
because they think
มันจะ
we
เป็น
do
กลายเป็น
too
เท่า
much
ทุกคน
cape
นะ
stuff.
เพราะมันดีด1แรงขึ้นมือ
Right about that. That was the best grand finals we have ever seen for Pokemon Unite. Again, most of the time you see these grands, one team is just heads and shoulders above the other.
แต่นอกจากมีเล่น additional land อะถึงจะคุ้ม
Yeah, as this game continues year in year out, you
ก็
see
ผมก็ใส่อยู่ใน
the
land
skill
fall
disparities and just the talent disparities shrink across all of these regions. And now we just had a great team from the West square off against a great team from the East.
ห้องน้ำก่อน
West comes out ahead here
นานเหลือเกิน
in Pokemon Unite Championships year 4, but this is not going to stop Japan from roaring back.
Yeah, they're just such an unbelievably strong region. They have been incredible since their year where they won the World Championship. Showing up here at Worlds as the best region by
All
far.
4 teams making it to day 2.
Yeah, all 4 of their squads that qualified for Worlds make it to day 2, where you look at a region like North America with very powerful teams, only 2 making it through. You look at other regions like APAC having a few teams move through. Japan being that strong, steel sharpening steel over there, but it still wasn't enough to take down one of the greatest threats in the game. Peru has been that since their win at AO's Cup a few years ago, and they've always been so close. They got so close last year, getting very deep towards those grand finals, but they just couldn't make it. As we're going to take a look at some of the big moments here from our grand finals, Dupe Snacks.
Beautiful walkout here. Oh, didn't know we were going to be. Oh, that's a cape thing. I honestly thought that was me.
You thought that was happening live.
I thought that was happening.
I want everyone to know Dupe Snacks thought what we're seeing right now was live, and he was trying to become himself. I think.
It was crazy work. I was like, why are they taking the camera shot from mine? Anyways, doesn't matter. Peru Unite, absolute clinic here, but it was them really taking advantage of this second game.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff from Zeta in game number 1, and I think you really have to shout them out. They showed Peru that Leafeon was one of the most important Pokemon to pick, and it wasn't until Peru started stealing it away and then looking for counters for it later in this series that they really came online.
You know, we've been wrong about a lot of Pokemon this weekend, but one thing we did absolutely nail is the impact of Crustle, and Peru Unite really making it work here. This, I'm not going to harp on Lucario because that made us look bad, especially
I wouldn't
Zoinks.
bring that up again.
But what an execution plan that Peru had here in this third game.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and you have to really give it up to Peru. That was that moment
อยาก
where
จัดเด็กเวล 4 จังเลย
cheering their name, which was pretty incredible here. I do have to also give it up to them.
พร้อมเล่นเวล 4 ไหมครับทุกคน
One
ผม
of
พร้อมจัด
their best Pokemon, really the signature Pokemon from this team, Scyther, and bringing it here to the grand finals, winning their way was amazing. Crustle with a 4 KO. Wow.
You know, we kicked off the show by saying 2 players to watch on Peru were Kea and Draken. And you know what? Maybe we're right more than we think we are. But really, Anemo, Draken, Kea, this whole squad, Zainu stepping up, getting it done, and making themselves, earning themselves that world championship.
Let's take a look at the story this weekend, Dupes Next. Obviously, we had an incredible group stage, and out of that, we got this top 16 bracket. And look at the diversity in these regions here. This just shows how strong this game is worldwide. Stamina Esports from Latin America North, Peru Unite from LatAm South. We had Aegis Flames on a legendary run out of Brazil, taking down the ACL winners, Insomnia from Japan.
Yeah, and Nouns Esports Talon, Nouns 2-0, finds themselves against Luminosity 2-1 in what was maybe one of the matches of the weekend there.
Insane set.
LG taking care of QT Dig to find themselves in that spot. Look, our quarterfinals, our top 8 had 8 different regions. There was no parity across the board. It was one and done for each one of these. And Peru Unite from LatAm South, of course, your Unite champions.
You know, I know a lot of people thought maybe in year 3
เวล 4 ไปเล่นคนละเกลือนะครับ
out of Peru, right? They were looked at as one of the best in the world. They shocked everyone at EUIC, coming in there and absolutely dominating, even taking down the team they just faced off against right now, formerly Kabi
เงียบกันหมดเลยโถ่เอ้ย
Zeta division in those grand finals, and somehow they have done it again.
ที่ร้านน่าจะเล่นเวล 4
Staying
มั้งนะ
together as a squad, continuing to work on that relationship. Throughout this year, as I've been watching Peru, I think they've had some stumbles. And in fact, in a lot of their matches, it feels like they've had moments where they were behind. But
ก็ได้นะ
no team has adjusted better. No
เพราะ
team
คา
has
เรียเวล
been
4 คือ
better
เก่ง
with
มันจะเก่ง
more
มากๆเลย
pressure than Peru. It's unbelievable how many sets they've gone so deep with great teams and pulled out victories. It really shows why they are champions.
It's almost like they need that first game in a best of 5 to catch up. They're like, okay, we've got to figure it out now. Let's get to work.
Don't lose anymore.
Yeah, like let's get to work. And not losing is a
ได้ไง
great strategy to winning, as it turns out.
คุณเจเจเล่นเขียวเนี่ยเหรอไปหาคุณตะปอฟ้องมาใส่เลย
You won't win.
Yeah, losing is opposite of winning. So if you don't do that by proxy, you win.
This is why we're here. Okay? You're not
This
going to
in
get
capes.
this type of analysis from anybody.
This in capes.
ขนาดเด็กฟ้าขาวผมยังเอาคุณอาร์มไม่ลงเลย
We didn't even want to wear these. They gave these to us.
Full disclosure, we kept it a secret for a long time because we thought they would tell us not to wear it.
That is really true.
We sprung it on them last minute. I mean, what are they going to do? We don't have anything else to wear. Oh, man, this has just been one of the absolute best. This is my favorite grand finals we've ever got to cast. This is the best World's Grand Finals we have ever had. It has just been amazing. And, of course, Championship Sunday is going to continue to roll on. All of our games here are going to have insane moments in this arena. And I can't overstate it. I kind of want to give you a little FOMO at home. Being here is next
awesome.
level. There's been nothing like it for
Can we do something?
We can do something.
We can do something. All right. On the count of 3, everybody
แต่
in the
ตา
arena
ฟ้าโคตร
scream.
เหงาเลย
Somebody at home
แม่ง
feels bad for missing what
ไม่
was
ขึ้นเลยโคตรแย่เลยฟ้าโคตร
1, 2, 3.
ตั้งนานกว่าจะขึ้น
Hear that? They're monsters. They want you at home to feel bad. How horrible this
นั่
audience
นน่ะ
is.
สิ
Not bad, jealous.
อะไรตัวอะไรกูนาง
Queen with jealous rage, you should be at home. But we're happy you're here. Thanks for tuning in.
Of course, we are happy that you are
Production
tuning
is
in.
not happy with what we're doing right now.
When do they ever like what we're up to?
Yeah, no, we won't stop. You guys let us up here.
It's just amazing to be here in person.
Oh.
I have to shout out the
Eh.
stage that we have here, where you see changes on it during this competition, and I know that will continue on throughout the day. But we have a very important moment to share with you right now. Of course, let's head on up to the big stage for our trophy ceremony.
It's time to recognize our finalists and newest 2025 Pokemon World Champions. First, congratulations to our finalists, Zeta Division! I am Tomato! Wajiro!
อันนี้คือมอบโซ่ที่2แล้ว
Rom!
ช่างปอนฮัลโหลช่างปอนหาย
Vitopo!
ครับฮะนายลายอะเหรอ ก็ไอแมวดำนายลายไม่ใช่ปะล่ะ ถ้ามันมีชีวิต9 ชีวิตอะ
Tommy!
ส่งรูปมาผมนายลายก็ได้นะ อ๋อทีมเตอร์กีเทนไม่มีครับใบบิงใช่ไหม ไม่มีหายาก ก็แล้วแต่ กระดานมีอะไรก็บิงกันนั้นแหละจริงๆมันต้องใส่ในวาโก้ด้วยนะยังไม่ได้ผมยังไม่ได้หักเลยขี้เกียจมันหายากแพง
And now, the team
ใช่
outlasted
มันน่าจะไปบิงเพนวอลเกอร์หรือเปล่า
and climb to the top spot. Please give a big hand to our 2025 Pokemon Unite World Champions, Peru Unite!
ไม่เวลาเรากดไปแล้วอะถ้ามันลงมาใหม่เรากดได้อีกรอบไง
Animo!
รีสิ เก่งแต่มันเล่นเด็กเคาน์เตอร์นะใช่ก็บวกพลังให้มันไงทีนี้ใช่ก็บวกให้ตัวมันนั่นแหละเพื่อให้แบบใครไล่อะไรเราก็ได้โจทย์เสมอไงมันแล้วแต่มันปรับตามความชอบเราอ่ะนี่พวกเราคุยเรื่องการอะไรกันอยู่ครับเนี่ยใช่ฮะกิมโมโนลิตเหรอมันจะได้เบอร์4เหรอแล้วแต่เพราะเล่น4ผมจะได้จัด4ไปผมอยากเล่น4มากๆเลยอยากใส่การ์ดที่ไม่ได้ใส่สักทีเกมเชนเจอร์ที่ผม7ใบ
teams who participated this season to make it to this point. And a special
ใช่
thank you to everyone who watched the qualifiers and live events along the way. We can hardly wait until
จริงมันก็อยู่ที่เราด้วยถ้าเราจัดเทียร์ถึงเราจะจัดแบบเทียร์4ถึงเกมบัคเก็ต4จริงๆอ่ะแต่ถ้าเราแบบจัดไม่ได้เล่นจบอ่ะมันก็เล่นกันได้นะแต่มันก็แล้วแต่เด็กอ่ะแต่แค่มันแบบมันจะไหลลื่นกว่า
Assume they were going to go from that camera. Yep. Clearly, it is the other camera, but I'm not turning around. So hold on. You're going to have to switch to the other camera that I obviously thought you were going to cut to.
This is
clearly we were not ready.
Nobody deflates a moment like old Spraggles and Snacks. Holy smokes.
I know you're loving not cutting to the other camera that we are both looking directly into right now. But, well, I could do this all day. Hey! They're like, there's all these people, Jake. We never told you that camera, and we're right back to it. Ready to go.
Seamless out here by the Unite brothers.
Perfect. Man, what a season. This has been the most competitive, most exciting season we have ever had in Pokemon Unite. The best grand finals, the most diversity of teams heading into our top 8, every single region coming to play, getting better and better, leveling up every single month, every single cup, every single live event, all of the stories from Luminosity assembling the Infinity Gauntlet, winning LAIC, NAIC, and EUIC, but coming up short here at Worlds to Peru Unite. And then, of course, ACL, this incredible tournament with the best of the best teams out there, being taken down by Insomnia, who also came up short here in our top 16. Zeta Division, this team that has always been there, one of the best in the world, the best out of Japan, making it all the way to Grands, but still Peru able to take them down. Just an absolutely insane weekend of games.
The competition across the world in every single region has been elevated this year in a very noticeable way. You could see it in our top 8, like we said. 8 different regions represented from there. Japan really the only ones with everybody from their region kind of crossing from the day 1 to day 2 threshold. But that didn't mean we have a smattering of regions in there. It was incredibly diverse. These teams are leveling up year in, year out. These regions are leveling up year in and year out. And year 5 is poised to be another banger.
Yeah, so many amazing changes coming to the game as well that they have talked about. I mean, we just saw them battle out on Thea Sky Ruins, but I know soon enough that is going to look very, very different. We have more new Pokemon coming to the game, more Mega Evolutions are coming to Unite. There's just so much that is happening on the horizon, and even though the season is ending now, it's going to be picking back up sooner than you think.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we kicked things right back off at LAIC. So you'll have to be on ice for a moment, but plenty of time for these trainers to train up and get ready for that competition here going into year 5.
We've got an interview with a fan out in the audience. We're going to throw it on over to that right now. Take it away.
Thank you, Spraggles and Snacks. Jim Lawson here with Pokemon Go. Trainer Haydonis, winner of 9 booster packs here at the main event. We're going to be playing a little fun game while we get our table switched out. But let's give it up one more time for Peru Unite. All right, Haydonis, California local, I might add. How's your Pokedex knowledge?
Not too bad. We'll find out right now.
We're going to be doing Who's That Pokemon? We're going to be showing you some silhouettes of hopefully recognizable Pokemon and see how you do. I think we got 4 or 5 lined up for you. Should we get our first up on stage or up on the screen? Let's do it. All right. Question
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
Who's that Pokemon? Hey Donis, do you think you got this one?
Who that Pokemon?
Might be kind of tough, but I'm going to have to go with Pikachu.
What do we think in the crowd? Pikachu? We got it!
Pikachu.
Let's go! All right, you're on a hot streak.
FIZY.
But can we keep up the momentum? Let's find out. Number 2, we have...
I want to say Machamp. I don't think Machoke has 4, so Machamp.
I think we got 4 arms there. Yeah, it is the Machamp, Haydonis. We're giving you some layups here, 2 for 2. They're only going to get harder, though. How are you feeling?
I'm noticing a theme here. What if the next one's Jigglypuff or Fennekin?
Okay, maybe. This trainer went to the Pokemon Center, I think. Let's bring up number 3. Haydonis, who's that Pokemon? Was not Jigglypuff, I'll tell you that.
Not 8, but 9 tails.
9 tails? Let's find out. There it is. 3 for 3. Haydonis on a roll. All right, how are you feeling? You think you can get this next one without even looking at it?
Well, 3 is almost better than my match record this weekend, so I'm feeling pretty good right now, honestly.
Look, you're featured here in Championship Sunday, so you're doing great. All right, let's bring up number 4, okay? Let's take a look. Who is that Pokemon? We're sticking to one region here. I'll give you a hint. Kanto. I heard the crowd say Pikachu. I'm not so sure.
Pikachu in a costume, maybe and go. I'd go with Meowth.
That's right. All right, 4 for 4. Can you wrap this up here? Can you clinch it? It's clutch time. Let's bring up our 5th Pokemon silhouette. This is going to be the hardest one, surely. All right.
นี่เราดูเลยอยู่ครับเนี่ยทายเงาโปเกมอน
What do you think?
Well, it seems like they didn't really believe in me to go for the hard stuff, so for Alligator.
Let's take a look. It is the Feraligatr. You nailed all 5 of the Pokemon. Congratulations, Haydonis. How hard was that? Was that easy, or are you really struggling there? A lot of computations going on in the cortex.
That was really hard.
You made it easy. What can I say? All right, well, guess what? I have some good news for you. We actually have a participatory t-shirt. Whether you had 0555, we're going to get you the t-shirt. Looks great. Good color on you, by the way, Haydonis. Anyone that you want to say hello to back home?
Shout out to my parents. Shout out to SoCal Swablu. Shout out to Dre Flames.
I'm sure that we'll be seeing them on social media later. All right, thank you, Haydonis. We are going to be going back to the casters. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Obviously, we didn't get a single one of those Pokemon right. Zygarde the whole time. Every time. Zygarde, no? Dang.
I was going with Ditto variant. Ditto Pikachu.
I liked that, yeah.
Ditto Machamp. Wrong.
You were a lot closer than me.
That's fair. You were in a weird different
another
galaxy.
realm, I think, you know? I thought they were trying to trick him, you know? But obviously, they started easy. I think it's going to get tougher as the day goes on.
น่าจะ VGC ก่อน
The
นะ
same ones all day.
We actually don't know if that's the next thing we're doing, too. Like, that might have been the only crack at that game that we're doing.
That's a great point. We have no idea.
There are no other Pokemon to choose from, by the way. Those 5 are it.
Yeah, those are...
เอ๊ะข้างหลังจัดเวทีอยู่ปะ
Anything else. Those ones are clear.
แข่งอะไร
Exactly.
โปเกมอนปะ
As we're going to have more
Hey, Pokemon card
we
ปะ
get set up. Obviously, each game has a different exciting setup on stage. Each stage is going to interact with each game in a different way, which is going to be really cool throughout this weekend. We're getting set up for Go right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for everybody at home, they selected us to carry you through this experience. So we're going to do our best.
Yeah, we're going to do our best.
We're certainly not going to do our worst.
Well, I mean, maybe.
But it's not intentional. If that's how it happens, it wasn't intentional.
Can I tell you what we're dealing with right now, just so you all at home know? We're pretty sure that somewhere there is a t-shirt gun, and we've asked for it maybe 150 times.
I pitched this idea 4 years ago, and I think the real travesty is we might actually have them for this event in the arena, and the only person they won't let use it is me.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let us have it.
It's just a gutting experience.
What? Where is it? Okay, so
this is banana
so
land.
unbelievable.
I am livid.
Give us the t-shirt guns,
please. We get one, right? We get one. Okay.
We get one?
We get one.
That's all right.
Okay, we do get one.
On camera?
What a mistake. Oh, now we're back this way.
Why do they keep switching?
This is wild work.
Our
okay, we're
producer,
here.
Luke says we get to hold the t-shirt gun one time. One time? All right.
Hold it or like fire it? We get to fire it. Oh, heck yes. Okay.
Okay, one time. Wow.
What's the range on this thing? I want to make somebody in the top bowl real happy.
A lot.
It's like, can I go across? What? Hold on. What's a lot? Can I go like across top?
150 feet? I have no idea how long that is.
Okay, get the measuring tape. We need to figure this out.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Can somebody figure out the 150-foot radius from our casting booth?
Yeah.
We need to know who the lucky winners are
Someone
going to be.
in the crowd, wave your arm if you think you're about 150 feet
Who's
away.
at
They think they're about 150 feet away.
That is an ecstatic group of 150. Top bowl over here had a real chance. No excitement whatsoever. Not getting a t-shirt.
Not getting. Oh, they think they're 150 feet. Brother, you are 75 feet tops and you know it.
There's a good chance if we fire right there, they're getting snuffed out.
They're telling us there's a safety on this thing.
Not when it's in our hands.
Is it? Is it on?
It's already loaded. Okay, so I just gotta push the safety and fire.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
We gotta good to go?
I feel like
the safety is off.
No, the safety is on.
Safety's on.
Can we just take like a Men in Black-esque picture right now?
อะไรวะเนี่ย
Don't hum it.
Why didn't they give this to
นี่
us?
กูดูอะไรอยู่เนี่ย
Why weren't we part of the planning?
I'm
Okay,
gonna send
you're
mine
going this way.
Yeah, I'm
You've
gonna
got
send
to.
it this way.
Okay.
You want to fire it off first?
I mean, I guess. I will assassinate somebody in the front row if I go too close.
It can't be you.
We got to put a depth chart.
can't
Start
be
recording.
you.
We're going right over you here.
All right.
Here we go. I'm sorry, you guys are too close. That is a safety issue. Here we go. We're going. Oh, I see him. Single kid up there. Whoa!
Yeah, baby.
Well done, me. Well done, you. Single-handed grab. Put that.
Beautiful. Guy with the Swiffer. I'm
Yeah.
right at your head, buddy. All right. I don't know who's going to get this, but I'm sending it. Maybe the no look.
The no look? No.
No way!
A tragedy.
One more shot.
One more shot.
Give it.
Well, now you got to give me
now
one.
I know 150 feet.
Well, you got to go like over here.
Sorry, guys.
Load me up again. Load me up again.
Nothing I can do.
This is BS. He doesn't get two and I only get one. Malarkey.
แต่ถ้าคุณเจเจตอนนี้ยังขาดใบจั่วอยู่ป่ะเนี่ย
How much? Okay. How long do I have to hold this? 3 seconds. Better make it
5 นาที
All right, you ready? Oh, you want to do like a twofer, like all like one knee go low?
ลองย้ายเขาลงมาไหมเผื่อเขากด
It's
ผิด
gonna be a cool shot. This is definitely only about us.
You down.
Okay, where are you going? You going like this way?
ฮัลโหลคุณเจเจ
Ken already went that way. I'm heading this way.
You're heading this way? All right, I'm gonna go straight.
จริงด้วย
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
คุณเจเจยังขาดใบจั่วอยู่ป่ะเนี่ย
One. Go. Oh, didn't take the safety off. There we go. Oh my.
No.
I am the best. I look awesome. I look
กับพิน
awesome. What?
พี่นัทเขาผู้เล่น
No, he doesn't.
ผู้เล่นตีเก่าอะนะ
This gun doesn't even. It can't even shoot a T-shirt more than 41 feet. I have no idea how far a foot is.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
send
We
him
have
to
an
another interview.
We have another interview.
I'm taking that. I'm positive.
No shot. Zero.
Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with the t-shirt cannon. So while we're going to take a look at that, my name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Hannah, who showed up at 8 o'clock this morning for the Video Game Championship Finals tonight.
อ๋อวิดีโอเกม
Hannah,
ก่อน
how does it feel to be up this early for something that's happening a long time from now?
I'm really excited.
Can I make it worth your while at least?
Yeah.
All right. How well do you feel like you can pronounce Pokemon names?
I think I'm pretty good.
Audience, how well do you think you can pronounce Pokemon names? Yeah? Yeah? All right, here's what we're going to do, everybody. So, Hannah, we're going to show a Pokemon up on the Jumbotron, and you're going to get a chance to pronounce that Pokemon name first. When the answer is revealed, everybody, I want you all to just say it with me. I'll count you in. And then, Hannah, if you get them all right, we will have a prize for you that will not be fired out of a t-shirt cannon at close range. All right, here we go. Let's see that first Pokemon. How do you pronounce this Pokemon's name?
Drapion?
All right, let's see it up there. Audience, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Drapion.
นี่เราต้องมาดูโพลนาวโปเกมอนแล้วครับเนี่ย
Let's try again. Let's keep it going.
อะไรกันครับเนี่ย
Who's this Pokemon?
Illumise?
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Illumise. Ha, got you on that one. That is correct. That is actually correct. So, Hannah, do you want to take a moment to maybe recenter here? How you feeling?
A little nervous now.
That's okay. Do you know
ฉัน
reading
เริ่ม
is
กังวลแล้ว
actually
ครับ
very hard?
Yeah.
Do you know what happens when you play Pokemon games at a young age?
No.
You teach yourself how to read, and then you don't know how to say things.
Yeah.
That's what I did, so. All right, let's try this again. Let's see number 3. All right, we just saw a lot of this guy, right? Y'all were
เล
paying
ควา
attention,
ซ่า
right? I didn't have my coffee yet, so I actually don't know. All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza?
Oh, can we get a hint maybe, audience? You want to give a hint? All right, Hannah, who's that Pokemon?
Rayquaza?
All right, let's count her in.
Rayquaza.
1, 2, 3. Rayquaza! Yeah, Pokemon Unite has your back. We video games have to help each other out. All right, number 4. Who's this Pokemon? Okay, I think us VG players know this.
อะไรวะเนี่ย ฟอริจิรับเหรอ
I think that's right. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3. Farigiraf! Yeah! Fun fact, that's actually Girafarig scrambled around a bit, and it's actually very hard to spell. I did teach myself how to read. All right, let's go. This is going to be our final Pokemon here. And it's going to be, another VGC favorite.
King Gambit.
All right, is it
King.
King Gambit? Ready, everybody? 1,
King Gambit.
2, 3. King Gambit! Yay, Hannah, you got all of them right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it feel?
Really great.
All right, well, why don't we go ahead and see what your prize is? Wow, it's a t-shirt!
โอ้นี่มันเสื้อนี่นะ
I know you said you're here for the video game finals, so I have to ask you a couple of questions. Do you have a favorite going into the finals later on tonight?
Geo?
And why Geo?
I'm also local to DFW, so.
Awesome. And if you had any advice for Geo going into the finals, what would that be?
Don't lose.
Don't lose. You love to hear it. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching, or maybe some of your friends back in the audience?
Yeah, Scarlett, Alex, Scarlett, and Nathan are all here watching with me.
Awesome. Well, I hope that you have a lot of fun watching the rest of the games.
ไม่ธรรมตัวธรรมดา
All the way to VG Masters Finals later on in the day. That's it for me here for now. Why don't we go ahead and check in with Butters and Caleb, who are all ready to go.
ผมขายพี่ดีไปแล้ว ต้องไปขอซื้อพี่ดีเอา
Welcome, Pokemon trainers. We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon Go.
And on one
one side we have accolades
โปเกมอนโกด้วย
in Pokémon.
ไม่ใช่โปเกมอนตักด้วย เยี่ยมไปเลย
Most importantly, maybe a team composition advantage in Beelzeboy.
Yeah, and Beelzeboy, second ever World Championships, 4th place last year.
ยาวๆครับ
and
พี่
now is a top 2. Incredible feats. He is also the first ever representative from the India qualifiers last year.
อยากทำเหมือนกันนะแต่ทำไม่ได้
This year as well, so much pride and joy for this player from his region.
And if you've been paying attention this
ไอ้
season,
ตาย
you
เห็ด
have
จอร์ด
definitely seen Patoman. He was the 2025 European International Champion. He's also a regional champion in 2024 Gdansk. He is going for the triple crown here. Can he also become the world champion and join its accent and M.E. Weedle, who has already secured that?
And we talked about it all weekend. These two players have looked on a different level compared to everyone else on the stage. And that's exactly why they are going to be our final two players here for Pokemon Go. Patamon coming in on the winner's side there, hasn't lost a single series. And of course, Beelzeboy, the only person to take him down is the man sitting across from him on the tables. Let's see if he could get redemption.
Because of course, this is a rematch of the winners finals at the end of day number 2 on Saturday. And of course, Beelzeboy did go down 1-3 in that matchup. So Patamon secured that winner's side of the bracket. And in Pokemon Go, we have double elimination tournaments. So if Patamon is able to win this series, he will become the Pokemon Go World Champion. But if he loses, that means we will have a bracket reset because Beelzeboy and Patamon will be tied at 1 loss each, and we'll have another best of 5 for you to determine your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
That's right. And, you know, these are all, like you said, best of 5 games. Can go the distance all the way to 10 games like that first year we saw with Golden Hada and Dancing Rob. That would be absolutely epic. Let's not forget, you can also tie some games, so it might even go to 11 if you really want to push it.
Oh, absolutely. And Patamon, I talked about it at the start. He has the accolades. He has the experience. He is a former IC champion, a former regional champion, but he's also coming off a 3rd place performance at the North American International Championships, a finalist performance in Sevilla as well. He's been a finalist early on in his career. It's a trainer that has competed multiple times in championship series and has had a ton of success. I was going through his list of achievements. He barely ever gets out of the top 8 when he's ending a tournament. Incredibly impressive. And then Beelzeboy, remember, he qualified for the World Championships this season by placing top 4 last season in Hawaii. So this is a trainer that has been on this stage before at the World Championships, but a trainer we don't know as much about in championship series. It definitely has less reps than Patamon.
Yeah, he's only played 2 tournaments on the big stage and on broadcast, and that's actually at the World Championships in back-to-back years. You know, an interesting story here, Two Butters. At the end of Yokohama World Championships in 2023, I was walking out the venue. Everyone was being ushered out, right? The event was over. Someone comes up to me. First time I met him, he went as a spectator. He said, hey, like, I would love to compete here one day too. I didn't make it in the first 2 years, 2022, 2023. And look at him now. The following year, qualifying, being the only representative from India and getting 4th place, getting that auto qualification. He's back again, and now he has at least a top 2 finish. I can only imagine how he feels 2 years back, thinking that he would be here at the grand finals.
And we heard it when Jim was interviewing him. It means so much. Like you mentioned, he's one of 2 trainers from the India region to qualify within the India region. Of course, Beelzeboy did it from the World Championships, and I believe both those trainers did make it to Top Cut as well, which is incredibly awesome performance from that region. But Beelzeboy able to qualify from last season, but he represents so much. He was saying he represents all the friends he has here, but most importantly, he represents all the friends that he has back home. This means so much to him. We saw last season, he got a little bit frazzled toward the end of day number 2 to not make it to Championship Sunday. Now he has a night to reset, to just completely refresh, and I believe he has a team composition advantage, and most importantly, he had a night to prepare. He had a night to practice. So it could be a totally different situation here on Championship Sunday than we saw at the end
ก็
of day number 2.
ปกติแหละตอนแรกยังเล่นรำไม่เป็นแต่พอเล่นไปเรื่อยๆเรารู้ว่าต้องทำยังไงเด็กอะมันก็จะเล่นสนุกขึ้นไง
Are you ready for your Pokemon Go finals?
ใช่ผมเคยบอกแล้วไงว่าทำเด็กแล้วให้จัดเสร็จแล้วก็ลองเล่นไปก่อนแล้วเราจะรู้เองว่าจะปรับยังไงแฟนทอมแมนโปเกมอนโกมันมีสู้ด้วยนะผมมันโกเนี่ย
What to say to my opponent? Good luck. You're gonna need it. This is gonna be a fun match.
หรอGood game.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon Go finalists. First, let's make some noise. Your champion from Spain, Pokémon!
เมกูโปเกมอนโก
And from India, please welcome Beelzeboy! Just one quick moment with each of you. We want to talk to you about what's going through your head, what you need to do in this match. So as you head to your seat, what's going through your head right now, Pato Man?
I'm feeling really confident, honestly. I also want to play this final because Belzeboy is a friend of mine and also a teammate. So I hope he also enjoys the final and see what's going on.
Yes, we love that. Having fun with your friends is the point, right? What about you, Beelzeboy? What's going through your head?
I'm just here to play good games and put on a good show.
That sounds good to us too. Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for your Go finalists. Take your seats and we'll get right into this match.
All right, it is time for the 2025 Pokemon Go Grand Finals. We have Patamon, we have Beelzeboy. Patamon looking really
หน้า
confident
พอ
here.
โปเกมอนโกเสร็จก็น่าจะเป็นโปเกมอน VCG แล้วก็เป็นโปเกมอนเทรดดิ้งการ์ดเกมน่าจะอย่างนั้นแหละ
Highest level, put on an awesome performance. And remember, Patamon is super confident here, but he is a little bit vulnerable as well. He is coming off some losses, even though he won the matchup yesterday. I really believe anything can happen on Championship Sunday.
That's right. I mean, he said, you know, good luck, right, to his opponent. I
กลัวคนไม่ดูโปเกมอนแกขนาดเล่ได้เอาไว้ท้ายสุดเลย
good
เนี่ย
luck here because he has to beat Patamon not only once but in 2 series as well. Let's hear though from their friends and family here on the floor.
Jim Lawson here on the floor with friends and family for Beelzeboy as well as Patamon. We have Jorge, Patamon's father, as well as BJ, friend of Beelzeboy. We want to ask them a couple questions, maybe get to know them a little bit better and get some words of encouragement. Let's start with Jorge. Jorge, you have seen your son play Pokemon Go for many years now. Tell me about the evolution that you've seen as him as a battler now that we see him making it to the world stage.
¿Ha visto a tu hijo jugar durante muchos años? ¿Cuál es la evolución que ha visto en su progreso en el juego?
Bueno, una evolución grandísima, le ha puesto muchísimas ganas y bueno, desde que es pequeño y juega, pues la verdad que lo animamos mucho y nada, muy orgullosos de él.
He has a great progression. He put a lot of effort into it, and since he was a little kid, he's been playing and he loved it.
We love to hear that. For Beelzeboy, BJ, obviously we don't get to see quite as much of Beelzeboy as we do Patamon on the regional circuit. For trainers that are just meeting him for the first or second time, what can you tell me about who he is and his skills?
I mean, he top 4 World Championship last year, and now he is.
นี่คนไทยนี่สำเนียงไทยดีว่ะ
So that the consistency itself show how great of a batter he is, and I believe he will.
คนนี้คนไทยปะ
And hopefully have fun here.
Well, do you have any words of encouragement
ใช่
or advice that you'd like to give him ahead of this match?
The level of play we see from him yesterday.
Yesterday?
For example, against a match against another friend of mine
Yeah,
who
the
is
main
a
Thai.
player that is very good and I respect him a lot. Arrow.
the level of play Beauty Boy have been playing and how he won that set against Arrow is just
ไปไหน
perfect.
มาเนี่ยช่างบอล
If he keep that up, I'm not worried, and I think he got.
เนี่ยไปเติมอยู่คนเดียว
We've seen some impossible victories, it seems like, from Beelzeboy. We'll see if he can keep it up. All right, Jorge, I wanted to ask you as well. How are you feeling ahead of this match? Obviously, you're seeing your son participate in the biggest match of his life. What are your emotions like right now?
¿Cómo te sientes ahora cuando está en el partido más importante de su vida?
No hay palabras, nervioso, emocionado, agradecido y tremendamente, bueno.
There's no words, like he's really nervous, thankful to Pokémon, and there's no words.
Any final words of encouragement, Jorge, for your son? Anything you want to tell him before he locks into his match?
Las últimas palabras para tu hijo.
Pues nada, muchísima suerte, que le ponga lo mejor
Any
de
last
sí
words?
y nada, que hagan un buen encuentro, los dos.
Good luck, to do his best effort,
Good luck.
and go for it.
All right, well, that's all we have. These trainers are getting ready. Let's hear it from the crowd. Who's excited for the Pokemon Go World Championships? All right, we're going to go ahead and kick it back to the casters. Caleb Butters, take us in.
Thank you, Jim. It's fantastic to hear from friends and family of these top tier players. You know, I spoke a lot about Beelzeboy, but Potamon, we've watched him grow really in the circuit, and he's always been good at this game. First ever tournament, second place, and then second tournament at World Championships in 2023.
อยู่ดีอะไรอยู่ดีก็กินแมวเงี้ยเหรออะไรมันช่างบอลอะ
Another second place in fourth tournament, he wins his first regional title. Now, I think reflecting on last year, he definitely went through some ups and downs, right? Maybe not performing to his own standard after that first regional win, getting 81st place, only going 1 and 2 in last year's World Championships. But this year, he's on a completely different level. He's always been good at this game, but he's even better now. Getting second place at a regional, winning the European International Championships, getting third place at a North American International Championship, and now at least a top 2 at World Championships. It's so amazing to watch this young man grow to the player he is today. And honestly, you cannot be nothing but happy for him.
And that's why it was amazing to see from his father there, because we've seen the
เนี่ย
emotional
มี
moments between his parents.
มีลิสต์อยู่เนี่ย
We all remember at the 2025
เอ้ยมี
International Championships
มีฮักกันเนลด้วย
embraced his family. He has so much support. He's been through so much on his Pokemon journey. And remember, these are 2 young phenoms in the championship.
ไม่ไหวแล้ว
Beelzeboy is a young trainer as well. He has the heart
สวั
of
สดี
a
ครับ
champion. Can he prove it here today?
Yeah.
And this team, I believe, actually has the team composition advantage against Paddleman.
อย่างว่าแหละรอดูการ์ดไม่มาทีหลับเลยแล้วกัน
Advantage coming from that winner's side, so that Beelzeboy has not only beaten once in a best of 5, but twice in a best of 5. And I don't know if anyone in the world is capable of doing it, but if there is one, it is going to be Beelzeboy. And you heard him talk earlier too. Their friends, their teammates, they know each other well. And look at the accomplishments under their belts.
And we just have to break down this matchup for you all. I said it's a team composition advantage because Beelzeboy has a Galarian Moltres. And if you look at Paddleman's team, there is no Pokemon on his team that counters
ไอ้2ตัวนั้นน่ะที่น่าจะมี
Pokemon that can beat it in even Protect Shield situations. They are the Golisopod, the Cradilly, and the Fortress. Guess what? All 3 of those Pokemon get countered by the Shadow Annihilate, and the only counter for that Shadow Annihilate of Beelzeboy is the Galarian Corsola, which gets countered by the Galarian Moltres. Beelzeboy is in a commanding position, I believe, in this series to dictate the tempo. Galarian Corsola is going to be utilized over and over again for Potamon, I believe, but let's hear it, Anaheim. We're about to get this 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships started. We got the Lapras into that Shadow Steelix.
ไหนดูซิเล่นไงโปเกมอนโก
It's going to be super effective.
อะไรอ่ะแข่งกันเนี่ยเหรอ
Sparkling Aria damage from the Lapras.
โอ้โห
Range damage add up. Lapras almost in the yellow at this point, almost half health. In comes the Psych Fangs. Guaranteed to deep up defenses of this Lapras, making this matchup worse and worse for Potamon the longest into it. But he's going to leave. He's going to clear the debuff. He brings in Galarian Corsola, but in comes the Galarian Moltres, the hardest counter for it.
And this is the problem I was talking
ไอ้
about. But at least
ไอ้อย่างนี้นี่แข่งได้ด้วยเนี่ยอะไรครับเนี่ย
Power Gem into Beelzeboy and actually picks up the Protect Shield. Why not? Why not invest into this Galarian Moltres? It's so strong against Padaman's team regardless.
ไม่แนะนำเท่าไหร่
About to reach for the fly to knock out this Galarian Corsola.
Oh, and he goes
มันใบของพวกเวลซีอ่ะ
Oh, no way!
Slight miscue from Beelzeboy. It's going to be shielded up, and Panama's going to fight for switch advantage.
And now he's going to go for the next power gem. Has to give up the second protect shield, but it's not terrible. You might be able to sucker punch down. Remember, Padamon's switch timer is getting close to back up, but it looks like you're going to get that full sucker punch down here, and you're going to bank so much energy, you're probably going to get that protect shield.
Oh! He catches the resistance sparking Aria on his own Lapras, banking the Brave Bird for later. What a huge play from Beelzeboy.
Not very effective on that Lapras.
เฮ้ยเปลี่ยนเป็นแกงก้าวะ
There was able to swap out. Now there are no protect shields remaining. That Kanto Marowak has the rock slide that will be super effective, but first has to give up his protect shield against the super effective sparkling Aria, and the switch timers are not up for Beelzeboy, so he is just sitting there. He's gonna bank up extra energy, throw the rock slide, which will surely knock out.
Expert maneuvering from Beelzeboy, forcing Patamon to bring the ground type into the water type. You're
โอ้
putting yourself
ซู
in
เปอ
a
ร์เอฟเฟกต์แตก
could not stay in that situation here, and now comes another Brave Bird, enough to KO the Shadow Marowak. Beelzeboy in a
ติด
commanding
บล็อกก่อน
position.
ป่ะเพิ่งลงมา
Padamon's side does not
ไม่
have a
ติดเลย
sparkling Aria banked
อู้
yet.
เฮฟวี่ดาเมจ
Ice Beam goes to Brave Bird. Here's a third Brave Bird here, as Beelzeboy is going to take a commanding victory here in game number 1 of this grand finals.
And there it is, the Galarian Moltres. There's no answer on Paddleman's team. And if there is an answer, it's weak to Shadow Annihilate.
นี่
Beelzeboy takes
ตึงเลยครับ
number 1 of this series in a commanding fashion. How about Beelzeboy even banking up a little extra energy before throwing that Brave Bird on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, knowing exactly his energy count. He is on point.
คิวเขาหนักมากเลย
Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier.
ยาว
Maybe
ยาว
The Brave Bird was a little bit too much there, but instead, he doesn't care. He gets so much mileage out of this Galarian Moltres. That flying dark typing so strong, and that combo play, expecting Patamon to go for it too. To outplay Patamon is no easy feat, but Beelzeboy here, he's locked and ready and trying to go for that bracket reset.
And bringing that Shadow Steelix in the lead, also really strong against some of those bug types that could defeat the Galarian Moltres. So early on, Beelzeboy showed his hand that he's actually going to protect his Galarian Moltres, not with the Shadow Annihilate, because remember, at the end of day number 1 in the winners finals, he was heavily leaning on that Shadow Annihilate. Now he had a night to practice. It looks like he has a new strategy here on Championship Sunday. He's deciding to protect that Moltres with that Thunderfang Shadow Steelix.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we didn't see as much Galarian Moltres in their series yesterday. Patamon did take that 3-1 victory over Beelzeboy. And I think it was really because Patamon was bringing that Fortress a lot. Kind of a soft answer to that Moltres, but really good with shield advantage or shields up there. The bug bite damage just chews through that dark flying type, and you have the super effective Rock Tomb to throw at it. You can even bait with the Sand Tomb to guarantee the debuff on the defense as well. So a debuff machine from that Fortress. Let's see how Patamon's going to make that adjustment. You said it yesterday too, right? Shadow Steelix, one of your favorite picks here in this meta. But I mean, look at the teams. There's what? 2 overlapping Pokemon. This meta is so wide here, and both players implementing their own strategies here to find their win conditions.
Well, I like the decision because it seems quite hard to bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Galarian Corsola into the battle. But Patamon did do that in game number 1 because both of those Pokemon get countered by the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is going to see a ton of action here on Championship Sunday as we are locked into battle number 2. We have the Galarian Corsola versus the Lapras. And you know what's crazy here? You might think the Galarian Corsola wins that matchup. Actually, swapping,
Why you?
you can win that matchup with the Lapras, but Beelzeboy decided to say swap his Moltres.
I love this play too.
Try.
Drawing out the Credilli, freeing up that Lapras for later. One of the hardest answers to that Lapras, knowing that Patamon is likely.
ไม่มีคนไทยเข้าไปเลยใช่ไหม
First shield is going to be used from Patamon. Wants to shield up the damage before the debuff comes through from this Rock Tomb. Beelzeboy going for a shield as well. Can he flip this matchup? Is the real question here.
Yes.
Did come in with a Sucker Punch energy advantage.
He absolutely can. At this point, you can take the charge attack here. It is the fly. Is he going to try to call it? It could be the Brave Bird, though. Is Patamon going to double protect you to try to take out the biggest threat of the Galarian Moltres? No! What a call by Patamon to let the fly go. It swap your own Lapras if you'd like, if you're Beelzeboy.
Yeah, this Lapras is locked in here, and in comes his own Lapras. Doesn't catch the energy, but Padaman can only throw resistant damage. I love this play from Beelzeboy, saving the hard-hitting Brave Bird for later, clearing his debuffs, and knowing that Padaman, even if he wins this matchup, is not going to get as much out of this Lapras, only throwing resistant charge attacks.
And this is not over, though, for Padaman, because you do have that Galarian Corsola in the back. You have a protect shield advantage. If you can take out this Moltres somehow, some way, the Galarian Corsola will actually beat the Shadow Steelix in every single neutral situation. Even though that Shadow Steelix has the crunch, which is super effective, Galarian Corsola just outbulks it unless it gets baited on a Psychic Phase or something like that. So I think Padaman is definitely not out of it as he tries to swap. It is unsuccessful, and now the Sparkling Aria is going to be coming through, and more importantly, the Switch Timer is back up for Beelzeboy.
And Beelzeboy might swap right over to that Galarian Corsola. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's lowering it on energy as well. He's going to throw the fly. Shields are still remaining on Padaman. He's going to shield the fly, the lesser damage move. Beelzeboy recognizing it as well, but the Power Gem's reach. I think Padaman's going to mess around too much. In comes the Power Gem to KO the Galarian Moltres. However, you still have the Steelix in the back, and Steelix has fantastic matchups against everything in the back of this. Here comes the Lapras going for the Ice Beam, the harder hitting move. Padaman has no chance to swap out.
And this might not knock out the Galarian Corsola here. Can it endure? And yes, it does, but your timer is not back up. That is devastating for Padaman because Beelzeboy is able to get a little bit more energy here. The Lapras, though, is going to be able to come in, and that's terrible for Beelzeboy because he's baked the double Sparkling Aria. One will be super effective. The double is going to be coming up. That's definitely going to be a knockout.
Padaman, Shake is nodding his head. He knows his win conditions. He found a way, and we're going to have an even series 1-1.
What plays from Padaman here, knowing that you have the team composition disadvantage. He is just bouncing around the battlefield, getting protect shields down. There seems to be a theme here from Beelzeboy. Beelzeboy is double protect shielding his Galarian Moltres every single battle. Padaman sniffed that out, and he was able to adapt, adjust, and win that game number 2.
And that's the thing with Padaman's gameplay, right? He's finding win conditions and saying, you know what, I had a fantastic lead, but I'm going to give up switch advantage. I'm going to use the shield advantage to my advantage there. After debuffing the Galarian Moltres twice, he knows that Beelzeboy has to give up his own switch advantage there because he's already debuffed. He doesn't want to stay in, throw energy into the bulky Lapras. I thought this was going to be pretty tough for Padaman at this stage, but just dancing on the switch timers really well, and his own Lapras saving that energy for later. The double Sparkling Aria was everything he needed before getting Thunder Bang down from the Steelix.
You know, it kind of seemed to me, like I mentioned, Beelzeboy had a lot of time to prepare for this matchup. He obviously lost to Padaman yesterday. He probably put in some scrims, put in some work to have a different strategy. He saw that lead matchup of Galarian Corsola into his Lapras, and he instantly swapped. So I think he knew, this is my strategy. If I see the Corsola here, I will say swap Moltres. But that Lapras can actually defeat the Galarian Corsola in neutral situations, even though you're taking super effective power gems. Lapras is the best neutral answer to Galarian Corsola on Beelzeboy's entire team. So in my opinion, if you find that early on, you might just want to utilize it. Lapras is actually the safest pick, I believe, on both of these trainers' team pretty much.
Yeah, the bulky water ice type. And Padaman bringing that Corsola in both games 1 and 2, risking that terrible matchup against that Galarian Moltres because he's so fearful of that Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Annihilate without checks, with 2 shields up, can just absolutely punch through your entire team. Let's see if Beelzeboy finally brings that Shadow Annihilate or not. We saw him bring it yesterday in the Winners Finals. He hasn't brought it out yet in Grand Finals, but this may be the game where he surprises Padaman and finally brings out his ace up his sleeve.
A quick refresher of what's on the line for these trainers. Padaman is already an international champion, already a regional champion. If he becomes the world champion, he is in rarefied air, and he is 2 games away. But can Beelzeboy bounce back and reset this bracket? We're in game number 3. We got the Lapras in the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A fantastic lead for Beelzeboy. The super effective Sparkling Aria going to dish out a ton of damage, but with shields up, this Marowak is hitting hard too. Tries to go for a catch, doesn't get it, and in comes the Steelix, but this might be what Padaman wants. Double water in the back, able to potentially even grab shield from from the Steelix, and you get the Marowak lined up against Steelix later as a potential, freeing up that Golisopod.
And this Shadow Steelix Thunderfang just wears on this Lapras here. The Lapras is going to be able to throw the super effective damage. Probably one of these are going to get no Protect Shield from Beelzeboy. Will he triple down on his strategy? The double Protect Shield that Galarian Moltres, he definitely could do
มันดูสนุกไงว่าในเกมมันโกรธนะงงมาก
and get knocked out. You can absolutely sucker punch down. I actually expect Beelzeboy to just let this go for sucker punch down.
Exactly.
Galarian Moltres is so strong. Why not use it?
He has two answers. He can even sidewave down this Lapras. That would put Patamon in such a hole because you have so much energy. Instead, he does bring in the Galarian Moltres, gets the full farm down without the Sparkling Aria, and this Marowak has it bait perfectly or land a super effective rock slide. First Bone Club's going to come through. It is a bait. Does Beelzeboy call it on the biggest stage? He's thinking, and he calls it! Double resistant Bone Club!
Wow, ridiculous on the biggest stage possible. Alive in the arena. It is double, not very effective. He's banging it again, and he does Protect Shield this one. Now it's 50-50, but that means Patamon at least had to use less energy there. You're at the double fly if you're Beelzeboy. You can never swap out to your Golisopod to soak this energy because it's super effective.
Patamon's only answer here is the Shadow Kanto Marowak landing a rock slide. Otherwise, you're in so much trouble. But the back-to-back fly is coming through. Patamon putting everything on the line for the Shadow Marowak. I don't think he's going to be able to land it.
Oh no, he's walked. But there's no shields remaining, and he's going to outpace to the fly. That is devastating for Patamon here. This is going to be super effective and some heavy damage into Golisopod.
That's a one-hit knockout, and Moltres is going to be the MVP for Beelzeboy so far in this Grand Finals. He gets a sucker punch down. He's one game
เกมการ์ดดวง50อยู่แล้ว
And Beelzeboy has used every single Protect Shield in this series on one Pokemon. He has used it all on his Galarian Moltres, all 5 of them. He didn't even need to use his 6-1 in that battle. Now he is one game away from resetting this and having the opportunity to win another best of 5 to be the grand champion. And this is where it gets tough for Patamon. Remember, Patamon just came off an NAIC performance where he was top 3. He then went 2-3, 2-3 in back-to-back series. He also is coming off Sevilla, where he went 0-6 against the same trainer HK Assassin to get second place. How does he adapt here? How does he overcome that to bounce back and become that Pokemon Go World Champion?
What a performance so far from both these players too. And for those that are confused, why did he even bring in the
น่าไปนะเป็น VGT แล้วนะ
He was hoping that his only win condition is Beelzeboy going for that combo play with the Lapras with energy banks. And if he did that,
ก็ VGT ผมโอเคอยู่
Sparkling Aria has the rock slide loaded for later. He might have a win condition, but Beelzeboy, he was ready. He didn't fall.
ปีที่แล้วสินะ
He carried himself with that Galarian Moltres.
ช่างหมุนปีที่แล้ว ก็คือรอเลยเถอะ
And right now, Beelzeboy has not been showing Shadow Annihilate. Does Patamon adjust here and start bringing Fortress, Golisopod, and Cradilly? Those are going to be your 3 best neutral answers to Galarian Moltres. But you can't run that against the Shadow Annihilate. But you have not been seeing that this series. You saw it yesterday. It's not coming today. So does Patamon make that adjustment, bring the Golisopod, the Cradilly, or the Fortress? Let's see as we are in this game number 4. Beelzeboy is 1 game away from resetting, and there it is. There's that Fortress in the back for Patamon.
And this Fortress has clunky matchups, but it does have play into everything on the side of Beelzeboy. Can we see any potential catches is the question, but the problem is all this energy is going to be at least neutral damage on both sides, so even catches energy is not going to be the best. In fact, it might be even better for the one that lands the Sparkling Aria, because right now you're just throwing resistance Sparkling Aria at each other. Charge Attack Party does go to Patamon. That can be crucial for future matchups later.
And will the alignment matter here? Yes. The alignment in the back matters a lot for Patamon specifically. He wants no part of that Galarian Moltres with his Galarian Corsola. So I believe he's going to try to invest to win this switch advantage in the lead to ensure you have that Fortress versus the Moltres in the back line.
Let's see if either trainer is going to pivot out with one Sparkling Aria Bank. It can be crucial. Both have the back-to-back. Do they throw it? It's going to be Beelzeboy that throws the Sparkling Aria first.
เด็กแล้วเนี่ยบานาน่าคือลาคอตตา
Tank this. I think he can. It's not going to KO.
Oh, he does.
Can he swap out? Oh, he gets sidewave down. The one-turn damage is going to register before he can press the charge attack. He brings in the Corsola, and in comes the Moltres.
But this is good for Patamon. He's actually avoiding his worst matchup. And Galarian Corsola is really strong against Steelix in the back. The problem is, if Beelzeboy can get a Protect Shield advantage, it's going to be tough to win against Psychic Fangs and Thunder Fang pressure in the back. No Protect Shield. Here comes the Rock Tomb. I'm shocked at that no Protect Shield, because now this Fortress is getting so low.
He's going for the undercharge, actually. Wants to leave it with some extra energy. The shield's going to be used from Beelzeboy, but if he can take out this Fortress, he can permanently debuff that Corsola for later with the Steelix, and that would put Patamon in such a hole. Another fly comes through. Does Patamon finally spend a shield here? He did shield earlier. He's not going to shield now. Everything on this Galarian Corsola. Can he do it? Or can Beelzeboy reset the bracket? He is so close. He swaps in. Tries to catch the power chip. Doesn't quite get it, but he's still in such a commanding position.
That would have been heavily resisted by that Shadow Steelix. Instead, takes the Nightshade. Galarian Corsola has been the best Pokemon for Patamon all tournament long. It is the best Pokemon in this matchup versus Beelzeboy. Can it do the impossible and full sweep this backline? Here is the Psychic Fang bait. Does he try to call it? Yes! He calls the bait, but it's so dangerous. You're so low health. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining, but now you're in risk of getting knocked out by fast attack pressure as well.
You saw Beelzeboy. He cracked a smile.
Beelzeboy.
He thinks he can fast attack down this Galarian Corsola. He is almost there.
ไม่รู้
Another
เล
Psychic
ย
Phase coming through. Absolutely brutal. Patamon finally spending his shield here, but he's already in the red. I don't even know if he has time for a second shield, but he knows there's energy on the Moltres. He's doing everything he can here, but I don't
This is going to be close, Caleb. It's going to be so close. The Nightshade is able to knock out the Steelix, but can he astonish down? Wait, no, Moltres just had an attack the whole time and can Sucker Punch, and that means
ใครชนะ
Beelzeboy has now reset
โอเคจบแล้ว
the bracket. We got a brand new best of 5, ladies and gentlemen.
What a first series from Beelzeboy. He got 3-1 yesterday and came back today with a vengeance, prepared for his one and final opponent this year. The only person to take him out of that winner's bracket, and now they are only the respective trainers
ตัดใจ
taking
แล้วเหร
each
อ
other out. As we take a
How
look at
about
here,
this, Caleb?
absolutely huge.
After this, he went for one Psy Wave. We didn't see it there. He went for an extra Psy Wave instead of throwing his Sparkling Aria, and it wasted all of that energy, which could have been a factor in the end game. An early and uncommon mistake from Patamon.
Yeah, you know, thinking that he could hang out, he did survive, but because the sidewave damage costs 1 turn at the same time you're throwing a charge attack, if the damage is enough to knock you out, you will not be able to throw that charge attack. Absolutely brutal for Patamon. The backline did not look great for him either, and just put him so far behind. Beelzeboy. We got a bracket reset in the grand finals. The last time this happened was in 2022, London. The last 2 years were just 3-1 performances from both players on the winner's side. We have a series on our hands.
And we got to talk about this right now, because coming into this matchup, we had experience versus determination and team composition advantage. How many times did we see on stage yesterday Beelzeboy lose the lead composition and still win the game? Now, you give him a night to prepare, he has a completely different strategy. In the winners finals, he was showing Shadow Annihilate over and over.
ไอเอ็นเนี่ยแหละอินโดนีเซียเหรอ
He thinks he doesn't even need to use it in this matchup. And now, suddenly, we are tied here. Whoever wins this series will be your 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion.
And, you know, I said it. It's not easy to be Patamon in general. Not a best of 3, not a best of 5, not 2 best of 5s, but Beelzeboy is making it look easy. He's trying to be the one person to be able to do it. That has never happened to Patamon, to my knowledge, to date. Even at European International Championships, he got the bracket reset on him, but he came back with an absolute vengeance in the series reset. I was either a 3-0 or 3-1. Let's see if he can dig deep and make history repeat itself here on the biggest stage at World Championships. Let's go. Let's kick it off. The second series, the bracket reset here for Pokemon Go World Championships.
And if Patamon is able to bounce back in this series and become world champion, join the triple crown of its Accent and M.E. Weedle, he will have deserved it, because this is such an up
but if anyone can do it, he can. And let's go, Anaheim. We got a fresh series here. We
ไม่จบ
got
เลยกันเนี่ย
Shadow Steelix in the Cradilly. And remember, this is an acid Cradilly, so this is better for the Shadow Steelix now.
Yeah, this is a really weird matchup because both are throwing resistant fast attacks. But Beelzebub going straight for the debuff, wants to start whittling down the health bar of this Cradilly. This is a good position for him to be in. He does not want the Cradilly on the Lapras. He does not want it on the Moltres. In fact, he gets exactly where it is. No shields, a Rock Tomb, a debuff Rock Tomb, but it's only resistant, doing absolutely no damage.
That is fascinating to me. Remember, both these trainers had the night to prepare, so Patamon knows exactly what he's doing here. He could have done the neutral grass type attack. Instead, he threw a rock type attack, which is resisted, but does debuff the opponent. But this looks terrible for Patamon here. You're going to be able to get the double grass knot. Maybe that's the win condition.
He gets the resistant grass knot on his Moltres here. Beelzebub so locked in. There's the back-to-back move though. Does Patamon go for it? He goes for now the super effective Rock Tomb. This is going to be pretty obvious for Beelzebub.
This is so good though for Patamon because now he can Rock Tomb, swap into another Pokemon that has Rock Tomb, and Rock Tomb again. And then also, your Galarian Corsola does not have to meet the Moltres in the back. That is such a huge swing in momentum for Patamon in this series.
And he has the shield advantage as well, so he can make a lot out of this. There's only a debuff fly. He knows shields as well. He knows what's up. He's at the Rock Tomb. He's going for so many bug bites, going for more even. And Beelzebub going for the back-to-back fly. Do we see the final shield? First shield from Patamon. It is going to be used. A lot of value here. He has so much energy. His energy goes somewhere into everything. In comes the Steelix back again. Super effective Rock Tombs, super effective damage. Not a lot of damage, but you're going to debuff the defense every single time.
And look at that damage of the bug bite from the Fortress. And now you go for the back-to-back Sand Tomb. Remember, Beelzebub did have that crunch bank. He decided not to throw it on charge attack priority. Can he get the full Thunder Fang down here? No, the pivot into the Corsola, but now going for the huge bait. If you're able to pick up a Protect Shield on a Psychic Fang,
นี่
that can
โดน
change.
จัดเรื่องอะไรอ่ะ
And Patamon calls it. No shield on the Psychic Fangs, but remember, you have another opportunity to throw a Psychic Fangs or a Crunch before you get knocked out. Decided to go for the super effective Crunch.
Wait.
Another no shield.
And his defense is debuffed, so this super effective Crunch is going to do even more damage. And, oh, maybe a miscue. You can see on his face, did not like to see that. Look at the health bars. Everything in the red on his line. And you got the Poké Lapras still to contend.
อะไรครับเนี่ย
He's gonna just be able to sideway through everything. Trying to swap. It didn't matter. He wasted the energy. What a play by Beelzebub.
100 energy out the window for Patamon. Absolutely brutal. Gets to the sparkling area as well. You spend this final shield. There's no shields left.
ต้องชิลแล้วมั้ง
Sideway down, but what
วันนี้ไม่ชิลด้วยแตก
He's going to let it go. And looks like Beelzebub is going to pick up another win here in the grand finals.
อะไรนะ
Wow. Beelzebub is playing out of his mind here on Championship Sunday.
ก็เหมือนเดิม
Put on the pressure with that Shadow Steelix. Now he is just 2 games away from being your world champion. How about the adjustment? He showed Shadow Annihilate now.
รีเซ็ต
He's
เฉย
relying on the Shadow Steelix. And even in that battle, Patamon swapped. He played the Cradilly and Fortress to try to counter that Galarian Moltres. It still wasn't enough because of catches like these.
Absolutely wild plays from Beelzebub. That's 3 straight wins in this grand finals. 2 from the last series, 1 here right now, making incredible catches.
ไม่เกี่ยวดิไอ้กรอบม่วงๆในช่องบอล
These are plays that you just don't see coming because you don't know
กรอบ
what he's
ม่วงๆนี่มันเหมือนเป็นเหมือนติดเชื้อโรคติดเชื้ออย่างหนึ่งในกรอบรูปโปเกมอน
100 energy. He has to throw something sometime. And then the super effective Crunch. And look at this. Absolutely brutal. Doesn't get the move off at all. That's so much energy down the drain.
And Patamon has so much on the line here. He's already one of the best trainers in Pokemon Go Championship Series history. But if he can get that triple crown, get that World Championships, and also talking about his Pokemon journey, bounce back from his last 2 performances. His last 2 performances including a back-to-back 2-3 where he lost in winners and losers finals, and then an 0-6 against HK Assassin where maybe HK Assassin had the team composition advantage. Can he learn from those moments and overcome them to be a Pokemon master?
Sitting across from him, his Beelzebub. So much unknown with this player. His Indian qualifiers that he's played in an APAC qualifier the first year in 2022 and 3 Indian qualifiers since. none of them were broadcasted. A lot of his opponents, you know, didn't even know too much about him until last year when he won that Indian qualifier in 2024. The first and only representative from that Indian qualifier last year getting 4th place. So many people were like, whoa, we need to know who this is. And this year, one of only 2 players to come from that Indian qualifier, and again, another top 4 performance, a top 2, maybe even a top 1. He is so respected in this region that Massimo here, the one that won the qualifier this year, built a team just to beat Beelzebub in case he phases him here. Here we go, game number 2 of this bracket reset. It's going to be the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras.
Do we see the instant pivot? No! Beelzebub instant pivoted before, actually this time throwing a couple sideways and then pivoting, getting the energy advantage against this Cradily, meaning that he's going to get to the charge attacks first before the AR debuff, going for the fly here. Is he going to repeat his strategy? Just double protection of the Galarian
ไม่ช็อตได้2 นิ้วกดปะ
using that strategy all day long to great effect. I think he's going to do it once again.
This is a really good play from Beelzebub because he shields it up. Even if it wasn't a break for landing, he can
ไม่น่าเกี่ยวมันต้องเป็นโทรศัพท์มันต้องมาตรฐานเดียวโทรศัพท์มันต้องมาตรฐานเดียวกันปกติ
a debuff fly, which is much worse than the first fly, or just give up switch advantage. He's going for charge attack priority. He's going to throw it. Does Pokémon spend a shield now? He does. He shields the debuff fly instead.
Well, now you're going to be able to double debuff the Galarian Moltres.
ใช่
That was charge attack priority, which is determined by the attack of each Pokemon. Galarian Moltres.
แล้วมันจะโกงยังไงมันโกงไม่ได้รีเซ็ตน่าจะบางอย่างอะต้องรอจบแล้วค่อยย้อนดูพรุ่งนี้แล้วกันนะ
Trying to get the power gem first, but remember, there is a switch available. Beelzebub is shaking his head at that one because he didn't throw the charge attack or swap.
A slight miscue from Beelzebub. As you remember, he stayed in a little too long with the Lapras into Corsola. So Corsola had some energy coming into that matchup. And now comes the Shadow Steelix here. Is this the opening Pokémon needs? Beelzebub going for just more Psychic Bangs. Doesn't throw a move yet.
And remember, he already used both of those Protect Shields. This is going to be the Nightshade. Does he try to catch the back Nightshade on the Lapras when it is available? He does have his switch available. Throwing the Crunch on charge attack priority. Does Patamon? Yes, he does Protect Shield this. I love this play because I think it did register as charge attack priority. So if you can land this Nightshade, that means you are going to guarantee, and there is a debuff on that Crunch, but you guarantee you waste all this energy against Steelix. Now Beelzebub only has his Lapras. Patamon has a Lapras and has two other Pokemon as well.
Yeah, this is absolute brutal. This is pretty much GG's for
หักกันเองฉัน
here. 3 balls
ลาพัดเจอลาพัด
incoming. There is only a Lapras left on the side of Beelzebub, but there's a full health Lapras and 2 other Pokemon still healthy in the back here. First Sparkling Aria going to do some resistance damage, but I think both players are starting to prepare for this next game 3.
And Patamon's going to be throwing a lot of not very effective damage. This battle will still continue, but remember, Patamon does have that Galarian Corsola with low health, does have Cradily to throw some chip damage, and this is a mirror situation. Usually when you're in a mirror situation, even energy, even shields with the same Pokemon, they will knock each other out. So Patamon having those extra Pokemon in the back is a huge advantage for him, and that's why he's going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
Yeah, and absolutely the game, the win that Patamon needed. He needed to slow down this momentum, this absolute train that Beelzebub has been on. This is everything that he needs to get back into this game. We have another tied series, 1-1 in this final best of 5.
And Patamon picks up his first win of this series. We are tied. It doesn't get any better than this, and it doesn't get any tougher than this for these trainers. You saw over and over again Beelzebub putting his hands
L นี่คืออะไรแพ้เหรอ
really messed up in that game. We saw him slip a little bit at last year Worlds against Inadequance.
ไม่ใช่
He made a bad play and kind of unraveled a little bit.
ไม่ใช่ลิโอเนลเมสซี่เกี่ยวเหี้ยอะไร
Story this season, he has been so determined, showed so much grit, and he's already bounced back from yesterday. If anyone can stop the unraveling, it is Beelzebub this season.
Yeah, but stopping Patamon
โอ้ย
is no easy
ตี3ตี4ไอ้หนุ่ม
inch. He's going to take a mile, and you can see here too, he knows he has so many win conditions at this point in time too. All shields down, a Lapras in the back, full health. He takes
อันนี้พูดจริงหรือมึงประชด
Beelzebub, he's still playing really well too, but this is what happens if you make the smallest of mistakes. Patamon is going to run away with it too. And that's why he's been so good this entire season, maybe even his entire career. Like you said yesterday, seems like he's always sitting on that winner's side. And for once, he actually isn't. They're both in this
เกมคณิตศาสตร์
bracket reset, but that is just how few and far in between his
ซูเปอร์เอฟเฟกตีฟเมื่อไหร่ก็นั่นแหละแตกไม่ดิไม่เอฟเฟกตีฟเดี๋ยวต้องคริติคอลฮิต
Championship Sunday, but all Patamon needs to do is just bounce back.
ต่อให้คุณเก่งแค่ไหนครับก็คุณก็แพ้คริติคอลฮิต
He's the world champion. Yes, he's in an uphill battle. Yes, he maybe has a team composition disadvantage, but he's done it yesterday. He's won an international championship. He's won a regional. He is one of our most talented trainers. He can bounce back here, and I'm fascinated to see one adjustment in particular. Does Beelzeboy ever go back to the Shadow Annihilate? He has not shown it at all. It's a really strong Pokemon against Patamon's team. There is only one hard counter, which is the Corsola, but he hasn't brought it yet. Does he bring it here with his dreams on the line?
We are about to go into game number 7. 6 games without that Shadow Annihilate. Let's see if he finally brings it. One of the most polarizing, strongest Pokemon in this meta. Oh, here it is! And it catches
ไม่นะก็คนดูคนเดิมนะเขาแค่ดูไปเรื่อยๆแค่นั้นนะ
And the Cradily instantly has to swap your double
มัน
resistance.
ไม่เปลี่ยน
This is not terrible though, because
สลับเหรอ
you meet the Gliscopod with the Moltres. Gliscopod can win this matchup, but all that damage from the Sucker Punch is adding up here, and Beelzeboy knows that he can just let this Aqua Jet go, and wait a second.
It's
Oh, there is the Corsola. There still is the Corsola in the back. So if Beelzeboy does lose the alignment here, if he has this Shadow Annihilate versus Corsola, that could spell trouble.
Patamon's going to try to flip switch advantage, but I don't think he's able to do it, especially with the Shadow Claw variant of that Gliscopod. Beelzeboy knows that as well. Does he give up switch advantage? I don't think so. He has such a commanding position right now because he not only can take out this Gliscopod, he can still dish out some damage against the Cradily too.
Oh, Patamon could have double shielded there because he was right near the Aqua Jet. Decided to not double shield, and because he could have countered with the double shield as well. So now instead, trying to come in with the Cradily, the full acid down, but you don't get there. Galarian Moltres is such a force, and he barely holds on to reach the Brave Bird. Patamon, does he use his last Protect Shield of the battle? Yes!
That's going to be huge, but he is still down. He doesn't have switch advantage. He doesn't have shield advantage either. Beelzeboy knows he can tank one Grass Knot, no problem. And this Shadow Annihilate is still a super effective damage.
อุ้ย อุ้ยเปลี่ยนหนีเลย
Shield advantage still.
And because he was able to take that alignment here, he can match up against this Galarian
ยี่เมื่อกี้เปลี่ยนหนีเลย
Power Gym, no problem. It's super effective, but Lapras has all that bulk. Decides to use the
Ah,
Protect
yeah.
Shield early here. There are no Protect Shields remaining, but there is a swap available for both trainers. Going for the Ice Beam here, a crucial factor.
Ah.
You need to land an Ice Beam and a Sparkling
อุ้ย
Aria.
แรง
Galarian Corsola. Double Sparkling Aria will not do it, so Beelzeboy knows his matchups.
Oh, and now the Power Gem is going to come through
Oh,
super
he's got a
effective
throw.
damage.
ใช่
The Cradily though, there is no entry on it, so he can
Power-
still move
Power
forward.
Gem,
See
โอ้โห
how
super
he's gonna
effective
push the limits here. He's
หัว
going
แตก
to Sparkling Aria. Here comes the first one. Try to go
เอาไม่ทัน
but was not able to do it in the middle of
แตกก่อน
Can he get to the Ice Beam? That is the thing here. He is not at it yet.
Switch times are up.
Can he get to that Ice Beam with the side wave? He is reaching for it, and he gets it. Beelzeboy is
โอ้
able
ก
to
ด
get
ชิบหายละ
Ice Beam.
แพ้ละ
This is super effective. Cradily
ก็
is bulky, but I don't know if it can take that. Plus the counter
โอ้โห
damage. No, didn't even need the counter damage. Beelzeboy wins it.
Momentum back on the side of Beelzeboy on the back.
จบแล้วป่ะ คนนี้ก็คนเดิมก็ชนะอยู่ดี
Annihilate finally brings it out here in this crucial
อ๋อ ว่ะก็แข่ง
just one game away from becoming your 2025 world champion. Patamon, he's one of the best in the world, maybe the best. He needs to win this game to have another shot here at his own title.
If he wants to prove he is a Pokemon master, this is the arena to do it. And Beelzeboy was talking to himself on stage just now. I think it's all hidden him. He's realized he's reset the bracket. He's up 2-1 in this series, and he is one game victory away from becoming the world champion and living the dream that every Pokemon trainer Dreams up. I
สนุก
actually
จังเลยครับ
a little bit
ดูคนเอานิ้วไถๆแสบๆคันๆมันๆปนกันไป
says it's so fun. I remember watching
แล้วคนดูอะ
videos of Pokemon trainers in a stadium surrounded by fans and playing Pokemon.
ฉันมาทำอะไรที่นี่
All he said is he wants to put on the best show possible, and Beelzeboy, you are doing that.
That's right, and who knows who
ก็บอกแล้วมันฮอเดิม ผมนั่งดูตอนเปลี่ยนอยู่ว่าเขาเปลี่ยนแค่ตรงกลาง
you gotta be loving the plays from this young man right here in his second ever World Championships. His consistency is absolutely wild here, but he is also still against Pokémon, who also has inconsistency
พีจีก็แย่แล้ว
in his own right. What is the adjustment?
น่าจะเป็นกระจกเคลือบ
Now you saw the Shadow Annihilate. You're thinking, man, if I'm calling that position again, I'm going to be in trouble. The good news for him, though, is that Galarian Corsa still has a lot of play into Beelzeboy's team, even if it doesn't have the matchup it wants.
And I think with your tournament dreams on the line, Patamon is going to lean on his most neutral picks, the Galarian Corsola, the Lapras, and try to do what he's done so many times before and outplay other trainers.
ให้มันหน่อยให้มันหน่อยพี่
We are locked in. We have the Galarian Corsola versus
อยู่พวกกูก่อน
wins every neutral scenario against Steelix except for the 2 Protect Shield situation if Beelzeboy somehow pulls off a little baits. So this is Corsola's matchup, and you get to avoid the Moltres. This could be the start that Patamon was looking for.
Here's the thing with Patamon, though. You're worried about that Shadow Annihilate in the back. Do you purposely give up switch advantage despite the fact that his back line is so strong in the Beelzeboys? He does not know it yet. He might try to predict it, but the thing is, Beelzeboy staying in this matchup as well, so it could be confusing.
โอ้ยไหนเฉด
Both players stay in here or just play out these zero shields.
ไหนเฉดอีกรอบใช้ชิลไหมแข็งแล้ว
Let this go and sucker punch down.
He has such room for error.
ไม่ใช้ด้วยตายดิ
Galarian Moltres doesn't need alignment in this matchup. Looks like Patamon is looking to instant pivot.
คิดหนักเลยเยี่ยมแบบยูไม่ใช่ชิววะ
He has 3 seconds remaining. There's the Moltres. There's the instant pivot to the Lapras. Probably you're going to see a lot of banked up energy and then swap into your own Lapras. Do we see Beelzeboy once again? Yes. Now you can soak up all this damage, but remember, that ensures a positive backline for Patamon. He's going to have his Cradilly, 2 Protect Shields versus Galarian Moltres with 2 Protect Shields. This is anyone's battle right now.
It really is. He has a good matchup there, but Beelzeboy has a ton of energy on that Galarian Moltres. We saw it overcome this Cradilly multiple times already.
คิดอยู่ชิลดิวะชิลดิปะวะไม่ชิล
His switch timer is misaligned, which means that Patamon can swap over to that Cradilly still, to that Corsola even, and that's why Beelzeboy banging up all his energy in case Patamon goes for that swap.
And he instantly pivoted. He knows what he's doing in this scenario.
เขายังไม่ตายทั้งตัวนี่
His opponent, he is trying to outplay him, and he is pulling it off with a
อ้าว
swap like
แคชคืออะไรอ่ะ
continuing his success of outplaying the other trainer, absorbing that energy. Here comes the Moltres though to bank up. What a precise undercharge from Beelzeboy to get a little more energy rolling onto his Moltres.
This is still anyone's game here. Look at how much energy is on Beelzeboy's Moltres, and the first fly gets no shield. It could have been a break, but it wasn't. However, that damage is still doing a huge chunk. There's not a lot of health left on Patamon's remaining Pokemon. First rock gym's coming through. Shield's going to be used from Beelzeboy.
And remember, there is energy on the Lapras for Patamon here. If you can get both the Protect Shields down, you could combo play. Your timer is going to be up before Beelzeboy's timer is going to be up. But there is a double fly here. But there are 2 Protect Shields remaining. This one is going to come down to the wire.
ขึ้นลงไปขวา AB
He's going to come out back to back here. And the second Protect Shield. And the last one for
โอ้ย
Patamon.
ใช้ชิลหมดเลยอ่ะสุดใจเลยว่ะ
Coming up here, Beelzeboy on the precipice of victory. Can he pull it off? Can Patamon find a way here? Next rock gym's coming through. Beelzeboy, he lets it go.
ไม่กันด้วยซูเปอร์เอฟเฟกทีฟตายอ้าวไอ้เหี้ยโอ้ลาปัสเจอลาปัส
And he went charge attack priority. Beelzeboy not at his own sparkly area. There's so much energy still.
โอ้ได้อีกรอบด้วย
Beelzeboy, he needs to overfarm here because Cradilly is still pretty healthy. You can't sideways down. He can't. Does he get to it? No. He goes for the sparkling area. He needs to sideways down. This is going to be a fast attack down. I don't know if Lapras has what it takes.
โอ้2-2 ว่ะ เฮ้ยไอ้เบย์กรรมกร
Wow. Wow. Incredible. What a grand finals we have here in Pokemon Go.
กูก็ยังถามเหมือนกันว่าทำไมมันจะกูต้องดูแข่งอย่างนี้ด้วยนะ
Was locked in on his strategy. He found the right matchup in the lead. The Corsola versus the Steelix. Won it neutrally. Instant pivoted to keep the Corsola later, knowing that he might
เปอร์เซ็นต์การเอาฝั่งข้าออกมาใช้ปะ
versus Beelzebub in this negative team composition, and he executed right.
ไม่เพราะมันมี6 ตัวไงมันเขาต้องคำนวณว่าฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาจะเอาอะไรออกมาเล่นน่ะ
Pokemon could absorb that damage, step in front of it to protect his fellow
นั่นแหละสิ
Pokemon Padamon's team.
I mean, and let's think about that too. That's Psywake versus Psywake. One turn moves. You can't even avoid the catch if you want to, but you have the time.
มีรีเซ็ตอีกรอบมีรีเซ็ตอีกรอบแล้วปิดไลฟ์แล้วเราดูรีเทลพวกนี้นะครับ
Second there for Beelzebub to throw that, and that's what set him up for victory. Beelzebub not shielding the Moltres, knowing that there's so
ยัง
much.
เดี๋ยวเราทายแล้วเดี๋ยวแข่งแล้ว
A sigh of relief, a fist bump, knowing that he still has a shot at this title. The
เฮ้ย
pressure
มีคนนึงนั่งขี้ด้วย
mounting for both of these competitors. This is going to be the last and final game of Pokemon Go for the 2025 season, and we are just a couple minutes away from crowning our world champion.
This is everything, Anaheim. One of these trainers after this game will be the world champion. Will it be
เย็ด
being the third trainer to
เฮ้ย
get
กองหายแล้วคุณน้าบึ้งต่อ
international title, a regional title, and a world championship, or will it be Beelzebub, one of the most determined, gritful trainer we have ever seen in championship series history? He's holding his community on his back, his friends, his dreams, his ability to win it all. He can do it, and he can do it right now.
Both players strategizing.
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
Final team. One final line of 3.
Who gets bold here, Caleb?
One final battle here in Anaheim in the 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion. They are locked in. I want to hear some noise. I want to hear some hype. This is game number 5 of the Grand Finals.
Let's go. It is the Galarian Corsola into the Lapras. Lapras can win this scenario, but this is beautiful for Pokémon, knowing he can avoid this matchup right here. The swap.
นี่ไงเปลี่ยนหนีไงแต่นี่เปลี่ยนมาแพ้ทาง
Have we seen this scenario where Beelzebub instant swaps in the Moltres, and then the Cradily comes to answer it?
He's anticipating the Lapras and back. Needs some extra energy because he knows he loses that charge attack priority. Another great call from Pokémon. Doesn't shield the fly here. The last
ชิลไหม
Beelzebub spent
ชิล
shields on this Moltres. He sent so many resources here. Definitely his MVP here in this matchup in the Grand
ไอ้นั่นออกท่าก่อนไฟ
Going to throw on charge attack priority. Both players going for it. Does Pokémon spend it? I think
ต้องกดตรงนี้ต้องกดเห็นป่ะ
because he's not shooting the first flight, taking more damage to give Patamon less energy when he eventually gives us switch advantage.
And remember, last time we saw this, Patamon
Ah.
threw this
Ow.
swap to his Corsola. Corsola banked energy. He's probably going to do it again to go to the Power Gem. There
But the
it is
switch
again
timers
for
are up
Patamon.
now.
And the switch timer is up for Beelzebub.
He tries to catch a
swapped
Power Gem.
out.
Doesn't catch a Power Gem, but he avoids getting the Moltres knocked out. History is not about to repeat itself in this 5th game.
เพราะว่าเจมส์ไนเชดอุ้ยไนเชดก็แรง
Shadow Steelix doesn't want to take the double nightshade. Can he reach the crunch first? No, actually, both of these.
ไอ้ถ้ามันขึ้นไปถึงชาร์จ 2จะตีแรงกว่าเงี้ยเหรอ
Here comes the crunch. Does he get the protection? Yes. Looks like Patamon is going to try to bank up a bunch of energy to try to have
หมดละ
charge attack. Maybe the Power Gem, that
ใช่
Moltres, the patience
ใช่
from Patamon to get to
ต่างคน
100
ต่างหมดละ
in this matchup.
หักกันเนียวแตะเลยมองหน้าเว้ยฝั่งมองหน้าเว้ย
Galarian Moltres is going to win charge attack priority against the Galarian Corsola. Do you see it coming? Do you throw it? Is it
เอาอะไรออกมาครับ
trying to swap
ลาปาร์ตหรือไม่
getting hit by that fly? If you catch on Lapras, that'll be big for him.
ลาปาร์ตตามปาร์ตออกมาด้วยอ้าวรู้ทัน
His Moltres now has the Brave Bird loaded for the Slappers. This is so much damage for neutral here. Beelzebub
อุ้ย
energy on the Lapras as well. It's going to
ไฟ
come down to the Slappers or
ไฟ
Beelzebub
โคตรแรง
close it out.
อ้าวโดนดิไอบีมปะไม่ใช่ดิ
Pivot, break
ถ้าน้
get this Lapras low enough that you can side wave down with your own
ำ
Lapras.
แตกปะน่ะ
You'll have to take a
เออหนีไม่หนีได้ตายว่ะ
It's resisted.
อ้าว
The Galarian Corsola does have a power gem, but I don't know if
อ้าวนี่มีนะเนี่ย
a power gem is going to be able to knock out the bulk of the Lapras. Beelzebub is
น่าจะดูดีสุดมั้ง
Can he do it here? He's trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has in the back.
To back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's market or screaming enough. He goes on the ice beam.
โอ้ย
It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub,
ใช่
he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023.
ออล่าโอเคจีจี
In 2024, World's Commander, it's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Beelzebub has the heart of a champion, and he is your 2025 Pokemon
จบไปซะกูอยากดูอย่างอื่นแล้ว
resetting the bracket and then winning it in game
นายใช้นิ้วได้เก่งมาก
on the back of the Galarian multi.
ไม่ใช่
Wanted to put on a show. How was that show right there?
Absolute cinema. Beelzebub makes the right call, goes for the ice beam, knowing that that is the one move it takes to take out that Galarian Corsola before it gets off that super effective power gem. What brilliant performance from this young man right
ชอบเลย
here.
เนี่ย
Second ever
นิ้วเก่งใช้นิ้วเก่งขนาดนี้
first this year. Is there nothing he can do?
Let's go to the stage with our champion, Jim. Take it away.
ทำไมคุณถึงใช้นิ้วได้เก่งขนาดนี้ครับ
Lawson here standing by with our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzebub! What a match we just witnessed. Resetting the bracket. Coming from the loser's side, resetting and then a 5-game series. Just give me your initial reactions. How are you feeling right now, Beelzebub?
All I can think of is nothing. Like the first winners finals that we played, I knew that I had made some misplays, and you know that is what led me to lose. And Patu really played. He just outplayed me, and I know I had to just lock in.
เฮ้ยพวกคุณบูลลี่
Jersey. I'm wearing the jersey.
He's wearing the jersey, had to swing the bat, and he hit a home run. What an incredible series that we just saw. You mentioned some miscues. That game number 2, you didn't throw your charge attack. How did you feel mentally, and how did you recover?
Yeah, it was really hard. Like it's really hard to get back from a mindset where you just misplay and lose the game. But yeah, somehow just taking a deep breath, drinking water, drinking lots of water, and
Hey, the thing comes off with the water.
Make sure you drink that water. Stay hydrated, trainers. At what point in the tournament did you feel like, I can do this? I can be the champion. I can win.
When I hit the ice beam on the Corsola, that is when I knew that I had won the game. Yeah, before that, Pato can do like anything. So yeah, I wasn't.
แต่หน้าไม่ค่อยดูอินเดียเท่าไหร่นะเป็นลูกครึ่งมั้ง
Well, right at the very end, he says he knows he's locked in. Well, we actually have here, let's step over to the iPad. I'm going to have you, actually, I believe, let's see here. I think we are maybe logged into the wrong one here, but we have some swag that we're going to be given to you. You may have seen last year, we actually had some special pose as well as gear. I don't know if we can get the trainer logged in here, but we had a special world champion pose. Are you feeling excited for that?
Yeah, definitely.
เอาเขาต้องถามความรู้สึกไงได้แชมป์มาเป็นยังไง
Because you mentioned yesterday just how much of a community effort and how much goes into you being on stage here, you being the champion. Obviously so much practice and prep, but can you just talk to me a little bit about the community element and some of the friendships that contribute to you in this individual moment?
Tournaments, like we don't get to go to a lot of tournaments in person, so like I'm usually very nervous, and having friends with you, but like online or like my family, just everyone, yeah, it really helps. I shout out to BJ, Abhinav, and he's standing over there. BJ told me that you play GVL, right? You just think of it as playing a GVL match, best of 5. You just have to go 3-2. That's good enough.
Just a positive set. That's right. All right. Well, I think we have the tablet ready here. Let's go ahead and have you come over here real quick. You can take a look here. Let's get it up on the big screen. We have his player profile logged in. Can we get you to go to the tab here with all of your different outfits? Let's go to the style tab there. Should be in our featured poses here. No, sorry, in the featured tab. There we go, right at the top. Let's take a look here. We've got your World Championship gear. Go ahead.
อ๋อได้เครื่องแต่งกายวัวแชมเปี้ยน
We got the pose and let's throw on the gear
อ๋อ
right next to it.
ได้ใส่ใน ID ไปเลย
Congratulations again to our 2025 Pokemon Go champion Beelzeboy.
โอ้ย
All right. How do you like the fit?
It's really cool. I
I'd
like to get one of these jackets actually, like IRL.
นี่ดิ
We got to get him hooked up here. Someone make this happen, please. Well, one final question here for you. I know that we've talked about, the circuit that we see online. You don't get as much exposure as some other trainers at all the different regionals and the broadcasts. But we saw you have such a successful run last year. 4th place at 2024 Worlds. Now, obviously, the champion as well. Is there anything that you want to say to all the trainers around the world about who you are?
I'm Beelzeboy.
And he's the champion. Congratulations again. Enjoy the outfit. Enjoy the pose. Let's give it up one more time for our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzeboy.
He is Beelzeboy. He is the world champion. You saw he got that pose in game. Soon enough, he's going to take that pose on the main stage as well and hold up that first place trophy. Take home that $20,000 in prize as well.
Remember, his name is Beelzeboy from India, representing that region. And again, only 2 competitors this year from that region, both in that top 10.
ทำไมทาซิโดเขาเงาจังเลย
The world champion. Last year, he was the only one from that
เฮ้ย
qualifier
ปิกาจู
represented. In the first 2 years, none of the players from that qualifier made it to the world championships. But some of the best players in the world, and he bested over 200 of our best in the world to get to the stage. One of my favorite, if not my favorite, grand finals and series to date. So much competitiveness between these 2 players, but the dominance
ซาโตชิผู้ยกได้ 1,000 โล
Haruman, though, he didn't make it easy. He forced it all the way to that final 5th game.
And Beelzeboy, you're going to see this Pokemon often in these highlights. Galarian Moltres, he started out the battle using every Protect Shield on it for 3 straight battles. That was his key to victory and a huge adjustment to sit the Shadow Annihilate. Yes, Shadow Annihilate is so strong against Patamon's team, but he tried that yesterday. It didn't work. He went home. He made a new strategy. That new strategy included Shadow Steelix and a lot more Lapras. How flexible was he playing with that Lapras, with that Galarian Moltres, and just able to overwhelm Patamon with his team composition
แก
advantage?
กล้านะออกมาอยู่ในเกม2 เกมเกมแรกเลยอะที่โดนก่อนเลีย
All he needed, though, because one game is what separated these 2 fierce competitors. This final game, this final Ice Beam is what sealed the deal. Look at his face. He knows it. He knows he's just one charge attack away from victory here. Look at the shock as well as he is going to throw that sparkling aria. What 2 fierce competitors. And Patamon, what an incredible season is for him. In some ways, he might be disappointed, but there's no shame in the tournament and the
เฮ้ย
season
นี่ไง
this year. One of
เฮ้ย การ์ดเหรอ
season
ไม่ใช่นี่หว่าไอ้เมื่อกี้เลยนี่หว่า
taken out by Beelzeboy
จบแล้ว
in this fierce tournament of competitors.
And look at Patamon's run, able to take out Corliss, which remember, he was a top 4 trainer at the World Championships as well. Able to take out Maxi that got into the top 8, I believe. Take out Lyle's Jeff,
ตกลงมันรีเซ็ตเพราะอะไรมีใครรู้บ้าง
and then take out your world champion Beelzeboy yesterday, and then the bracket reset. Of course, Beelzeboy wins that first one 3-1, and when it seemed all the momentum was on the side of Beelzeboy, Paddleman battled back, and he was 1 game away from winning it all.
13 games. 13 games between these two competitors, going the absolute distance here, and Beelzebub is gonna lock in that first place finish.
ไม่รู้ไง
Gets that second place. Definitely not the last you'll hear of him. And LND's Hard Jeff, the first time making day number 2, this top cut, and now his first trophy at a World Championships. A fierce competitor in himself, and I'm sure he's looking to improve that next year.
Let's look at the final standings at 2025 Pokemon Go World Championships. Remember, these top 4 trainers are guaranteed an invite for the World Championships next season.
ข้างต่อไปก็ได้นะ
DS Corlash and Harjefe will be there as well. Lyle Jeff, Maxi, Firestar. How about Firestar winning 7 straight on the loser side of the bracket to make it there? And then Master Mahir as well. Incredible performances from all of our top talent in Pokemon Go.
มีด้วยเหรอ
2 in top 8 from India. A region to be recognized, a region to be feared in future World Championships. And of course, our prizes.
ไปเห็นเบ้งยืนอยู่หน้าสนามภูมิทำอะไรวะเบ้ง
The trophy, you get prizes, you get packs, you get it all.
And look at what you get with these prizes. We just saw those trainers that are taking home those large sums. Congratulations
20,000 ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่
to all of them.
ล้านกว่า เอ๊ะ ไม่ถึง
Congratulations
แส
to
น
all
กว่า
of the competitors in Pokemon Go that were able to qualify this season. It was the first
Wow.
season with championship points, and it was an amazing
คิดก่อนด้วยนะว่าก่อนที่เราถึงตรงเนี้ยเราเติมไปเท่าไหร่
What a World Championships, Butters. You know, we had so many people that we were watching out for, players to look at, multiple players with multiple titles, both regionally
ราคาตั๋วเครื่องบิน
and
นะ
internationally. 3 previous world champions also battling it out on the stage, but there can only be one, and there can only be one player to do it all. It's going to be
โอ้โห
Beelzebub, your new
ของไทยเวลาคนไทยไปแข่งนี่เขามีค่าตั๋วให้ป่ะหรือต้องออกเองอะ
moment from this world champion. What a grand finals. You said it before. This was our first bracket set since our first ever world championships in 2022. And Beelzebub is repeating the feat that Dancing Brob did, winning it all from that loser's side of the bracket. He had the team composition, he had the determination, and I feel like he embodies the Pokemon spirit. He has such positive energy, determination, and just the want to put on a show, have fun, and that attitude is what brought him to the biggest stage at the first time in an arena, and that's what brought him the first place trophy.
Let's crown our champions here. Anna's on the stage to hand over their beautiful trophies.
Let's cheer on our finalists and our 2025 Pokemon World Champion. Congratulations to our finalists from Spain, Patomet!
อะไรอ่ะ คนเมื่อกี้เหรอ อ๋อ อันนี้ อ๋อ ลองแชมป์เมื่อกี้ปะตีฝั่งก็ดีนะ อย่างนั้นก็ยังมีถ้วยกลับบ้านว่ากูเคยได้ที่2
For our 2025 Pokemon Go World Champion, Beelzebub!
เฮ้ย คุณก็เกินไปอันนั้นอ่ะทำไม คุณคิดว่าคนในชุดปิกาจูเขาจะลอยไปเต้นมาอย่างนั้นนะเฮ้ย
Congratulations
ใจเย็นนะ ค่าแม่พิมพ์แพง
finalists and our world champion. Next up, we have the
Pokemonกินนิ่ม
card game with all divisions, juniors, seniors, and masters with their finals matches. Are you excited?
เฮ้ย
Freya and Ethan
คุณ
are
ใจเย็นครับ
standing by, so I
อันนี้ออกไลน์นะครับเนี่ยคุณอย่าลืม เอ้ย แข่งการ์ดเหรอ อ๋อ BGC อันสุดท้ายเหรอ การ์ดป่ะ
Well, we've crowned champions in 2 games, and now we're moving on.
อ๋อแสดงว่า VGP อันสุดท้ายดีนะ
Where our juniors, seniors, and masters will battle it out to see who can become the very best. Welcome in. My name is Ethan Heggie. Freya Pierce is alongside me, and what an honor.
มาครับกัปตัน
We're going to see excellent star-studded players battle it out here in the arena.
Not just an honor for the players' cause, but for us, for the first time ever, our TCG finals cast in this awesome arena. Everyone, a round of applause for the trading card game finalists.
ผู้ชายครับผู้ชาย
Absolutely. We have 3 different storylines to showcase. Starting off with our juniors division players, it will be an international battle. We will have Jose Cruz, a decorated US player, up against a junior from Japan, Yuya Okita. This is
เขาเป็นในนี้เขาเป็นเหรอ
an absolutely epic battle between our 2 competitors.
เฮ้ยเราไม่รู้อาจจะเหมือนหมอก็ได้นะที่แบบเป็นผู้ชายแต่ว่าผมยาว
Representing almost like the 2 big forces in the Pokemon trading card game, Japan versus the United States. Who is going to come out on top today?
We will have to see as things build up. This will be a best of 3 match between both players. Battled through the first day of competition, Swiss rounds, played their final round of Swiss on day 2, and then had to treacher through a very difficult path. Asymmetric top cut, top 8, top 4, and are now here 1 match
เฮ้ยคุณพูดออกสื่ออย่างนี้เดี๋ยวคุณก็โดนหลอกแม่
game world champion.
Yeah, and we've talked so many times before about how this is really the moment for the juniors and seniors to sign. Normally, we're only featuring the Masters players, but now if you make it to Championship Sunday, it doesn't matter what age division you're in, you get to show the world just how good you really are.
You have to feel for these players here. Don't get a lot of opportunities to play on the big stage, and what a large stage this is. The arena filled up after we've crowned our Pokemon Unite and Pokemon Go champions.
นั่นแหละดิ
You're in that spot, you know, there's a lot riding on the line.
เดี๋ยวคุณโดนชายแท้นะ
But you've got to be feeling just a little bit nervous, no matter how confident you are going into this final match.
I'm feeling secondhand nervousness just like standing here, and I'm not even playing, so I don't know how our juniors are feeling right now.
Are getting ready. We are almost set.
เฮ้ยผมเห็นพิกาจูในนั้นด้วย
First matchup, it will be Dragapult EX up against Raging Bolt. So this seems to be the continuing
นั่น
story.
ไงคุณไม่เห็นกันเหรอเบ้งยังเห็นเลยใช่ไหมเบ้ง
Dragon type Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG continuing to be a dominating force.
Yeah, and two very different kinds of deck, right? The Raging Bolt just dealing with everything in front of it. That huge bellowing thunder attack, able to take a 1-hit knockout on anything in its path by discarding all the energy from the field. The Dragon Bolt, on the other hand, a little bit more sneaky. You're placing the damage on the bench with the Phantom Dive. You're setting up multiple prize turns. 2 very different play styles of deck that we're going to see in this junior finals.
We'll get into the nitty-gritty bit of it once these players are sat down at the table. Excited to see how things play out at this point. This is every player's dream in the Pokemon TCG. You battle through a 1-per-year tournament. You get 1 shot at the World Championships. You have to play through the entire season through local events, regional, international championships. Battle it out for those championship points. And then the whole slate.
มีหลายแบรนด์เข้ามา
There's no day 1, day 2 system anymore. Everybody is on an even playing field to start out the year.
ก็เอียมานะ
As good of a shot as anybody does to become world champion. These players are no exceptions.
Yeah, and what a place to do it as well. 8 years ago, when we were last here in this very convention center for the 2017 World Championships, we installed this stage in the hall, but now we are here in the arena to crown our 3 champions. And what a better, I can't imagine a better stage to do it on. Imagine winning here, but maybe the most
your
entire life, let alone just in your Pokemon trading card game career.
As mentioned, these players had a treacherous journey.
I have a storm.
Look at the bracket for our top cut. Japan having a dominating force, taking up
อ๋อโจเต้โอ้มาเข้าเราดึกเหรอเนี่ยเมื่อวานไม่ได้ดูยูยะโอกิตะ
Cruz just going on an absolute tear, taking down Japanese representative in top 8, beating Haruki in the top 4, and is now in a finals playing against Japan's final representative in this top cut, Yuya Okita.
2 down, 1 to go. If you're
ท็อป 8ที่พูดติดทุกคนเลย
taking down a fellow Japanese
โอ้โหไม่ติดปีแปลกญี่ปุ่นนะเว้ยเมืองของเขา
This is such a polarizing bracket to look at. There were
หรอ
no 2-1s at all. Every single match was decisive in this top cut. 2-0s all across the board in top 8, 2-0s all across the board in the top 4. We'll have to see if that trend continues, or if these 2 players on an absolute tear through the bracket are going to give each other a run for their money.
If there's ever going to be a 2-1, I finals, especially as you rightly pointed out, given what a clean sweep it was up until this point for both these players.
แล้วโบท็อกอ่ะ
So who will emerge victorious? Will it be the hard-hitting
เอ้ย
power
ปล่อยผ่านนะปล่อยผ่าน
of
นะ
Bolt
เดี๋ยวผมไม่ได้พูดอะไรแล้วกัน
on and off the forefront of the meta since its release, or will it be the disruptive and explosive pressure late in the game that Dragapult EX can provide? Two very different strategies. We'll see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, and an interesting thing we were just talking about before coming up here, Jose is no stranger to the Raging Bolt deck, having played it himself at previous tournaments and done very, very well with it. Now kind of going up against what he had success with before, so that's going to add an interesting interplay as well.
You know, it's a little bit of betrayal in a sense. This is your partner
เดี๋ยว
Pokemon.
นักแข่งนั่งไม่สบาย
With it. And now, for the biggest accomplishment, the biggest match in your career, you have to go up against your old friend, somebody who has helped you so much in your trading card game journey. It's now essentially the final boss for Jose to take down if he wants to become a champion this weekend.
It is something a little bit poetic in that, isn't there, you could say, but I cannot wait to see which of these two comes up on top for these two players. The biggest match of their life so far, no doubt.
นี่ทำไมเก้าอี้เกมมิ่งเลยนะ
Let's not forget what's on the line for these players. The world champion gets so much prestige and is immortalized in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. There's of course the prize money, and let's not forget the Pikachu trophy, and more so for our trading card game fans, that exclusive World Championship playmat. That's gotta be about as big of a flex as possible.
Like, just imagine going to your local League Challenger League Cup and just slamming that down. Your opponent just goes, oh, that's what I'm up against. I'm up against champion material. That's got to send some nerves across, I imagine.
Intimidating indeed. These players waiting backstage, anxiously awaiting their appearance on the arena. Their first players ever to come out for the Pokemon TCG will be playing a 75-minute best-of-3 match. Player who can win 2 out of the 3 games will be emerged victorious.
เก่งครับพี่ขึ้นมาเลยอะ
Are gonna get exciting.
So, between these two players, who do you think is going to take down the title today, in your opinion?
It's really hard to tell. You've got the experience of Jose. He's, I would say, the more decorated player, very much used to playing in these large regional and international events. He has, I think, over 5 top cuts just alone this season of the 8 or 9 regional championships he's attended. On the other hand, Yuya has not played in a whole lot of events, and that's really the difference between the systems. The Japanese players do not get that high volume of regional championships and internationals to attend, so a lot of the time it really comes down to those small appearances. Those fields, however, are so much larger, and getting top 4 to Champions League, that's no slouch of an accomplishment at all. We'll see if he can take the momentum and experience at the and convert that into potentially a world championship title.
Absolutely. And then for me, I'm going to give it to you, you know, purely on deck advantage. I mean, the Dragapult versus Raging Bolt matchup can go one. Generally speaking, if you're able to take a one-hit knockout on a Dragapult EX, you carry that on, you're pretty good to go. It's going to take a few tricky moves, a counter catcher and the like, to really play around that. But for me, at least, I'm giving it to Yuya.
Very interested to see how some of these tech cards come into effect. Again, we'll wait for those players to have their headphones.
ดีเจไปแข่งอะไรนี่มันแข่งอะไร
The fun for our competitors at home and in the arena. We'll be taking
ที่ไปแข่ง
all through the
เป็นงานของอะไร
showcasing how the Pokemon TCG is played out. See how, you know, some of these key cards, mainly those A specs go into play, right? We've got the Prime Catcher compared to something of a little bit more unusual aspect.
Okay, you.
Very popular
Come on here.
Ago, that Neo Upper Energy, very useful for that Dragapult EX to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Neo Upper Energy being basically the A-spec that was the most dismissed when it came out, thinking, hold on, I can bring something up from the bench. Want a card that lets me have energies of any color. As it turns out, being able to one attachment power for Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive, pretty good and worthwhile.
There's so many dynamics on the table between both of these players. Gotta feel for both of them in this spot, right? You worked all the way through to top cut. Nobody wants to go home second place finish. I'm interested to see, you know, how some of these early pressure nerves, and you know, those nerves in a space like this, especially when you're in front of such a large crowd here at the arena.
Yeah, and this is not something any TCG player has experienced before to the same level. I mean, obviously we get some very big crowds for the juniors, seniors, and the Masters Division finalists in our previous finals at the major events around the world. But something like this, we have never, ever borne witness to this before. And I am so hyped to be here, I'm not gonna lie.
Curious to see, you know, how that dynamic plays out as well between some of the more supporting key Pokemon. Things like Badoo has taken over the format. He may be small, he may not have a lot of HP, but boy, is that Itchy Pollen an absolute absolute annoyance to deal with.
Yeah, but I think
the
arena's heard enough from us. Let's throw it over to the stage to introduce our junior finalists.
It's time for your Pokémon
อันนี้จูเนียร์
trading card game Junior's final match.
จูเนียร์ไฟนอลโอเค
Let's get ready to welcome our competitors to the stage. First, from the USA, Jose Cruz Galindo Resendiz.
เย้อินเดียปะเนี่ยก็ชื่อเขาฝรั่ง
And from Japan, Yuya Okita.
เฮ้ยไอ้นี่หรือเปล่าโอ้โหเด็กญี่ปุ่นชัดๆเอ้ยอะไรอ่ะเขาเล่นเด็กอะไรเนี่ยโซโลใช่เล่นเด็กโซลาร์
Congratulations to
อ๋อแต่ว่านี่คนที่คนซ้ายโดนละเพาคนขวาโดนโซโลอาร์
Casters, take us away.
แต่ว่าโดนเขาเจอโซโลอาร์
Once again, it all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match
ใช่
between
ได้แหละบอกเด็กของน้องทั้งสองอ่ะ
and that title of becoming a world champion. And look at that as well. They've got their friends supporting. We've got any
โซโลอาร์สู้ไงเจอโดนละเพาเนี่ย
out in the crowd. Any Zorua fans out here?
ถามคำเดียวเลยโซโลอาร์สู้ไงอ่ะ
And you gotta ask the other way here. We got any Dreepy fan? Who loves Dreepy out here? Come on, you gotta give it up for Dreepy, right?
โอ้พูดเป็นคุณต้นเลย
So we've heard a little bit about the players. We've heard about their friends supporting them. There's some other friends out in the crowd supporting them as well. Let's throw it to Chip and hear for some of these.
ไอ้ใบนั่นคืออุ้ยอ๋อแม่ฝรั่งไอ้พ่อฝรั่งไปญี่ปุ่น
Family and Yuya's family here in the venue, and they are so excited to see their children up there competing. I'll start with you, Ram. Jose's got some
ไม่
experience.
ใช่ดิข้างหลังไม่ใช่พ่อแม่นี่ไม่ใช่พ่อนี่นานั่นเป็นเจนจักรนี่หว่าเสื้อเป็นทาร์สเลเชอร์อยู่
How do you think he's feeling in this moment right now?
I'm sure he's a little
ใช่ลาบ
He's used to the big stage. He practices a lot, so I think he's ready to go.
And now over
แล้ว
to
แม่
Yuya's family, I'll ask you.
อุ้ยไอ้เบ้งไม่เอาดิ
For your
ไอ้เบ้ง
family to get to this point, what does it mean to now see your son up on this stage?
ご家族として長い道を渡ってきたと、ここまでたどり着くまでに長い道を通ってきたと思うんですが、お息子さんが舞台に登
อ้าวหวานญี่ปุ่นอ๋อเขาแปลให้ฟัง
I'm very happy, but I'm
ใช่เขารู้สึกดีมาก เขารู้สึกมีความสุข
To hear that. And now for you, Yuya's brother, I'm sure you both practiced a lot together leading to this tournament. Do you think he's ready for this moment?
お兄さんもたくさん準備してできたと思うんですけど、準備はしっかりできてると思いますか？
完璧です。
เขาบอกมีความสุขมาก
All right, love to hear from these family members who I'm sure are rooting on these players. I'm sure everyone in the crowd is going to be ready to root on these players.
เห็นเขาใส่ทุกข้างหน้ามันใช้เวลาของทุกคนเลยปะ
Final match.
Final match
Think our crowd
มาแล้วครับคู่แรกเปิดด้วยต่อยขวาก่อนนะครับผมตอนนี้
as well. Now all that's left is for these competitors to
เอาหน่อยเว้ยพวกเรา
get ready to play some Pokemon TCG. Dragapult EX piloted by Jose Cruz, paired with that Dusknoir and its Curse Blast ability, going up against one of the strongest Dragapult Pokemon in the world, Raging Bolt EX, piloted by Yuya.
Now, we've asked, or rather, we've been between ourselves who we think is going to win.
โอ้ชนะมาชนะ8เสมอ1แพ้1
If you're backing Yuya to win, make some noise!
Got some solid support. If you think Jose's got what it takes, let me hear you scream! Got about a 50-50 split. That's what I like to
ติด
see.
ปะเมื่อกี้
Call that an even matchup here in the Pokemon TCG.
แต่บอกไปเลยกดโปเกมอนอย่าตับเยอะไม่งั้นติดกับพืช
Different dynamics that these support Pokemon can provide, mainly the Dusknoir, and some of
ดู
the
ว่าเป็นตัวอยากได้
EX Raging Bolts can be really powerful against this Dragapult deck.
Yeah, absolutely can. And a lot of love for both juniors as well. You love to see that. It's when you're at this age as well, it means even more knowing that you're at such a high level at such a young age in one of the coolest like sports you can really do. It's got to be such an honor even to be in the finals for both of these juniors. But at the same time, like we already talked about, the nerves have got to be coursing as well.
That card we sort
รอง
of
เท้าทะลุอม
mentioned
เหรอโดนรองเท้าเก่าเหรอ
to is
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
that Jose
กูเห็น
Cruz
โอกระ
is
ปองด้วย
It is that Ace Nullifier Genesect, a card released in the Shrouded
ไม่รู้
Fires.
เห็นถือโปเกมอนมาก็นึกว่าใช่
You know, if this Pokemon has a tool card attached to it for the
แล้วก็ฟ้าขนองกับโดนรองเท้าเหรอ
your opponent cannot play A-spec cards from their hand. And when I asked Yuya before the match what his most important card in the deck was,
เมื่อกี้เห็นโอกระปองเขียวอะ
reasonable answer, that one of A-spec Prime Catcher. Having that Genesect set up early could shut off some of that aggressive pressure Prime Catcher puts on the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Prime Catcher, ever since it's come out, it has almost been the go-to A-spec. If you're not sure which one
เจอเท่าบล็อกเนี่ยเหรอ
you know, bringing something up on the bench on an item card so you can still like draw into it with a supporter card, pretty good.
Over on Yuya's end, in terms of this list, pretty standard.
เฮ้ย
Will be
เปลี่ยน
the
จี
Rage
ไปแล้ว
paired with the Noctowl engine, that Jewel
เฮ้ย
Seeker
เห็น
ability,
คิจิด้วย
thanks to having a Terra Pokemon like the Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X in play, allowing you to search out your trainer cards, execute your strategy, and just put on a whole lot of damage. You've got to expect when attacking with the Dragapult EX, there's a very realistic chance. Bellowing Thunder, discarding 5 energy, 70 damage for each energy discard off the field. That's going to be a big thing you're going to want to keep your eye on with how many
ซูโบมิเกม
Yuya is able to
ซูโบมิเกม
to apply maximum pressure.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a double dynamic going on. Of course, you have to think about that Bellowing Thunder and the big one-hit knockouts that it can do. But much like against the Gardevoir deck, the Raging Bolt player can set up that single prize Raging Bolt.
สับ
You
เยอะ
put more
สับเยอะ
damage,
งี้
more energy onto it rather, and with that Thunderburst Storm attack, you can control the board very,
Right,
very
so-
well. 30 damage to
เฮ้ย เห็นฟูทู
on for each
ฟูทู
on that single prize Raging Bolt. A very strong attack.
Players will shuffle up, of course, the Pokemon TCG. Before anything is done,
เอ้ย เมื่อกี้เห็นไห
we'll flip a
เห็นไห
coin, see who goes first and second.
ไอ้นี่โดนรองเท้า
Does get to choose, and this is again a little bit of an interesting dynamic with. We talked about this on the mainstream for TCG yesterday. This Raging Bolt deck, thanks to the Fan Rotom and Noctowl, a lot of the times wants to go first, and on Jose's side, his deck sort of wants to go second and get this Budu pressure.
โดนรองเท้าฟ้าขนองเหรอ
You know, each player
มี
has
ฟ้าขนองก็
their
กิน
own
ปะ
sort of philosophy with how they want to start. Where they decide, you know, my opponent going first is too powerful. Maybe I'm okay to put myself on a little bit of a back.
ได้อยู่ที่มือกับไพ่แหละต้องดูอ่ะ
Deny my opponent the opportunity of starting the game off.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. It's something I actually talked about with Joe a couple of times before, one of our fellow casters. You never really want to agree on who goes first or second, right? So even though you might normally want to do one or the other, if, like you were saying, the kind of you're weighing up the imbalance, if the disadvantage or advantages go differently because of the matchup, maybe you opt to go first or second when you wouldn't do otherwise.
So we will be ready to draw
นี่ทำ
those
อะไรกัน
first 7
อ๋อ
cards
นี่มูน่าจะมูมั้ง
of the deck. We'll take a look and see what the coin flip result was. Who is going first in this game? And Yuya
Mo.
will be starting things off. Exactly what you want as this Raging Bolt player. You get that first turn 1 fan call. That's the
มีไหม
Rotom's ability to let you search out.
โอ้ยโอกระปองขึ้นหน้า
And then from there, can start applying pressure with the various ancient Pokemon you have at your disposal.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is specifically this version
Raging
of
Bolt.
the Noctowl engine with the Fan Rotom. One of the few decks that really doesn't mind going first at all. You want to get this Hoot down, so then on your second turn, you get that Teal Mask Ogre down, you evolve into Noctowl.
คุณว่า
you get exactly what you
โดนรองเท้าเขาจะลงตัวอะไรครับ
pick out the perfect turn to respond to
สอง
whatever
ตัวอย่างนั้น
is done.
ตัวหน้า
Taking
ซูโบมิหรือเปล่า
prize cards in the Pokemon TCG, how a player can win the match. Waiting to see what
เป็นโด
those
ราจิ
six cards will be.
โดราพิชยะ
We'll take those off the top of the deck, put them into our prize cam, and we're going to
เปิดมาปั๊บ
cards
ไพ่ครับ
available. You take those and put
อะไร
them
ติด
to
ไพ่บ้างครับ ขอดูหน่อยครับ
your is knocked out. So let's see
ปั๊บ
what it looks like.
ปั๊บ โอ้ย 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 โอ้ย
That recon directive ability is super
Oh.
important for you to draw cards as you work your way up to becoming a powerful Dragapult EX.
Yeah, not quite as bad as some of the 3 or 4 count prizes that we have seen over the course of many
จั่วไม่ได้อะ
Piper Lapine, yesterday pricing for Gimme.
เขาสอดแหนมไม่ได้อะ
Your Drag Cloak, not really what you want to see.
Prize cards are out. Our players are ready. Cards in hand. Anticipation building. You can feel it in the air. These players are nervous. They're anxious, but they know what they want, and that is a World Championship title. We are all ready
นี่ครับ
to
ถ้าน้อง
get things kicked off. Here comes the handshake, and with this, we will be seeing the start of our juniors finals.
ใครเริ่มก่อน
Let's get right into it. Our first TCG
อ๋อเขา
finals
เฟิร์ส
match.
เขาขอก่อน เขาขอก่อนเขาขอก่อน
First match indeed, and our first turn of
โอ้
play.
โดนลำพิชยาสองตัวเหรอ
A teal dance onto this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
โอ้ย
That single surprise Raging Bolt. What a great draw of that Teal Dance.
Absolutely important draw. Getting that baby Raging Bolt down with an attachment threatens probably your most important attack on the second turn of the game. That Thunderburst Storm. It does 30 damage for each energy card attached to this Raging Bolt.
ใช่ไม่มีโอ้ยมีนกโอ้ไม่มีเตือนเลย
You can only attack the active Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, the Raging Bolt, and its long neck able to reach over the opponent's bench and pick another Pokemon to a time pleasure too. And we're actually going to see Yuya hold this Ultra Ball in hand and choose not to grab something like the Fan Rotom. Such a key, powerful piece. We can see sometimes when you don't use that Fan Call ability, your board can really struggle down the end.
It can, but in this specific situation, given that Yuya already had to Hoot Hoot in hand, I like this a lot. Something that the Dragon Ball player can do.
อ๋อนี่ไงนี่ไง
Dragon Ball player's board is to do a little snipe on a 70 HP Fan Rotom. So if you have to Hoot Hoot down without that, why put down the Fan Rotom?
Jose, solid start, gets down that second Dreepy, the attachment for turn, Air Balloon onto the active Dreepy, allowing it to potentially retreat.
โอ้ยของครบ
Both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom. Jose's cards, but wow, this hand really not looking too solid here for Jose.
ลิงหนี
Preserve this Dreepy, retreats for turn into Monkey Dory, no Itchy Pollen. So as things stand right now for Yuya, it's going to have various tools at disposal and already has the hand, allowing Yuya to search out two different types of basic energy, attach one to one of his Pokemon, put the other one in his hand, meaning that there can be essentially an extra energy accelerated. And with there being 3 energy on that baby Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm can target either of those Dreepies and start to put immediate pressure on Jose's side.
About as good an INO as you could have asked for. Straight away with the Crispin, there's other things ready to go in hand as well. I saw the Latias EX, so you can put that down, and of course, with its Skyline ability, you can retreat that Teal Mask Ogerpon for free and conserve the energy on it.
ใช่บอกใช่ฟังก็เช่นเดียวกัน
Super strong draw from this INO that Jose played for Yuya.
We'll use the attachment effect from the deck to the Raging Bolt.
อันนั้นติดอะไรนี่โอ้โอเคหนีแอคทีฟเลยตีตัวล่าง
As long as possible. Does not want to fill the bench up with things like the Latias. Understands what he wants to do. No hesitation. Thunderburst. Yuya Okita strikes first in game number 1.
ใช่ใช่ยังไม่เปิดเด็กเลยไม่มีใบเปิดเด็กดูดิ
So gonna be pretty happy about that. Double Night Stretcher can get back one of those Dreepy and an energy for good measure, so you can attach
และจะทิ้งมือว่าแล้วทิ้งฝั่งบอสทิ้งอะไรวะน่ะรายการไปแล้ว
on the bench, but Jose understands you may need some disruptive pressure with something like the Budu for an item lock this turn. We'll see 7 fresh cards on the top of the deck, and the last card. So Itchy Pollen can be the attack of choice. However, there I don't think was any Dracloak found into this hand.
Oh no!
มีอยู่ใบนึง
is not even going to be able to get out next turn. Would have to rely on something else, and this is the best that Jose can do at this spot. Play the counter catcher since he is behind on prize cards. Bring up the Suchu to try and stall, and use the Itchy Pollen, shutting off item cards for you.
มีจี้หนีว่ะ
Normally that would be pretty devastating, but we know that Yuya already has that Latias CX in hand. Yeah, sure, you want to preserve bench spots generally speaking, but if you could just retreat into this Raging Bolt, Thunderburst Storm again, and start picking off more and more Dreepy.
อ๋อมีลาติอาร์โอเค
Yeah, so sort of getting rewarded.
ชิวแล้วหาเลยจั่วก่อนเลย
Holding it and preserving it.
โอเคไรประโยชน์แล้วเรียบร้อยโดนล็อกไอเทมไม่สำคัญเลย
Thunderburst storming his way to his second prize card of the game as Jose is left with a really tricky hand to work with. Was that a Dracloak drawn for turn maybe? No, it wasn't.
ต้องโมอีกรอบเขาคือฝั่งซ้ายไปตัวที่เปิดเด็กอยู่ก็คุ้นอะว่าอะไรมันติดบ้างอะแต่ยังไม่เจอเลยโปรฟินทั้งไปได้ยังดี
Yeah, and there is of no list. There is one singular copy of Rare Candy. If you can find the Rare Candy,
เนี่ยเช็คแล้วน่าจะรู้แล้วว่าติด2ตัว
And if you can find that Neo Up Energy, that will be the one way you can do a Phantom Dive this turn.
เช็คอยู่แล้วเนี่ยเช็คอยู่แล้ว
I don't think that you found it.
Jose has not even had the opportunity to search the deck yet. We're at turn 4 at this point, and nothing has essentially happened in terms of allowing Jose to find pieces. We'll have the Buddy
one of
the staple item cards in many evolution decks, allowing you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. The big thing to note, though, there's a Dreepy in the prize cards, a Dreepy in the discard pile, and a Dreepy on the bench.
หนักเลยตอนนี้รู้แล้วว่าติด2ตัว
Can only grab a single Dreepy. And this baby Raging Bolt already having a guaranteed lineup on one
ใช่โดน
there will only be that
ผีโดนเรื่อยๆต้องตั้งโดรามิชิให้เยอะที่สุดอะให้สักตัวได้โตก่อน
Shocker can't attack with the Dragon Ball EX itself.
Yeah, and given all of that, Jose shaking his head, and who can blame him? Such a rough start in this game. This one singular Raging Bolt is just wreaking havoc on your board, and there's nothing you can do.
See if Duskull is a potential
มันก็เป็นเป้าให้โดน
possibility. A lot stronger in the game when
แต่
the prize race is
ฝั่งยูยะเขาน่าจะตีแค่นั่นแหละโดรามิชิอย่างเดียว
having taken 3 of the 6 prize cards come next turn. He's got to sort of debate what the rest of his board is going to look like this turn. Do you just grab the single Dreepy and maybe lean into something like a Phantom Dive later on in the game? We talked about some of the cool inclusions that are in
คือตอนนี้เกมนี้น่าน้องน่าจะกินขาดแล้วมั้ง
from this deck list is it plays no copies of that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, which can be an easy way to close things out at the end of the game and attack with an energy efficient Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a near staple on so many different archetypes with its
การ์ดบอลแต่กรีดการ์ดช่างเจ็บปวดเหลือเกิน
For every prize card that your opponent takes, the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX attacks for 1 less energy, but so in the late stage of the game, absolutely 1 energy attack for 240 damage, very effective. Not an option available to Jose though, unfortunately for him.
It will be the Duskull and Dreepy, the 2 choices from the Buddy Poffin. And there is an energy attachment, but you kind of have to wonder, is it even worth attaching it to Dreepy if your opponent's going to want to knock one of them out anyways? They're just going to choose the one with the energy.
อ๋อเจ้าลิงขึ้นไปตีเหรอ
We're actually going to see, is that a Psychic Energy? Wow, Psychic Energy being put on the Monkey Dory. We may see some Mind Bend action as a desperation attempt from Jose with how poorly things are going in this game 1.
No, who can really blame him at this point? So it really is on Yuya here just to keep capitalizing and actually just going to attach to the active and Thunderburst Storm for 120, dealing with the Monkey Dory before it even can do anything.
Wants nothing to do with any attack.
ใช่เพราะพอรู้แล้วว่ายังไงเขาไม่ตีอ่ะแบบปูไม่ได้เงี้ยเขารู้แล้วแปลก
There's Poffins and Pollens, and it's a little bit confusing here on Sunday, a little bit disorienting.
No monkey business around here even.
Absolutely just wants to make sure any of these basic or stage 1 Pokemon can be knocked out with a Thunderburst Storm. And sure, Brock Scouting can find this Dracloak from the deck, but it will just essentially be knocked out as the choice from Thunderburst Storm the next turn.
ทำกันเชิญเห็นอยู่
Being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
Just this Raging Ball wrecking absolute havoc and just really sitting uncontested. And this is the power of that single prize.
ถอนหายใจแล้วเด็กอะ
If you just aren't able to deal with, you just keep letting it do these bench sniping attacks. You control your opponent's board and you can't evolve up into your Dragapult. And if you can't evolve up into your Dragapult, you're not controlling your opponent's board and your whole deck shuts down.
โอ้ไฮเปอร์บอลหา
So this is the bare minimum Jose really needed to find this turn to stay in the game. 2 Dracloak, meaning that even if one of them are knocked out thanks to the Thunderburst Storm on Yuya's side, Dragapult
อ๋อแสดงว่าโดนจีแต่ไปตีสินะ
play and start providing some sort of attacking threat and more importantly deal with this Raging Bolt in the active spot.
ใช่ทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้วนอกจากตัวมีตีฝากไปเรื่อย
What you want per each Dracloak you have out, you can look at the
ๆ โอ้
top.
โห
You put one into your hand, the other one goes in the bottom.
เปย์สี่มั้งเนี่ย
Recon directives these next few turns.
Really not what you want to see if you're Jose. You already have the energy attachment for turn. You're going to be left with just 2 cards in hand. None of them a supporter. None of them a way to draw more cards. And it's just going to be the attachment. Itchy Pollen. But this, again, is the situation where Yuya was going to knock out one of these Dracloak regardless. And now we'll just choose your energy attachment. You're essentially just sending it to the discard pile over on Jose's side.
ทำแพทเชอร์
Yuya's basically done almost nothing this game. Like, what's Yuya done? Put a bunch of energy onto this Raging Bolt, announce Thunderburst Storm free now 4 times, and take him 4 knockouts. Even if Jose can mount a comeback, and let's not forget, Dragapult, like Gardevoir, is one of those decks that can make use of a lot of comeback cards to try and mount a really, really big comeback. We've seen loads over our time casting all of these games, but even this situation, I mean, the fact that you haven't even got a Dragapult down when your opponent only has 2 prize cards left to take, I am not liking Jose's odds here.
Sometimes the simplest strategies are the ones
ตาย
that
รั
are
ว
most successful.
ๆไม่ทันแล้ว
We see
รวบเด็กเลย
Thunderbird Storms take this
รวบ
game.
รวบเด็กเลย
Thunderbird Storm number 4 taking a knockout on the Dracloak, and while Jose does have the opportunity to put Dragapult EX in, Yuya can just take another prize card next turn.
มีวอปเปอร์อยู่บนมือเขานี่
Position where we may not see Phantom
หรือ
Dive
ไม่วะ
announced at all
ไม่มีเหรอ
during this game. Needs to find something.
อ๋อไม่มีด้วย จบแล้ว
Choose from that Hilda and the Iono.
ใช่ต้องจะมวยอย่างเดียว
Could either of those have in this situation here, Freya?
So Jose's going to make a very critical decision here. Jose needs to decide, because that Hilda will grab you both the pieces you need, the Neo Upper Energy and the Dragapult.
รูดเนี่ยรีดอ่ะรีด
Disrupt your opponent, and that'd be one of the only things you can do to stop your opponent from finalizing the game by taking the last few knockouts. It's a very tricky decision. Actually, didn't I see what did Jose take out of the two?
Is the hill dust, so prioritizing getting a Phantom Dive online. If you're not using that attack, you are not winning. Plain and simple, this is the bread and butter strategy of the deck. He's now just considering if it's worth putting another Duskull in play. It is not, and here we go. Combination City, Dragapult EX and the Neo Upper Energy, the Pokemon and Energy card chosen from this. We're gonna see the Phantom Dive. This Raging Bolt will finally be answered, but you just got 2 Grass Energy on the bench with this Ogre Pawn. Has built up just from draw passing over several turns and using that Teal Dance. Just needs to find 5 energy cards to discard with a Bellowing Thunder, and Yuya will close out this first game.
Yeah, so here it is. Phantom Dive is going to take a double knockout, so that's going to be 2 prizes for Jose. Does Yuya have the pieces to put together this KO on the to take game 1?
นี่ไง
It's already in the hand. This can grab Nest Ball and a Professor Sada's Vitality, and if there's another ancient Pokemon in the hand,
which there is because the
ก็หายเลยเหรอ
That's correct. All that would be missing now is
ไอ้
just
พวกก็หาย
basic energy, and Yuya already has the Professor
ใช่
Sada,
ก็หยิบจากท้ายได้ไง
and it looks like
แล้วไม่ได้รีทิ้งด้วยฝั่งตรงข้ามอะนี่ไง
the
เรียบร้อย
A second ancient Pokemon hits the board.
นี่ไงโอ้โหโอ้โห
Energy cards, and we are going to be showcased how easy this deck can just flood
7 ใบ
energies and set up a Bellowing Thunder.
พอไหมนะ
Yeah, so Evan Vessel grabs the grass and the fighting. Can you go ahead and Teal Dance with that grass energy to draw an extra card and to get an extra energy onto the board. And you've got to imagine the Professor's Vitality. There it is. It's already in hand. Yuya has everything, all the pieces to put together to take this game 1. And we are going to be moving very swiftly on to game 2.
นี่ไง
Multiple options as long as there's a lightning energy in the hand.
Oh, wait. Oh! Yuya, oh no!
Yuya misattached the energies, and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead, that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place. Have to use flip the script to bail himself out of that small mistake, which could
เอาละครับเกมเปลี่ยนแล้วครับตอนนี้
with all the nerves on the most important stage of all, just a small mistake, but it could turn into a huge blunder that could give Jose a chance to come back in this game. So yeah, it's going to come down to this flip the script to try and find this lightning energy.
There are still plenty of options in the deck. We'll see the Teal Dance be used first, so it can draw 4 cards to the deck. 1 card off the top. It is another Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, and here we go. Big 3 cards. Flip the script. Lightning energy is the key to win this game. Does not find it, but we do have another card in hand. If there's something like an Area 0 under depths potentially, that could extend the bench to 8 Pokemon to open up another spot. I actually don't know if that's quite there. We'll take a peek at the deck with Ultra Ball. It's just going to go ahead and start thinning. Grabs this Ditto, that transformative start, not important in this game. And yeah, just that small misstep from Yuya is going to make what was an locked up game a little bit more complicated, especially if he can find this KO here.
I feel like the latest victim of commentator's curse with that one. I'm not going to lie. Goodness me. Just the slight misattach with the energy turned a guaranteed win into, I mean, I think Yuya still take this, but could have guaranteed the win. We'll go ahead and use the Prime Catcher with that Koraidon to these Duskull. I like this as a backup.
What?
Sure that no more Curse Blast abilities can be used since Yuya does go down to 1 prize card, and Jose does not have any draw support currently in the hand. We'll see the top deck for turn, and that's a big one. Finds the combination with a disruptive effect and potentially smartly avoiding a knockout. That's really a big question. If Jose has the option to, should he maybe prolong taking a prize card here so he can maybe avoid that flip the script ability?
Yeah, I think actually that's why it's kind of, this is one of the really important skills in the Pokemon trading card game. If you do make a mistake, trying your best to like play back around it to recover and the Koraidon, because you can't really play around not knocking it out as easily if you're Jose. It forces Jose to have a gust to not trigger the flip the script.
You can see how one small mistake in the Pokemon
TCG
can spiral out of control. And
Jamming Tower โอ้โหมือโคตรเลวร้ายเลย
there is the Genesect with the tool card. And Fire really not going to have a lot of impact this turn. I think things are pretty straightforward for Jose. No other options in the hand. Jamming Tower already in play.
ตีแล้วฝั่ง60เท่ากระป๋อง
Will be a Phantom Dive. Jose can put himself to 3 prize cards left. And by putting damage counters onto the bench rock towel in this spot, actually no is purposely
ใช่เพราะมีคิจิจั่วอยู่เรียบร้อยโอ้ยเอาไม่ได้
to that, and because this bench bench is full. Yuya now has to make
แล้วเมื่อกี้เหมือนเขาลงผิด
Do you promote this Teal Mask Ogre
ผ่านเลย
attack with it, use that Myriad Leaf Shower to set up a 2-hit KO? Or do you maybe try and, ring around the rosy a little bit and put another Pokemon up that can hopefully either A, be knocked out to trigger that flip the script, or some other option?
I like the third option. You bring up this Rage Bolt EX, burst, roar, discard your hand and draw 6 cards.
Sometimes the best way to end is not by dealing damage, but setting yourself up for success the following turn. And now Jose is put in another tough situation to potentially find another way to disrupt the hand. There is a counter
เล่นต่อไม่ได้มือตาย
directive, but I'm not sure there's any strong card, especially that Iono is really just debating which of these 2 cards, either the Arvid or counter catcher. They are pretty similar in this effect. It now really just comes down to who wants another item outside that counter catcher in this spot.
So, was there an Ino in a hand for Jose to disrupt the hand again? I don't think, no, I don't see one. So yeah, just the counter catcher to try and make something of this. Gonna go ahead and bring up that Teal Mask Ogre-pon, and then another
and nothing you can do. Don't want to trigger that flip the script ability, but no matter what, Yuya is 1 knockout away. Just short of taking the Teal Mask Ogre-pon, meaning there are still
หยอดให้
on the board. Will knock out the Karido.
potential
option, but Yuya still just needs a single light energy.
เขาสั่งบอลขึ้นปะนี่เขาสั่งบอลขึ้นปะ
Doesn't even need the lighting.
เขาสั่งบอลขึ้นจบเลย
It acts as a liability, and Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
Huge credit to Yuya there. He's easy in that position. You know he made a bit of a blunder, get a little bit flustered and just throw the game from there. But after Yuya recognized the mistake, was able to play back from it, recognize I still have the advantage here, and still take the win. I think it's huge credit to Yuya for being able to come back from that potential, though, very flustering moment.
Mindset is a big part of the Pokemon TCG, especially on a big stage like this where there is so much pressure.
Like you mentioned, credit to Yuya for staying locked in and figuring things out. But it was the Thunderburst Storm show. Raging Bolt showed why it is so strong. Not just the EX, but this is the Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm after Thunderburst Storm, just consistently applying pressure to Dreepy. And with there being a little bit of that prizing issue, the 1-2 line in the prizes, it was just a little bit too little, too late for Jose to finally get Phantom Dive up and running. Even though there was he misattached the energy cards, got rid of this energy switch, he was still able to claw back after he did what he thought was game on this turn.
Yeah, so putting down the jamming tower and then sort of recovery play, playing this prime catcher to bring up the Dust Skull. Definitely the best thing to target here because you don't want your opponent to have access to Curse Blast to really have a big chance of a comeback, and then just boss's orders to bring up the Badu for the last prize of the game.
Shuffling up for our second game, Jose, and he would consider the favorite going into this just with his long list and resume, and knows this Raging Bolt deck so well. He's got to be asking himself, Frey, a question that many players are at this point too. How can he adjust into this game too?
มือตายหมดเลยมือตายมากๆเลย
Set up more Dreepy, don't prize a big part of your Dragapult line would be a good start.
Not prizing cards is a valuable skill in the Pokemon TCG.
It really is.
If you just believe you don't prize any important cards, or you just never check that they're there, it's almost as if, they're not prized if you really think about it.
That's definitely how it works.
See what the decision is here from Jose. If he wants to go, he'll go ahead and
หลังหาเหมือนเห็นตัวเองตอนเล่นออนไลน์
very set on their opening strategies. Going first with Yuya's Raging Bolt deck, and Jose valuing the plethora of options he has on that first turn going second.
Yeah, I guess as well, if you're Jose, you don't want to be in a situation where you go first, don't open with a supporter, and then your one lone Dreepy or something can be KO'd with something like a Fan Rotom. That's definitely not a situation you want to be in. And if you're forced your opponent to go first, then you know they can't attack, and you're more likely to be able to set up by virtue of being able to use a supporter to find Buddy Pop in.
Always a scary situation for sure. You've got to be noting of that here. So players will set up, both players having a basic Pokemon. Prize cards coming out. Once again, Yuya will start things off. The fist bump is here. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 2 here at the World Championships.
Game number 2, Yuya going first. You've got to be feeling confident here. You know that you are able to play through this. You are only 1 game away from becoming
แฟนคอมาว่ะโอเคสวยโอ้เน็ตบอลอีก
Regardless, plenty of basic Pokemon at Yuya's his disposal. Already has the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn in play. The Fan Rotom already.
เอาเลยเขาดึงอะไรขึ้นมาวะนะ
Question again. We saw how important it was for Yuya to get not only the Baby Raging Bolt down on turn 1, but attach that energy card from hand. If he has that yet again, these Dreepies are not going to be safe, and they are not going to be having a good time.
No, they absolutely aren't, and so it's going to be absolutely vital if you can to, just like in game 1, get this Raging Bolt down, get an energy on it, and just threaten that Thunderburst Storm as soon as possible. And unlike in game 1, is able to make use of that Fan Call. What does Fan Call do, Ethan?
To search out some Pokemon, colorless at that, and 100 HP or less, and can still grab out evolution Pokemon. Noctowl, very conveniently, and
เอานั้นเอาฟ้าคำรามเข้ามา
100 HP will be the 3 choices from that ability. And now the second question becomes bench
ใช่ว่ารีดเด็กไปด้วย
energy management. Yuya's definitely going to put these
แต่เราไม่เห็นไพ่ไงมีน้ำมันตีอยู่ในไพ่หรือเปล่า
surprise, but is it worth, locking yourself out of the bench spaces for the time being? You want to put this energy, and Yuya does have the fighting energy in hand. It seems small and insignificant, but down the line, it really is going to matter when a Thunderburst Storm for 90 is just so impactful in the second turn of the game.
มือถือคำสั่งบอสอยู่ใบหนึ่ง
70 HP, so if you can get an energy down on the first turn, then on the second turn, either with a Crispin or a Professor Sada's Vitality, you can get 2 more energy onto this Raging Bolt, and then Thunderburst Storm is doing that devastating
อยากเห็นไพ่อะ
that we saw Yuya basically carry him all through the first game.
And deciding to preemptively retreat that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, it of course is always an option to retreat in the Pokemon TCG, but just wants to make sure that Pokemon EX with 210 HP does not take the 10 damage from the Itchy Pollen. It sounds insignificant.
ก็ต้องเปเปอร์ไปก่อนปะเปเปอร์ไปก่อนเช็คเด็ก
Be a little bit more happy if this Raging Bolt in the active spot takes the small little tickles that come out from Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, so often we see that Phantom Dive Maps works out really nicely if you hit
something.
Oh my goodness, the prizes again! Jose!
Again!
For Cloak, you need to direct yourself to the main stage here. You cannot be in the
Again!
Not a happy home if you are a fan of Jose Cruz. Does also prize the Monkey Dory. It's not an important card.
พิธีกรบอกเลย again!
Pieces are available. They are still manageable. A lot of the times, like you said, that one copy of Rare Candy, just getting Dragapult EX into play and not having to worry about the long and treacherous path of normal, regular evolution when you're facing down constant pressure from Thunderburst Storm could be the main piece Jose was missing in that first game to get himself back in game number 2.
Yeah, and in this game, Jose is starting off nicely with an Arven, so we'll be able to get some Dreepy down quite nicely. Is already leading with the Budu, so we know that this turn is going to end on an Itchy Pollen.
แม่น่ารักไงบัฟแม่น่ารัก
Back for a little bit, we do know, of course, that the Noctowl is already in hand from that Fan Call, so we'll be able to Jewel Seeker for a Crispin to get all the energy onto this Raging Bolt and start doing some damage to Jose.
All you can ask, getting Pokemon down, getting ready for evolution, and the energy attachments, on this turn at least, not really significant. Since you put them on the Dreepy, it's just the choice from the Thunderbird Storm to be KO'd.
Yes.
Jose, I'm not sure, has that energy card right now, but that's okay. Usually they're important pieces. Put it to a side for now. Number 1 fact, getting these Pokemon down, ready to put into play, and did have the Brock Scouting in hand too, but smartly choosing to play the Arven this turn, since finding your Cloak could be a valuable option on the following turn.
Yeah, absolutely could. You want to make sure you have the option to find that. And of course, now Jose will be looking through the deck. Unlike in game 1, able to look through the deck a lot earlier, and we'll realize, oh, the 2 Dragcloak again? Are you kidding me? I need you in my deck, not in the prize cards.
So Jose taking a decent amount of time is nicely told by the judge that we'll need to select a card. You don't have all day in the Pokemon TCG. Come on, Jose. We got plenty of matches to showcase here. We got to pick things up. Respectfully, of course, will be the Air Balloon as well for the item card, or rather the tool card of choice. Often gets played. Double Dreepy comes down, and sure, you're going to item lock your opponent. And interestingly enough, Jose is actually going to hold down. Always a key piece to grab evolution Pokemon, but just values potentially getting that up and running some point in the future.
Yeah, just got to go ahead and get that now. I mean, we did see in the first game, Yuya targeted down that Dust.
รอเธอหน้าผ่านตี10ทำได้ที่ผ่าน
But in the meantime, Itchy Pollen, that small little Budu that could, preventing Yuya from playing items on his next.
โดนลำชียาดิ
Yuya respond.
Jewel Seeker, the prime ability choice for Yuya. Just going to make sure he checks how many cards are in the hand. Of course, both players want to make sure they have track of all resources available, how many cards you work with. A big option. Maybe Yuya going for the Professor Sada and finds the lightning energy.
อุ้ยโอ้ย
What a draw from Yuya.
ปั๊บ
I guess it was already guaranteed because the Noctowl wasn't around, so you could go ahead and search for the other
ดวงแชมป์ดวงแชมป์อะไรก็หยุดไม่อยู่
That's why you go for, I mean, Do you know the Crispin? Oh, Crispin's
โอ้ยเหี้ยคำมันตื่นไอ้เหี้ยคำมันตื่นได้ด้วย
go for that risk.
Only one Crispin in the deck. Yuya taking note off of that fan call on turn 1. That piece was not available.
นั่นจะโมไปไอ้หนุ่ม
Times in the Pokemon TCG, and this is the best match for you to find those pieces you need. Hits one of those 3 lightning energy in the deck off of the Professor Sada, and now Dracloak are no longer safe in play. Thunderburst Storm again striking.
ต้องน่าจะโมทิ้งแล้วนั่นจุดจังหวะเนี้ย
Drawing to the deck. It seems like we're seeing yet another repeat of this first
เ
Dreepies and Dracloaks slowly come down, but that's all they do. They sit there and draw cards and are prime targets for Thunderburst Storm turn after turn.
Maybe the biggest lightning energy draw of
เกินไปแล้วรู้คือ2ใบอ่ะ
is able to find it and start putting this pressure on, and now Jose
อุ้ย
with leading with that itchy pollen. It's very much
อุ้ย
but gonna go ahead and use that buddy puffin, can get some more Dreepy down from that. Maybe a second Dust Skull. He feels like that might be the best move to make. Nope, just gonna go for the 4th Dreepy.
I would really like to see Jose attach his energy for turn to a Dreepy instead of a Dracloak. At that point, your opponents then got
โคตรแย่อะจังหวะเนี้ย
take out your easiest access.
จะบอกนะว่าสมุยยังตีต่อสักเทิร์นอ่ะโอเค
But yet again here, Jose crucially missing an energy attachment. That's going to make it even harder, especially with the pressure Thunder.
อ่ะตีด้วยไม่ทำอะไรเลย
Doesn't even need to do anything. He knows what he wants. His eye is on the prize. Draw for turn, attack. Go, buddy. I've got everything I need here with my Raging Bolt.
Is this the Thunderburst Storm World Championships to see here?
ไม่มีนั่นมีอันนี้อ๋อโอเคการันตีละ
Nobody is safe when the lightning sparks are all around. Hilda is the choice for turn, so if Jose does have that one copy of Rare Candy, could potentially put a Phantom Dive pressure on this turn, but yet again, will be just that single piece short. Instead, just going to find the Dracloak. Does now have the energy attachment for turn, but yet again, if you attack into that Dracloak, it's
โอ้
just going to be
โอเค
the
พร้อม
Dragapult EX at minimum can come down, and now Jose is going to make
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
attach the
อ๋อลูกอมเอ้า
that choice of which Pokemon he wants to knock out this.
Also crucial to note, off of the Recon Directive did find that Neo up energy, so in a worst case scenario, you know you could have the energy attachment ready to go to power up your Phantom Dive. Really crucial find off the Recon Directive there.
For the first time this set, the bench has become larger. Terra Pokemon are ready to show their immersive power. Area 0 under depths, thanks to there being a Terrestrial Pokemon in play, means both players, if they have that type of Pokemon, can extend the bench up to 8 over the normal 5. This Raging Bolt deck wants to play as wide as possible. Start things off with a Teal Dance, still under item lock, so can't do anything else, and it's actually going to be Thunderburst Storm, and does target down the Pokemon on the bench with the energy. Like you said though, Freya, Neo Upper Energy could potentially be the savior in this second game.
Yeah, it could. Having said that, I think I still like
ไม่เจอคำสั่งบอสเอาคำสั่งเก็บคำสั่งบอสด้วย
on the field, and you don't necessarily mind 1 or 2 Dragapults being
ไม่เจอ
Then, of course, you come in with your big bad Raging Bolt EX, and you take a 1-hit knockout with Bellowing Thunder.
See both Recon Directives be used. This combo may be online. Got the Air Balloon and the Genesect are in the hand, so if Jose chooses to, could bench that Genesect and attach the tool card, thus shutting Yuya down from playing Prime Catcher at any point during the rest of the game. We'll see the evolution, Neo Upper Energy, and now the choice becomes, where do you put this damage counters thanks to that Hollow just flying entry ability will be on those 2 Pokemon, and instead, he's actually going to omit playing this Genesect, discarding it off Professor's Research, so not valuing that as a bench slot, wants to keep it open for something else.
Which I think makes a lot of sense in this situation, and also got a entry. Put 1 on that Teal Mask Ogerpon so that it's more vulnerable to a Phantom Dive later, and then 1 on the Hoot Hoot so that
เฮ้ยมาว่ะออกมาแล้วโจเต้มาแล้ว
on the bench to KO that too.
Importantly, does evolve that Dusclops, or excuse me, from the Duskull into the Dusclops. Did discard Dusknoir from that Professor's Research, so we'll need to play something like Night Stretcher down.
อย่าบอกนะตี10 อีกรอบอ่ะ
Pokemon back if he so chooses to. But yeah, just the lack of
อุ้ย
energy attachments early on in this game means Jose just doesn't feel comfortable with this hand size Yuya has slowly been accumulating for attacking with this Dragapult EX, since there's no way to accelerate the energies, and back-to-back Phantom Dives just cannot be used.
And honestly, if I'm Yuya here, I'm thinking I want to Thunderburst Storm again, but I think I want to target this Dusclops. This feels like the most threatening thing right now. Like, I could put together a combo to make some kind of comeback. If you target this down, you are then just 1-2 prize knockout from winning the game with a Bellowing Thunder. So I think that Dusclops is really important to target right now.
It's tough, right?
ยังหยอดต้องหยอดผี
Prize cards. And I guess at that point, you don't care about back-to-back Dragapult EX attacks. So
no, exactly.
หยอดหยอดอย่าบอกนะดอดเวลาพี่
be part of the game.
I like the play.
Kita is now just 2 prize cards away from becoming a world champion.
Targeted down the Dusclops, preventing any Curse Blast shenanigans from happening. So now, with just 1 knockout, Yuya will become the world champion, but it's not over yet. Jose is going to fight tooth and nail to come back in this game 2 and try and take us through a game 3. Let's see what he has.
Plenty of Pokemon. Never count Dragapult EX out. It has made comebacks more far-fetched than this. Jose already has the Dragapult EX powered up. Phantom Dive is online thanks to that Neo Upper Energy. The one piece that is missing right now is something like Iono. Hand disrupting Yuya while potentially taking out multiple Hoot Hoot this turn, or even something like the Raging Bolt in the active spot. Maybe the needed combination piece, but I'm not sure Iono is there, and you can see Yuya has again amassed a massive hand, and this is a combo deck, this Raging Bolt deck. You give it tons of cards to work with, it's going to put something together that you're not going to like.
เด็กน้องเขาอยากเล่นอาเกินจนมันแตก
Jose opted to discard that Genesect and isn't getting back with his Night Stretcher, so Prime Catcher is still an option for you.
ดวงไงโอ้ยทิ้งหมดเลยหา
Going to use Professor's research. Yuya's got to be breathing a sigh of relief. He gets to keep
จริงตัวละครมันไม่อยากทิ้งมือไม่ใช่
Draw 7 cards. No counter catcher. No wave gust around this Pokemon. But you gotta really feel like taking out the energies from play, denying the large damage essentially guaranteed next turn from
อุ้ยจริงๆพี่กอ
just gonna pass the turn over using the Itchy Pollen to shut items off again. If Yuya can find a Lightning Energy card under this item lock, then Boss's orders could take a KO on this final Pokemon. Let's see if Yuya has the pieces. He's going to search through the deck with this Jewel Seeker, see what is available. And it looks like without having the Lightning Energy here and being under item lock, just wants to preemptively grab some pieces. That Crispin was taking out, which means he can just flood the board with even more energy, preparing for any option or any play Jose throws.
I
don't think Yuya is going to be able to have game this turn, but he can essentially
ถือก็โดนนาจาโมดิ
where he's checkmating on Jose the next turn. So I think very wisely here, Yuya not being greedy about it, thinking, you know what, I'm so far ahead of here, let's not get ahead of ourselves, let's just set up my board well, so I know on the next turn I can close out this game and become the world champion. Will be the Lightning and Grass Energy. We'll see the Lightning Energy most likely attached from the deck to the Raging Bolt, and then the Grass Energy is going to be put in the hand. Means multiple energies can come down. No Teal Dance abilities have been used yet. That could draw some extra cards. From the deck, Grass Energy to hand, splitting the energy smartly between these two pawn to make sure they're preserved as possible. Yuya can take a knockout on something like the Halucha yet again with this Thunderburst Storm and put himself 1 prize card away. And interestingly enough, going to discard his own stadium to bump his bench down to 5 and get rid of that Noctowl, which could be a long way down the line. Gonna knock out the Budu, and now just 1 prize.
ได้เลยอ่ะอย่าบอกนะโปรเฟสเซอร์
So now
แม่งจะขอ
the Iono in hand, so it is all gonna come down to this. You play the Iono, and do you stop Yuya from finding the pieces to take this?
น่าจะตีตัวข้างหน้าตายปะ
It's just so tough because there's already 4 energy on the board outside of this active Pokemon. So if you knock out this active Raging Bolt, all Yuya needs is an energy of any type, whether it's through a supporter card, an attachment from hand.
อันนี้ไงเดี๋ยวเราบอกแล้วโดนนาจาโม
There's no Pheasantipity in play, just the 1 Hoot Hoot, big 1 card here for
ใบหนึ่ง
Jose.
โอ้ไฟฟ้า
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. He's going to do everything he can here in this second game.
He's going to do everything he can. I guess maybe thinking if you take out as many energy as possible, as many energy as possible.
ถึงจะบอกไงว่าแบบอ้าว อ้าว รวบเลยครับ
Everything is done correctly. Is actually instead going to potentially use something like the Jet Headbutt to play around the KO. Potentially an option. It looks like we're just figuring out the Phantom Dive damage here. So here we go. We're going to see the Phantom Dive, or excuse me, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card...
สวัสดีชาวโลก โอ้โห จี้เขียวอีกใบด้วย จี้เขียวอีกใบด้วย
takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations
เฮ้ยไม่ต้องพี่เหรอ โบ3เหรอ เด็กแข่งแค่โบ3เองเหรอ
is set up, and Thunderburst Storm puts on work. There was a no dream zone today. We will see our first champion on Championship Sunday, Yuya Okito. Congratulations.
Yeah, doing it in barely really
ยักไหลเลยเมื่อกี้ยักไหลเลยช่วยไม่ได้ครับดวงช่วยไม่ได้ดวง
taking out Drakloak and just never really letting Jose set up and just completely dominating the game from there. What a display from Yuya.
Let's take a look back on this set, see how things
เปิดมาจัวปั๊บ
the Raging Bolt turn to Thunderburst Storm that proved too much for Jose to handle. These 3Bs just turn after turn, knocked out, Drakloak taken care of. And you did make a little bit of a misstep towards the end of this game after having up to a commanding lead, but that is a showcase of a great player in the Pokemon TCG, not letting a mistake that could potentially have cost him the entire game get to him mentally. He clawed back, found a way to win.
มึงก็ใช้ความเป็นตำนานให้ได้เลยเนาะ
Bellowing, or excuse me, Thunderburst Storm early on, and then using the attack on that Raging Bolt EX to discard the hand, burst roar, draw 6 cards, and the boss's orders was there to close things out. And in this game too, a very similar story.
Yeah, very similar story, just over and over again. I think Thunderburst Storm took out
ไม่อยากให้เดินใจไปทางที่ไม่ดีเลย
so maybe most of even the prize cards across those 2 games are just completely unstoppable. And right there at the end, all the energy onto the field, bellowing thunder, knockout, prize card
ถ้าอยากมาแข่งปีหน้าเลยนะเหรอ
champion title crown.
Congratulations again to Yuya, our first champion here on our Sunday. That was a great way to kick things off.
ดงกุดจริง
The Raging Bolts had an up and down year, but I know there are some Raging Bolt fans out there. Really the main star of the show. It's always been about that bellowing thunder attack. But I have to admit, you know, I was a little bit skeptical of the Thunderburst Storm Baby Raging Bolt. It really, if there are any doubters of how strong that card is, even for an attack that on paper seems underwhelming, it's really the pressure of just being able to put that 90 damage anywhere on your opponent's board.
And not only that, it turns Raging Bolt from being a bit of a one-trick pony deck to a deck with options, where you can suddenly control your opponent's board. You can pick off these lower-priced Pokemon. Doing it with a single-price Pokemon of your own, you're not just going
โคตรแย่เลยตาเนี่ย
2-hit knockout, or rather 2-price knockout for 2-price knockout, and you have so much more versatility in your lines. And, you know, in that game alone, the ferocious display of power from being able to snipe the bench without a single-price Raging Bolt, and it really makes the deck what it is today, I think.
And you got to give it up to Jose as well. He put on an absolute fight in that game. The draws really weren't on his side. There was really nothing going on. He did his best. He tried and capitalized on a situation, still going home as a World Championship runner-up, adding a very impressive accomplishment to his resume.
It's nothing to sniff at, right? I mean, second place at the big stage 4, and also the first 2 ever TCG contestants to contest the finals at a stage like this. That's got to feel special by itself.
We still got 2 more matches to come up as well. I'm excited to see how the rest of our finals matches will go. But man, what a way to kick off our first match here for the TCG Juniors Division.
Yeah, I think Anna is ready on the stage though to hear from our winner. So Anna, take it away. Let's hear from our first TCG World Champion.
จริงเนี่ยมันเป็นมาสเตอร์ปะ
I am here with your world champion, Yuya Okita. How does it feel to be called a world champion?
気持ちはどうですか
とても嬉しいです。
He's very happy.
I would be too. I bet a lot of people here are also very happy for you. Is there anything you want to say to the audience or your family?
何か観客とかお客様に言いたいこととかメッセージありますか
同じに、WCS のシニアリーグで3位になったリックとデッキを共有してたので、お互いに勝ってとても嬉しいです。
So he has a friend in the seniors that was 3rd place, and he's very happy that he was able to win together.
มึงจะเอาฮาไปไหนบิง
Let's hear it one more time for your world champion. Thank you, Yuya. You can leave the stage now and go celebrate.
นี่กูเป็นหน่งแล้วมึงจะพาไปไหนเท่ง
Time for your world championship match in the seniors division.
ทีเด็ดเล็กๆเล็ก
Please help me welcome to the stage your competitors. First, from Brazil, Gabriel Fernandez.
อะไรนะบราซิลเบรบานาเดอะไรนะบราซิลกับจีนเหรอ เฮ้ยอ๋อน้องเกเบียลที่เมื่อวานคุยกันที่ว่าหรือชื่อซ้ำคนจีนเนี่ยเหรออ๋อปูเกียนอะไรปูเจียนเหลา
Welcome to the stage, competitors. We cannot wait to watch you play. Please take your seats.
กาเบียลเล่นเด็กอะไรอ่ะ
Will take us right into the match.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. What an entrance to have there. The player we're all watching in the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez, coming out. The storyline we're watching. But on the other side, Fuguan coming to try and show the story is not always about the Titan, it's about the competitor. My name is Mike Ellis, joined by the mastermind himself, Joe Bernard. We're going to be taking you through all the action here in the Senior World Finals.
This one's a special one, Mike. It's hard to say at any point in any game that we could eclipse a Masters final, but I think we've got all the elements today. This is going to be an absolute thriller. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, we had a lot of players making their way through the tournament. We started 353 seniors. Went through
โอ้ญี่ปุ่นแพ้จริงญี่ปุ่นแพ้ที่นี่มา
both players meeting in the final, ready to complete their journey. I know you, Joe, went to go and watch the semi-finals. You got to see the action there. Talk us through what happened.
Fuguan had a really interesting matchup against Raging Bolts, and it was actually EX that was carrying in that matchup because the Raging Bolt EX wasn't playing the Slitherwing list.
มึงไม่ได้ชอบแล้วมึงแค้นแล้วเนี่ยพี่
and really overtake the game. Whereas Gabriel, it was a very different story. He was able to overcome a Golden Go EX deck, and it was all about patient play and setting up that position. And I think that's really a story of our final, in fact, Mike, because that use of Toadscroll, that use of Iono, that's going to be critical coming into this final. There's no secret that Gabriel has taken on a number of Golden Go, but this is a slightly different list, and it's going to cause...
เอ้ยใช้กล่องเกมจีนิกด้วยโอ้ยตามโกเจอโซโลอาร์ค
leaning into that Enzo Rock, a card we didn't expect to see much here at the World Championship. Two made it into the top 8 in Masters, and Gabriel finding his way all the way here, as well as Fuguan Liao on the other side, merging two decks together.
ไม่ถ้าไอจูริโจมันใช้เขาจะใส่แขนเหล็กแบบเทิร์นแรกเอาจีเนติกมาแล้วก็เรียกแขนเหล็กแล้วก็ติดในเทิร์นแรกอ่ะติด 5G ให้กับไอ้นั่นเลยแขนเหล็กเลย
The same story can be said for the seniors division, but this list is a mash. We're also throwing in early game Joltik, Iron Hands as a potential threat, Pikachu EX as a threat as well. I'm trying to coin the new name for this deck. I'm calling it Cash in Hand. What do you think?
You are a bit of a master of merging decks together. You've tried it in the past, but no one has been as successful as Fuguan has here, taking down many Golden Go. In fact, through rounds 2 to 5, went through the Golden Go gauntlet and took down 4 in a row. And on the other side, Gabriel Fernandez has faced off against 4 himself. So, interesting storyline here. We've got 2 decks. Golden Go Joltik Box merged together for Fuguan. Gabriel Fernandez has beaten both Joltik Box
แต่ตอนเนี้ยโซโลอาร์สู้ตาโกยังไงดีวะ
It's just that merge, that combination that's going to be more dangerous perhaps with Fuguan.
มาสเตอร์มีคู่มิลเลอร์นี่เหมือนกันนะไอ้ซาโกเจอโซโลอาร์โดนซาโกตบยับเลยโซโลอาร์
120 hit points, perfect math for the Ampu, very much an attack that I'm sure our players have heard throughout the season. It's been such a ever-present Pokemon in our TCG. And like it's a combination of Fuguan, who is undefeated in the tournament, up against who's been essentially undefeated the entire season, to be honest with you.
ต้องเขาใส่หมึกมาเรื่อยดีกว่าแต่ใส่หมึกก็ยังรอดยากดีเพราะไอ้นั่นมันใส่คำสั่งบอสตีซาโก
This season, the crowning achievement awaits. Already a world champion in Yokohama, picked up another Pikachu trophy with a top 4 in Honolulu, is now back on the final stage.
ไม่เขาจะใส่มา2 ใบเลยช่างปอนทั้งจูทั้งแขนเหล็กเลย
Yeah, that is quite the achievement. No one's done it quite like Jason Kaczynski in the past, but Gabriel Fernandez could be the one to make history in many ways today. And on the other side, Fuguan Liao, our first world's finalist in the TCG from mainland.
โอ้เจเนเทคขึ้นด้วย
Introduced in 2024 season, making their way all the way here, and both players have shuffled their decks.
เธอแรกบอกเลยว่าเธอแรกมาแน่แขนเหล็กครบ 4G
I'm sure this is one of the most anticipated finals of the day. History will be made here.
เบี้ยวแน่
Season prize cards coming out already. I saw Gabriel looking up at the heavens, possibly.
จิ๋วหายแล้วเบนบอกกูพูดไปเยอะนะโอ้โห
Well, Mike, as see a couple of one-off Pokemon already in the prizes for Fuguan. That's a one copy of the Miraidon EX tandem unit, one of the easiest ways that you can grab both Iron Hands in addition to Joltik on those opening stages. Also a couple of those supporter cards that can help you get into the early Jolting charge attack. And for Gabrielle, one of the few Pokemon that can reach knockouts cleanly onto Fuguan's EX Pokemon, that Blood Moon Ursa Luna EX in the prizes as well.
Typically only attacking at the end of the game, right at the top of those prize cards. Might not see it.
ไม่มีซักโกไม่ใส่ดาจาโม
You guys ready in the crowd?
โอ้โหมือ
Well, we've been anticipating it all through the season. The perfect season from Gabriel Fernandez. All 3 ICs won by him. 4 regional champions.
โดน
Went to locals and won 4.
โดนแผ่นดินใหญ่ตบแน่
Looking to try and complete the perfect season. And here it is. The players begin as we begin our seniors.
อ้าวเริ่มก่อนอ้าวโอเคดวงดี
With a Genesect EX in the active position, a phenomenal new inclusion from the Black Bolt set with that metallic signal. We also see early game Bull Search and a Gimmighoul to boot, so a pretty decent opener here for Fuguan.
Yeah, looking for those Bull Search cards. Featuring in many of the top decks, allowing you to find a basic Pokemon and put it straight onto your bench. 2 in the hand there for Fuguan. And we'll look to try and find the Gimmighouls as well as that potential Miraidon, which he's now going to find is in the prize cards.
Fortunately, a couple of Nest Ball actually in this hand, so he still can go the long way about things. I think there's even the Brock Scouting in hand for next turn as well, which would open
โอ้คำสั่งบอส
of
ทำกันเชอร์
with that Skyliner to move the 2 retreat cost Genesect EX. So we can start developing a few of these basics, and even without the Miraidon,
หาโจลี่แล้ว
the hand is strong enough that we should be working towards a Jolting charge. It's basically the only way this deck gets into the game. It's not like a regular Golden Go EX deck.
เช็คเรียบร้อย
Energy Search Pro
จดก่อนแป๊บมีนี่
quite different. The A spec is the Prime Catcher. So typically you try and flood your energy early with a Joltik.
ไม่น่ามีปัญหามีอะไรติดพายทั้งมีแขนเหล็กอยู่
And then you use superior energy retrieval throughout the game to reload with your Golden Go EX. So quite different flow to a regular Golden Go deck.
Now we see Fuguan's Lucky Charizard on the table with him. His favorite Pokemon has brought it here to the world stage. And will have just completed that prize check. How important is prize checking for these players in those pressure moments?
Well, we've already seen a few
ต้องมีลูกโป่งก่อน
junior division, so no doubt
ไอ้จอรี่มันต้องขึ้นไปข้างบนนี่
based on something you didn't check. That information's free to you. You may as well take the time to do it, especially because we know that Fuguan has quite a fast deck and plenty of time in our finals. Why wouldn't you put
ต้องมีลูกโป่งไม่งั้นเจเนเฟกหนีไม่ได้
what is remaining when you're constantly able to search cards and also towards what you're drawing with Golden Go throughout the game as we pass the
เรียบร้อยช้าไป1 เธอแล้ว
see that opening hand. We have the turn 1 Arb, and this is a phenomenal supporter card in Gabrielle's deck, allowing us to get
ไม่ใช่ปัญหาเลยคือบูมี่อ่ะมันมีแขนเหล็กอยู่แขนเหล็กมันไอเนี่ยตีเอาได้อะ
Allowing you to search for 1 item card and 1 tool card from your deck, introduced in Obsidian Flames right near the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet era, and it has remained a consistent card, especially in these evolving decks, as the TM Evolution is a great way to get things set up.
รู้จักจั่วปฏิหารไหม
And I'm sure we'll see Gabrielle using it many a time in this final.
Combination would mean an energy in hand or a ball searching card, and then the Arvin can find the other pieces alongside that technical machine evolution. So a buddy popping to get a couple Zorua would mean that we could end our turn on Zoroark EX, exactly where you want to be as Gabrielle, because not only is the end Zoroark EX one of your early game attacks, also it's the way that your deck and already seeing Gabrielle
มันใส่หมึกด้วย ใส่แผ่นนี้ตัวร้านแต่ปลาหมึกหมดเลย
Yeah, the slime mold colony has helped Gabrielle take down all the Golden Go in the
แต่ซาโกโดนหนักนะซาโกต้องเล็งหมึกตลอดเสมอ
is not the only way to attack, so we'll shut that down as well as the Levincia in the deck.
Right.
But there are other ways to attack thanks to the Iron Hands, and so Fuguan will find another way, and that's why that Joltik has been the target early on. But Gabrielle, including this Toad Scroll, is a great decision coming into the tournament.
Especially when you've seen how many he's had to face on his route to the final, beating Golden Go in the top 8 and top 4 matches. This is slightly different, so some different challenges going on in this finals. In his top 4, he had to navigate a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX and had to position quite carefully. His Monkey Dory and whatnot. Scratch attack from an Enzarua, which closed him out the way to this final with a Binding Mochi tool in the list. Going through
มีอีกใบหรือเปล่า
turn number 1 from Gabrielle. It looks like we are lining up. There's an Earthen Vessel now to grab some Darkness Energy.
มีใคร
So our 2023 world champion Gabriel has come here to try and make it too, but in this situation he's come up with an unusual deck that many will not be ready for, but he's up against
ชิงติเกตอาร์ตเหรอ
unusual on the other side. That Joltik box combined with Golden Go is not something he necessarily would have prepared for, and we got a chance to chat to him before and he thinks it's a pretty even matchup, so this will be a very skill heavy matchup between
เห็นตาหรือเปล่าครับเนี่ย
Yeah, you would think a regular Golden Go EX deck is much more routine. You can have that breathing room when the Toad School is in play, and even if the Golden Go is choosing to take it out, that's a single prize knockout, which typically doesn't help them in their prize map. But in this instance, the Iron Hands EX has a lot of hit points. It's difficult for a Zoroark EX to punish early on, but
กูกวนหรือเปล่า
very much can brute force through
เรียกพี่เหลาแล้วกันน้องเหลา
on these lower hit point Pokemon.
Yeah, when Iron Hands EX came into the format back in LEIC a few years back, it was the star of the show, a fan favorite that amped you very much. A very powerful attack, and one of the main reasons why Joltik box has been included in this Golden Go, allowing you to do what Golden Go cannot at the start of the game, and that active spot has been a fundamental part of why Golden Go has been so popular here. Metallic Signal, such a powerful ability.
Now you can search for 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon immediately. Turn that Brock Scouting. That will grant access to a Pikachu EX in addition to a Latias EX, it looks like. Rather than the Iron Hands EX, there's also this attacking option, Mike. We know the Resolute Heart is a very frustrating ability to get around for certain archetypes. Gabriel's is one of those.
ตกลงคุณชอบหรือคุณไม่ชอบกันแน่เขาเนี่ยมีด่าด้วยเนี่ย
A huge number of energy on it, all from this Joltik. And we're even searching some metal energy out as well here, Mike, from the Earthen Vessel. This Pikachu EX can run right
เมื่อกี้เกมเบี้ยวนี่เลชิลัมติดท้ายบ้างเมื่อกี้ลืมละ
Many of you will be very familiar with this Pikachu EX.
เพราะท่าตีของโซลาคือเอาท่าของเลชิลัมมาก๊อปตีอ่ะ
Deck like Joltik box and like this deck here today.
ใช่
300 damage, a great number into these stage 1 archetypes like Enzorok, and I'm sure Figuan has been using it into the Golden Goes throughout the tournament. And that Latias EX with the Sky
มาแล้วแขนเหล็กปุง
basics to retreat for free. And the Joltik will be in the active spot. Jolting charge
เก็บพวกไพ่เดียวไว้
to put 2 lightning and 2 grass energy from his deck onto any of his Pokemon. A very powerful way to set things up.
I love this turn 1, spending your energy attachment as metal onto the Pikachu EX, knowing that the Jolting Charge can pull out 2 lightning and 2 grass energy onto your Pokemon in any way that you like. Such a versatile attack. That's the only use of the Joltik in this list. There's no Galvantula in this instance, which you would see in more traditional builds of Joltik box, but we don't necessarily have the space in this build to go for that. So instead, we're going to put 3 energy onto the Iron Hands EX. Floating the lightning onto the Pikachu.
อยู่แล้วมันเป็นตัวเก็บโอ้โหนี่ยัดหมดยัดหมดเพื่อรอตีเทิร์นหน้าไงไม่เพราะตัวละอาร์คมันตีแขนเหล็กทีเดียวไม่ตายอยู่แล้วไง
Well, we're going to see the Iron Hands EX powered up, but if there's no Pokemon on Gabriel's side with 120 HP or less, it's going to be tough to utilize that amp you very much. The Pikachu EX will be a viable option at some point during this game, and that's why these decisions are so tough for someone like Figuan in this moment. A lack of familiarity with this unusual pick from Gabriel and Zoroark. It's going to be really tough to navigate it here.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. The ability trade, allowing you to discard 1 card from the hand and draw 2.
มีตัวร้ายใบบนมือ
Allows you to cycle away cards that you don't need right now.
ยังไงต้องโหวตัวหน้า
resources later, all the while you're
ตัวหน้าก็ต้องโหว
great effect, especially from a stage 1 Pokemon. Gabriel
โหวแล้วใช้ความ
his active Ends Zoroark as well now. Just 1 energy attachment and an Ends Reshiram away from using that Night Joker attack to begin putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, those trades have been so key for Ends Zoroark throughout the tournament. One of the most consistent cards in the format once set up. Golden Go on the other side has been touting that with the coin bonus.
ต้องหาตัวท่าตีก่อนนะต้องหาตัวก๊อปยังไงมันต้องวางตัวเล็กด้วยเพื่อก๊อปท่าตีอ่ะ
get through your deck nice and fast, and that double darkness attack Night Joker in the active does nothing unless there's a Pokemon with N in its name on the bench to attack with, and that will be the Ends Reshiram, which we don't see currently, but Gabriel will be looking to try and find it right now.
Have 1 more trade.
130
debate. I think there is a counter catcher that might be discarded here. See a couple more cards. No supporter just yet.
ว่ะ
Have a Nest Ball coming down now though.
Wow, that nest ball coming in so clutch there. The ends
ท็อปแบบท็อป
searched and put onto the bench.
เห็นปะอันเนี้ยเรียกชื่อเรามาแล้วก็ถ้าตีแล้วท่าล่าง170
Zorok has some damage on it. The powerful rage. Well, what a moment to start the thing off here. We've got all three.
น่าจะใส่นะ
Zorok on setup. And the ends
หยิบอะไรไปโอฟินโอเค
knockout here in our seniors world final, and it will be Gabriel Fernandez.
A decent start, Mike. It's just a single prize knockout though, and I think from this stage on, Fuguan might look to just keep this board of multi-prize Pokemon. The one prize KO means that Fuguan can't put down additional Gimme Ghoul without some sort of major drawback. And I think that's what Gabriel's going for here with the single prize KO, trying to say that at some point my win condition might involve INO. So I want to try and stop my opponent from having access to too many Golden Go EX to still fully focus their way towards any combination.
Wow, and another Joltik coming down. One of the huge benefits of that Joltik box archetype is the singular Joltik in play is just a one prizer, nothing to worry about, but you can see how vital it is for Fuguan to get all that energy in play and set up all those attackers, as Enzorok can't really knock out much on this board, can only hit for 170 with the Night Joker copying the Ends Reshiram, so all these big basic are safe from a knockout.
Using an Arven here as our supporter card for the turn. I only saw one energy available right now, with no easy targets for that Iron Hands. It's looking like a tough turn. If we'd floated one lightning energy to the Pikachu,
ไม่ใส่ท็อปแป๊บจริงด้วยไม่ใส่ท็อปแป๊บ
easy route to take a KO, but we could be holding back on that Topaz Bolt, knowing that it's such a late game great option. So we're actually going to go back into the Joltik here instead. Go for another jolting charge.
Wow, here we go, another jolting charge, and you mentioned
ทำไมติดให้
you've got to be worried about the ace stamp, Gabriel, the unfair stamp that requires a knockout to be taken and can be very disruptive in these early turns. And so maybe this was the game plan that Fuguan prepared with his friends. We heard that he had some practice into this exact deck. A complete difference here in the Pokemon where you can
จูติดที่ถอดจีทิ้งปะ
be playing against the next day, and I'm sure they've been thinking through all the different lines, and it seems like the double jolting charge is the line Fuguan has gone for.
We're over-attaching to the Pikachu EX. The Topaz Bolt only requires 3 energy, but it does discard 3 energy as well. So by having 4 energy on,
การติดไพ่มั้ง
manually attaching up to continue to chain this.
ไม่เมื่อกี้ไพ่หยิบอันนี้มาได้ผมปิด
non-factor in this instance, Mike, so that we don't rely on that make it rain to be our late game win condition.
Well, nothing much for Gabriel to do here other than swing into that Joltik, but
โอ้
will be
น่า
able
จะ
to
มัว
stabilize throughout the game, and that's
อัน
it
แฟร์เหรอ
trade. You can discard all those cards you don't want to ever see again, but also start finding those powerful one-off cards like the unfair stamp, the Professor Turo scenario, these options that you want to be sprinkling in at the right moment. The more of them you have in your hand, the more options you have in those vital turns.
ไม่ควรใช้อะไรเลย
I think we will still have to work towards a Toad School. It's just about the timing for Gabriel. That's what he has to get absolutely perfectly in this game number 1 here. One of them will be discarded. It's a 2-1 line, so don't be too panicked just yet. Have additional dark energy. Keeping up on attachments is really important maintenance here for Gabriel as well. It feels like we could easily be going up a second prize here. Be quite content still with the board overall, knowing that we're gripping the unfair stamp.
You know that TM evolution.
ใช่มันลงตัวเล็กไม่อยากโดนคลื่นขยายขอบใจหลาย
It won't have to sit in play for long, so there are those options to think about. And on the other side, Fuguan, our only undefeated player in seniors.
คลื่นขยายขอบใจหลาย
Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss to Raging Bolt EX, but in this final moment, it doesn't matter. All that matters now is one match to find out who will be the world champion here in Anaheim.
ยังได้เปรียบอยู่ซับโกมันชนะ
else to do, so instead we'll grab some resources for a future turn. In this case,
สับจี้
already holding on to some nest ball and some other options as we have a massive hand size. You have to expect Gabriel to be
ต้องตอนใช้ท่าตีของแขนเหล็กต้องทำท่าเลยนะไม่งั้นตีไม่ออก
with Fuguan not having access to any hand disruption whatsoever. Gabriel
เบ้งทำให้ดูดิ
control of how many cards he has.
You know that toad scroll will come down at some point. Now, there is a number that's very important on that toad scroll that we'll be looking at as we go forward, but Gabriel taking a knockout there on the Joltik, and now it is on Fuguan to look to respond with a knockout. 2 prizes ahead for Gabriel, but do not count out Fuguan. He's gone for the setup.
Typically, you would expect the Joltik Golden Go deck to
ก็จะกลายเป็น
at least attempt to, allowing
เจอเด็กนี้
perhaps, but I the setup from
โซล่ามันเก็บมันสู้ไม่ได้เลยเด็กเนี่ยเจอซับโกะ
pretty reliably. Has an easy knockout lined up already with the Pikachu without access to any other cards required just yet. We also see the air balloon attached to the Golden Go.
โอ้จั่วหนักขนาดนี้
An even more effective
โอ้โห นี่
in addition to a flip the script now from a Pheasantipity EX. Having
คำสั่งบอสขึ้นแล้ว
this turn, you can now draw 3 additional cards. And we have a superior energy retrieval. I do like the use of this.
เก็บ2G เอาเลยเหรอ
Knowing that you shouldn't have too much difficulty to reach when you need to. And getting any manual attachment at this stage onto Pikachu EX seems really valuable. And it's actually going to be alongside a very rich here.
Well, that Iron Hands EX is sitting on the bench. And we mentioned earlier on how it wouldn't have a target on the board. The Enzorok on the other side is 280 HP, is out of range. The Pikachu is the attacker there. But why is that Iron Hands on the bench?
กาเบียลรูปเด็กเลย
The Pikachu comes forward to take a knockout.
You're trying to starve your opponent from putting
เด้งไหนบอกกาเบียลเก่งไง
scroll combination. At any point, Guan can then capitalize and pounce.
เก่งแหละแต่เจอเด็กแพ้ทาง
Gabriel is aware of that, so it also keeps the Golden Go EX open as an attacking option, especially as we start to throw these energy in the discard pile with Topaz Bolt.
จบแล้วตานี้เป็นยุคของคงจริง
Topaz Bolt, a hard attack cost to get, a grass, a lightning, and a metal energy. But on this occasion, it will take the knockout on the Enzorok for 300 damage. Pikachu taking 1.
Passing action back over to Gabriel now. In a tough position, the board doesn't look easy to navigate.
ไม่มีปัญหาเลย
There is a dark, weak Latias EX you can try and target down.
ที่จีบใช้ไม่ได้เลยตัวล้างตีไม่ตายทั้งตัว
And then you can try and pivot your attacking options towards the likes of a Petrarunt EX with its irritated outburst attack that can get in the late game, or the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that can combine with Binding Mochi to take knockouts on even very high hit point Pokemon, including that Golden Go EX. So I think that's what Gabriel has to do in this.
แต่เขาทิ้งแจมเมอร์หมดแล้วนี่
In the race, there's an easy 2-prize Pokemon that he can look to take out with Night Joker this turn. That could be his means of closing here. I actually think his positioning, provided he can work towards energy switch combinations, possibly even Janine's Secret Art as a decent choice during the game, could be a way for him to weave in a late game Petrarunt EX sweep.
So those first 2 prize cards could be key for Gabriel, and that Pheasantipity EX.
ก็ถึงจะบอกไงว่าเด็กมันสู้ไม่ได้ตีสูงสุดของเด็กนี่มัน170เอง
Trade on the Enzorok combined with that flip the script, which could only be used after one of your Pokemon was knocked out. Seen in pretty much all of our top decks, a great way to come back into the game after a knockout is sustained. And those energy attachments, nice and simple, just 2 dark energy onto the Enzorok. And right now we'll really need to see that gust option, that boss's orders, which is so key in the format.
I know that we've been mentioning this unfair stamp, but honestly with Gabriel, with enough pieces in the hand right now, maybe looking just to hold everything, if he can work towards a sort of checkmate situation on the final turn of the game, it could be a decent line.
เรียบร้อยพูดปุ๊บทำปั๊บ
The time to grab our Toad School by the looks of things. We're going to try and weave this in, force Guan into a strange spot. Zorak is a threatening attacker. It has the energy switched off onto other threats. But at the same time, that Toad Scroll could be so confident. Now we're going to see the Petrarunt EX. We know this is in Gabriel's thinking for his end.
ผมไม่เคยเจอพิษอุ้ยอะไรอ่ะเซติมอะไรอ่ะ N อ๋อ N
Going into the N's Reshiram here. Then we're going to be poisoning our own Pokemon with subjugating chains.
เป็น210
It's going to be increasing the damage output.
210ลาดิอาตายไอ้นั่นตายอุ้ยได้อยู่นะ
Thanks to the Binding Mochi, we're going to be buffing our damage output by 40, crocking the Resolute Heart of this Pikachu.
อ้าวนี่ไง
For Gabriel here, we'll be able to pick
ตัด
up
จั่วไป
draw engine, but also keeping all this energy around so there's not the threat of a Golden Go attack.
แต่
damage is the peak limit.
ถ้าอย่างนี้ก็คือแรกใช้นำอยู่แต่รอบ2จะติดได้ไงอะไรอ่ะ
Which, as we mentioned, Pheasantipity EX in pretty much every deck. So what better way to find it than the Binding Mochi combination? And there's multiple ways to set it up. We have the Janine's Secret Art as well as that Petrarunt. And there we go, the ending of this turn with an unfair stamp. The Ace Spec and Gabriel using the boss's orders in conjunction with some disruption.
ไม่งั้น
Taking out the draw engine.
งั้นคนละลิ้นแล้วล่ะคนละลิ้นอันนี้น่าจะลิ้นที่เขาคิดมาเองอะทั้งนั้นนะ
This vital knockout.
Gabriel will get 5 cards here from the unfair stamp, plus the flip the script as well, don't forget. So we'll be ending on a catalogue of cards. Going
เจอหรือเปล่า
turn. We'll be looking to try and close out the game with that Petrarunt, no doubt. That's if Guan can keep up here. There's no guarantees with just the 2-card hand. even with the coin bonus in the active position.
เจอไหม
Specificity is not
เจอ
not guaranteed that there's going to be a backup Pikachu.
เห็นอยู่เมื่อกี้เจอ
Even an Iron Hands with a gusting card.
Just so much done in this turn. Really setting up Gabriel for the next turn. The knockout on the active, the hand looking pretty
อุ้ยมีสิทธิ์จะได้แล้วกาเบียลเนี่ย
Golden Go is going to have to pull some levers with that coin bonus as we draw another buddy.
ถ้าได้คำสั่งบอสเราเทอาร์ตีมาอีกตัวคือจบเลย
But it will help set up a little more, and this is why that Pikachu having extra energy on it was so
ลืมเลยว่าลืมท่านี้เลยว่ามีตีพีเพิ่ม40นี่ว่า
But it is really tough right now for Fuguan.
อ๋อว่ะไม่ต้องก็ได้
For Gabriel preceding this one.
แต่ถ้าไม่มียาเอ็นแล้วมันจะติดจี้ไอ้ตัวไรโจนี่ยังไงอ่ะ
Will be big now. It's just 2 draws with that coin bonus when it's in the active spot. 2 cards can be enough.
อ๋อเลยคำนวณไปแล้วว่า2จี้นั้นจะตกไพ่ไง
2 draws Fuguan needs.
ไม่เจอ
Game number 1 of our seniors division final. 2 draws from coin bonus.
Oh, is that a metal energy?
That's the right combination for Pikachu EX. This is going to come down to the wire. Pikachu threatening that knockout now. Taking out all the energy from Gabriel off the board as well, forcing them in a situation to use Janine's Secret Art alongside Pecharunt EX. But also that Resolute Heart of Pikachu makes it so difficult to knock out into those
นี่ไงมีพลังงานในหลุมแล้วต่อไป
2 prize cards.
Topaz Bolt for 300 damage and
ขอแล้วนะขอคำสั่งบอสยาเอ็นจี้หนึ่งแค่นั้นเลยคีย์ชนะเจอหรือเปล่าแค่นั้นแหละ
Can he do it? It's a big turn ahead.
We can't find victory here. There is defensive opportunities as well. Have means of picking up our Toad School with Professor Turo's scenario, and then we'd be out of range of the Amp You Very Much final couple prizes. That's the only Pokemon currently sat on board with energy. Would then be forcing a busting effect. Even then, it's
เบี้ยวเลยทีนี้
Gabriel has to work towards their couple last prizes too here. With no energy in play, it's tough.
Yeah, that Pikachu EX, the Resolute Heart, really denying a knockout at this moment. Also, the Bravery Charm, putting up to 250 HP, helps a little bit. But being able to deny a one-hit knockout forces so many resources out of Gabriel. You can only play 1 supporter per turn, so the Janine Secret
มันคนดึงแล้วนี่มันต้องรู้เลยว่าหมีติด
isn't possible. The counter catcher isn't live right now. They are equal on prize cards. And what you just mentioned, that defensive play has been initiated.
It's what we have to do here. Gabriel can
กันแขนเล็กไง
Pecharunt EX and look to have a gust hacking, and it could close out the
ซับ
game.
โก
This is where that synergy
ว่ะ
comes in. The Golden Go EX.
นี่ไง
When you have
แต่
all
คำสั่งถ้ามีคำสั่งบอสนี่
the superior energy retrievals on the other side will be possible, and promoting the ends Reshiram, forcing even more. And this is the kind of positional play we see at the highest level of Pokemon TCG. Defensive positions where you're waiting for your turn, next turn, asking questions while you set up. And Gabriel Fernandez.
แพ้ตอนนี้จะแพ้
That's why he played decks like this. Charizard EX previously, the kind of decks where he can dictate the pace of the play.
If you can't win on this turn, make it difficult for your opponent too. And in this case, Gabriel is forcing Fuguan into a means of moving this Pikachu. We have the Latias to do that. But then the coin bonus would have to find a combination of superior energy retrievals and gust.
อันเนี้ยเพิ่งหาคำสั่งบอสขึ้นมา
Well, Boss's orders going back in the deck. The card came out back in Rebel Clash over 5 years ago. Very powerful card and has been so in the format for a while now. Throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, it's been a key component of many of these decks. Palpad, a familiar face for those who've played the TCG a while, putting it back into the deck and
ตรงข้ามมีคำสั่งบอสไม่ใช่เหรอ
that turn of Gabriel setting up, just passing back to Fuguan. It's his chance now to try and win.
มีระยะหนีอันนั้นไง
in hand. Will he draw into it?
We've drawn the boss's orders. That means we're just a
คือแล้วครับเด็ก
energy away with 2 coin bonuses, one of which can draw the maximum 2 cards.
ใช่
Giving us outs towards superior. We need more than just 1 though. We have to find superior in addition to an extra energy. 5 is the combination here to knock out that Pecharunt EX. Only having 190 hit points.
นี่ไง
Manually attached to our Golden Go EX, as well as find a superior here.
อ๋อ มันไม่มี มันไม่ มันต้องหา มันต้องหานี่ ถ้ามันใช้เปเปอร์มันใช้คำสั่งบอสไม่ได้
And then we have some big coin bonuses, Mike.
You love to see the
อ้าว
Rocket's petrol there.
Rocket.
In the list, a 5th Arven, if you will.
Just getting that one out to thin it. Not the supporter required this turn to win. The boss's orders that's in hand waiting there. And now 3 cards from the Golden Go to draw into superior energy retrieval and something like a Night Stretcher or a Levincia.
โอ้แต่ว่าตอนตัดอันแฟนนี่คือดีจังหวะดีมากเลยนะ
That Golden Go in the active, ready to swing in just a moment.
Point bonus.
จั่วเจอไหมไม่เจอ
Vessel could easily be a piece here, Mike.
เจอหายก็ไม่พอปะพลังงานมันมือไม่มีสักใบเพราะตอนเนี้ยพลังงานมันไปอยู่ที่แขนเหล็กและที่หลุมยังไงก็ต้องหาแถมจวบมีจวบเหล็กครั้งนึงนี่ว่าถ้าโกตัวหลังต้องติดแล้วล่ะ
I think that's going to be the case now. You've got to check those energy in the discard pile.
You can search with Genesect TX. We have the option to look at the deck.
ใช่
Just give it one last check over and it will be the Earthen Vessel here. Are there any energy in deck? There is the metal energy. So a draw to get 1 card in the deck. Superior energy retrieval has to be found here off of 1
ใช่เจออยู่แล้วเนี่ยมันรีดอยู่เนี่ย
Go EX so often looking towards this card to close the game. It's superior or bust here. Have to imagine Gabriel has the winning combination on the next turn if it's not found from this one.
ใช่ต้องหาคู่ขึ้นอย่างเดียว
Golden Go EX.
Just checking. Always important to check. 190 hit points on that.
มอสมีบนมืออยู่แล้ว
Be what it takes for the knockout here.
มีแล้วใช่มีแล้วตอนนี้ขาดอย่างเดียวคือใช่หาคู่คืนเนี่ยเจอ
Is there any other option before we have this 1 card draw?
ออกพลังงานเหล็กก็ไม่มีนี่ไงพลังงานเหล็กมีแล้วดิ
Supporter to push the Ends Reshiram out the way, so it has to be superior and it has to be now.
Just working out what to do. Is it
อ้าว
better
โอเคจบแล้ว
rely on the missed opportunity here? There is
อ๋อพามจบแล้ว
Well, that would guarantee more draw as well. 2 draw from that coin bonus. Great vision here from Fuguan. Not only will that thin a card that's not superior energy retrieval out the deck.
อ๋อถ้าใช้พามเขาต้องดึงตัวหลังขึ้นไปก็ตีไม่ตายอยู่ดี
To the play at this moment.
That's why Fuguan's in the finals. We're not. We were thinking it was just 1 card. Now we get to see 2. To find that superior to close the game. Holding on to that A-spec has been so vital. Keep these outs open. They've been held the entire time to keep Iron Hands EX as a threat, but now the Golden Go could make it rain.
ขี้เหล็ก
Card here.
พาม
The retreat, but the Prime Catcher allows us to push away the Golden Go EX.
เอ้ยเขาพูดอะไรกันวะอันนี้ที่โชว์อะไรอะ
Here with the players, making sure everything is done fairly. In these tense moments, this is something we often see in the Pokemon TCG.
พูดอะไรกันนะ
Think for hours about every decision in these high-pressure moments, but the players will be looking to try and conclude the game in either of their next turns. Whether it's now for Fuguan or Gabriel will look to try and do it next turn, and it will be that Prime Catcher committing to the play. Needs to draw
โมโมโร่ตีแล้วก็10เอาขึ้นไปตี
from the bench into the active.
นี่ไง
Now Fuguan.
The chips are all in the middle. Let's see.
กูคืนอ้าว
Not sure what's happened there. That is an unfortunate moment. That is the superior energy retrieval, but not how you want to see it at this moment. Just be waiting now.
อย่างนี้ถ้ายิ้มมันแพ้ถ้ากดจ้าจีคือปรับแพ้เลยนะที่พอโตกูไปสอบมากูอาจเจออ่านข้อนี้อยู่
Something no one expected to see. A face-up superior. I'm sure this can be resolved with the judges. As we were
ไม่ดูหน้าแล้วไม่จงใจใช่ไม่จงใจ
possible, but this is this moment in the game number 1 of the senior
ก็ถ้า
finals.
ถ้าตามกฎคือปรับแพ้เลย
It's only the superior energy retrieval that can do it. And make it rain, knocking out this low hit point.
เพิ่งอ่านมาเลยข้อเนี้ยถ้าโชว์ได้เนี่ยปรับแพ้เลย
This final turn to identify the Arban as the
ใช่ป่าววะ
in the boss's orders. Within a couple cards, give himself maximum outs. We know that Gabriel, with access to a couple of trade, should have an easy means of closing the game. Or just the one Zoroark EX in play, I should say, but with so many cards already in the hand and so few in the deck, he should have an easy means of winning this game if Fuguan cannot find it.
ใช่ป่าววะเดี๋ยวขอไปอัดกดแป๊บจำได้ว่าในเว็บ
But I want to find out who you guys are supporting. If you're behind Fuguan Liao, cheer for me now.
ใช่ป่าววะจำไม่ได้แล้วแป๊บนึงนะคุณว่าจำได้ว่าเคยเจออ่านกดนี้อยู่ถ้าโชว์การ์ดแล้วมันจะโดนอะไรวะ
I'm sure these players are feeling the tension as all of you are in the crowd. A lot of history going to be made today in our Seniors World Final.
ใช่มันเป็นไปที่เขาตามหามันคือดูแบบมันเลยดูแปลกๆไงว่ามาการหรือเปล่า
In the second season of mainland China, competing at the World Championship, taking that victory, and so much to adapt for them in the tournament structure out here at the World Championship. So much on the line. We're talking about a huge opportunity to win prize money, to win the playmat, the coveted playmat, you know, the promo card and that Pikachu trophy. And I'm sure these players right now are just focusing on the Pokemon itself.
Not to mention the history, the
มีการนอกเหนือจากที่กำหนดไว้ในกติกาเรกูล่าอยู่5 ใบขึ้นไปปรับแพ้ตรวจหาในเด็กมีการน้อยหรือที่มากกว่าจำนวนการที่ตำแหน่งได้เลิกแข่งขันไปแล้วปรับแพ้ตัวเพราะว่าในเด็กมีการน้อยหรือว่าซองในการ์ดมันต้องเป็นอะไรมันต้องเป็นอะไรมาปัญหาของสำหรับการ์ดการทำมันการเครื่องหมายแยกแยะออกได้ว่ามันน่าจะเป็นการทำเครื่องหมายหรือเปล่าเนี่ยถ้าต่ำน่าตอนนี้นะถ้ามันมีแต่ต่ำกับสูงเลยถ้าต่ำก็คือแค่ว่าถ้าปรับสูงคือปรับแพ้เลย
had the most impressive season of any player. A Grand Slam, 3 international championship victories, 4 victories at
นี่ไงแยกแยะออกได้ว่าเป็นการ์ดอะไรในขณะที่การ์ดอยู่ในสำรับวางความไว้อยู่ปรับแพ้หรือสูงกว่า
The maximum. Gabriel truly is a prodigy. One of the best players we've ever seen, regardless of division.
And we'll be in the Masters.
มีแค่นี้มีแค่2 อันเอง
Already competing in challenge.
ใช่มันมีแค่ต่ำกับสูงที่
I mean, in our Masters final we have
ไม่แต่ระดับต่ำคือซองใส่การ์ดเปิดเปื้อนทั่วไปมีตำแหน่งการ์ดไม่เป็นเฉพาะแต่เนี่ยขายสุดคือไอเนี่ยแยกแยะออกได้ว่าเป็นการ์ดอะไรในขณะที่การ์ดอยู่ในสำรับอะแต่นี่มันก็คือมันเขียนว่าวางความไม่อยู่แต่นี่มันวางไง
And Fuguan, an incredible feat to be coming here at the second season. His region has been able to compete, and there it will be. The superior energy retrieval has been found in those 2 cards, and will be able to take the.
เกมเบลบอกไม่ยุติธรรม
Everybody, Fuguan,
Game
1's victor.
ใจเย็นชูเช่
Number 1, a match win for Fuguan, expertly played, using Joltik back to back to power up not only the Iron Hands, keeping that in a threat in the back for the entire game, trying to put a check, a pin on the opportunity for a Toadschool or Toadscrew. Gabriel found the spot to turn
นี่ใส่หน้าเลย
reasonable shot of still closing out that game. The unfair stamp, the flip the script, he was able to hold the majority of his deck to close out game on the next turn. But Fuguan, with coin bonus at his side, was able to pick up the crucial pieces to close out that game number 1.
Well, that metal energy in the middle of the game was the vital corner piece to take you through to the victory, and it was those decisions early on to set up more and attack less from Fuguan that took him to the victory. Gabriel took the first 2 knockouts onto Joltix and was able to set up for the knockout on the Pheasant Difficulty, a prime target for many of these decks. Take away the draw from Flip the Script, and it was with that poison package he was able to do so.
Yeah, such a vital one-off inclusion, allowing the
แต่เมื่อกี้การเบี้ยวใส่หน้าเลยนะบอกอะไรครับเนี่ย
weak damage output, being in range of the Pheasant Difficulty, combining it with the unfair stamp as well. It felt like timing was crucial for both players in the game. Gabriel gave himself this window of opportunity. There was no guarantee of a Pikachu response KO here. It was a big coin bonus that helped out.
บอส4 ใบอ่ะยังไงก็ตาย
Pikachu. Here was the draw. The metal energy found from the Golden Go EX into the Pikachu.
ถ้ามีถ่วงใช่ไหมเขาจะเอาไอ้นั่นซับโกขึ้นไปตีถ่วงงอก
Identified his safest routes on his turn. Try and set himself up for game on the next turn whilst picking up his only liability, forcing Fuguan to have all sorts.
I mean, we thought that boss's orders.
อันเนี้ยดูเนี่ยเขาน่าโชว์จังหวะให้ดูเนี่ยตอนเอา
But it was him who won it in the end. And as we're about to
ทำไมอยู่ดีเปลี่ยนอ่ะ
make sure you get involved on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
น่าจะ
Get your hands on some of these amazing artworks using that code WCS25 TCGL. But our players are ready on the stage, and I'm sure you guys want to see whether history will go towards Fuguan or to the other side, and that's not the best start we see.
One with the attached pass into the Iron Hands EX as that starting Pokemon. Gabriel Fernandez with the Toad School. Cool guy, if you ask me. Has been one of the mascots of this World Championships here in Anaheim, rolling around on those roller skates, and kicks things off with a buddy Poffin as well to get a couple of those ends at Zorua down. Quick sharp as we start to see some prize cards.
ติดไพ่ไม่แย่ไม่แย่
Reloading options which can be handy. Also the second copy of the Toad School in the prize cards as well. Meaning that Gabriel has to try and keep track of this one and keep it as safe as possible, knowing that it's a great stage 1 Pokemon that can evolve up and slow down the Golden Go EX.
เด็กเหมือนรุ่นมาสเตอร์ที่ดูเมื่อวานเลยเขาก็เล่นอย่างนี้เลยก็คือใส่2ตัวแต่ก็ยังแพ้ซับโกอยู่ดีพอซับโกลากขึ้นไปตี
The recovery of energy that we saw at the end with superior energy retrieval, and it was the Iron Hands EX we see in play for Fuguan that blocked that off and meant it wasn't possible.
Gabriel doing his routine deck searches here. Got to keep calm in these instances. Gabriel has been in these spots before. The pressure cooker is no surprise to him. Something that he has to be used to. That's the price of success for Gabriel. So he is still going through those motions, trying to keep a level head, knowing that he did all he could in that game number 1, put himself in a great position. Close out.
โดนโกง
Few turns.
จัดครับโกง
Still has to employ a similar strategy, you would think, as he did in that game number 1, possibly finding access to that Toad Scroll quicker could be a little bit useful, but it still has the 120 hit points either way. So is always in range of that Ampy very much. As we see a second Buddy Poffin into the pass. Gabriel not able to have the great Arven technical machine evolution play he would have hoped for, but at least gets access to a few of these basic Pokemon, eyeing up for next turn.
Well, it was the energy last time that was limiting factor, not being able to get those attachments in early so that the final knockout was in range. So Fuguan will be eyeing up what's possible there. A Brock scouting in hand and Arven.
อันนี้แข่งบิโออะไรอ่ะบิโอ5ป่ะ
And it will be something like that Brock scouting that could be vital here to get multiple important Pokemon out in the same turn. Arven would not have been able to do so. A great inclusion in the deck, a card we saw come out and journey together and has been splashed about in some of our top decks.
And the Brock Scouting is excellent, specifically in this deck, because you can find essentially more than 2 Pokemon, because you grab Miraidon as one of those basic Pokemon choices, and then you immediately have the tandem unit. Also, Fuguan will be finding the bad news of these prize cards, because Mike, there's 2 Golden Go EX in the prizes right now, and he only plays 3 copies. So that could be a huge issue as we try and progress through the game. Fuguan was only able to win that game number 1 because he had more Golden Go EX in play, coin bonusing towards the that could be a challenge for him in this game too.
You mentioned how important these 2 archetypes, the Joltik Box and the Golden Go EX, were to combine together as they covered each other's weaknesses. One of the weaknesses of Joltik Box
ไม่ติดอยู่
through for the Golden Go EX allows the deck to continually draw throughout the game and helps in those vital moments as we saw last
โอกาสผ่านไปไวเสมอ
find the key pieces to close out the game. And Miraidon, tandem unit, an amazing ability, one of the first cards we saw in the Scarlet and Violet era,
หนียังไง
has been able to show
แต่เล็กหนียังไง
his tenure.
It's like not opting to
อ๋อ
grab
ลาติอาร์โอเคโจยตีโจยกระเดียมแล้วก็เราทอม
jolting charge. QEX was so vital in that game number 1, but not found in this case. That it's using up Iron Hands, possibly some energy to the Miraidon EX.
ไม่โตมีแตก
And threaten the Pheasantipity EX, as well as the Petrunt EX. So it can be a decent backup.
จีจีว่ะเกมเดียว
Yeah, and we see the instant evolution on the other side from Gabriel. The draw engine has started, and the energy will be matched now by Fuguan.
นี่คือมันก็แดกการ์ดเหรอสมัยเนี้ย
The 2 lightning and the 2 grass splattered about all over those Pokemon. Miraidon prepping for an attack in the future as Enzor will be beginning the draw.
โปเกมอนกินได้นะแดกได้นะโปเกมอนอ่ะ
Zoroark already, which is fantastic. Getting us trading is exactly what Gabriel wants to see. Makes up for the fact that there was no TM evolution early on here. And begin seeing more of this deck. Rid of another Buddy Poffin. Starting to work towards some support cards. We've got to try and move this Toad School. It's actually retreat because it's not able to be reduced by the Ends Castle that's just been thrown into play here. So we will see a fresh 6 cards from INO before making any other action.
Yeah, the INO, a key card in many decks. Early on allows you to filter through your deck.
มี2 ขาใช้ 2G อ่ะ
on the bottom of your deck and draw cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. So early on that will be close to 6. Towards the end you can force your opponent to have 1, 2 or 3 card hands and it will just be
โอ้ผ่านด้วยแตกยอมเลยรวบเด็กเลยรวบเด็กเลย
the opportunity to race away with this. That target in the active weak to Iron Hands EX and Iron Hands EX is able to defend against
รวบเด็กเลยเนี่ย
on Gabriel's side until the end of the game.
This is looking very promising for Fuguan here, although we do know that he'd like to go slower in that game number 1. But we are seeing the tandem unit just to shuffle the deck. This is a heads-up play, knowing that you've been hit with an INO on the deck to have access to some of the cards that were just thrown to the bottom of the deck. But that indicates we're not going to be going for a jolting charge, powering up a Pikachu slowly, unless it's already in the hand. Instead, it's going to be a boss Enzarua here. It's going to be, by the looks of things, the Skyliner allowing us to retreat this Joltik freely straight into the Iron Hands EX.
เก็บเมื่อไหร่ก็ได้มั้ง
That huge amp very much. Another 2 prize knockout now.
โอ้ยไม่น่าล่ะ
Races ahead.
Iron Hands EX taking 2 prize cards from a 1 prize card Pokemon. It's now all on Gabriel to try and restabilize and take the game back. The Toedscruel is in play, but no energy is in the discard pile at this point. Fuguan is in a prime position to keep running away with this. What can you do at this point, Gabriel? Show us that world champion ability you showed so well in Yokohama.
Step 1 seems to be Unfair Stamp. Immediately searched from the Arven here, in addition to the Mochi tool card. Means that Gabriel is unlikely to be launching any attack here. Your energy acceleration knocks the Ends PP up that you would sometimes see in traditional builds of the End Zoroark. Instead, it's going to be
แต่ตาแรกโดนไอ้นี่ด้วย
So we're actually just going to be spending an attachment on the bench and seeing a fresh 5 cards for Gabriel. Just 2 for Fuguan, who crucially in this case doesn't have access to any Golden Go EX.
No draw on board, so those 2 cards will likely be the only cards, plus the draw for turn for Fuguan in the next. And that Unfair Stamp, a great card seen in many of the decks since it came out in Twilight Masquerade. The A-spec of choice in these decks that like to give up knockouts early on, Enzarok one of those. So a great decision from Gabriel to include it, and one that can punish decks just like Joltik Box.
Gabriel will have a few trades after these 5 cards, so still we will be developing this hand, but his board position is still looking rather shoddy. Nowhere great to retreat into, because Iron Hands can take out lower hit point Pokemon. You're just hoping to sponge right now with your active Enzoroark EX and build toward a better turn here.
อะไรอ่ะ
Well,
ที่เขาสั่งกูที่เขาสั่งบอส
would be a great find at this point, but I believe 1 is prized.
ใจได้จริง
Harder to accelerate energy into play at this point. At the bottom of those prize cards, so may see it after a knockout, but at this stage could be the difference between swinging this turn and not.
Gabriel
โอ้
hoping
สู้ยากอ่ะจริง
Pokemon can be a decent sponge. I'm not sure anything else is worthwhile.
โมโมโลก็ไม่มีนี่
We've already used our disruption and we're hoping for the best here. So we're just going to be passing things over. Fuguan has an easy turn lined up, to be fair. The Skyliner, if you can't take a knockout, you can go back into Joltik. Then you can use Tandem Unit. Grab that Pikachu and start loading up energy onto that.
มีคำสั่งบอสไม่ใช่เหรอ
Doesn't want to go aggressive. It doesn't have the hand to do so. He still could be developing his board.
Yeah, and with that tandem unit on the Miraidon, can even get the Pikachu out of this stage. So a wonderful position for Fuguan. Looking incredibly dominant in this match. We know the matchup is one he's confident in. He said he's had the practice against the list. His friends helped him out, and he feels confident. And you can see exactly why the lines are there, and he's followed them perfectly through these games. On the other side, it's just not quite going as Gabriel would have planned, even though he's seeing so many cards with that trade.
Flip the script into the past then. Gabriel holding on to a ton of options. Ready the Earthen Vessel, the superior energy retrieval. Not too
เรียบร้อยแตกไปต่อไม่ได้
to see Fuguan here go for a Pikachu EX search from that tandem unit. I feel like it's a great opportunity.
หาก่อนนี่ไง
Vessel in the hand. You can even search out some metal energy and begin manually attaching on top of your
จู
charge.
The Scarlet and Violet era, the Pokemon TCG.
รวบเด็กเลยเบี้ยว
At the World Championship, every set from base set up to the Black Bolt and White Flare, and yet we see the combination of that Miraidon's tandem unit with a later card coming into the game. That jolting charge from the Joltik will be used right now to finish off the turn.
เห็นอนาคตแล้ว
Turn from Fuguan, despite taking an early knockout. Now just looking to
เพราะ
stabilize.
จริงๆอ่ะเด็กตัวละอาร์ตมันชนะได้เพราะต้องเก็บไพ่ก่อนแต่ตอนนี้โดนเก็บไพ่ก่อนเงี้ยไม่มีโอกาสเลย
And go Pikachu EX. See a smaller single prize Pokemon. You can hunt it down with Iron Hands. One happily attacks away from closing the victory here. Gabriel with a mountain to climb.
ขึ้นมาได้ไงอ่ะ
This turn with an earthen vessel discarding a cleffer.
เจอ
grab a couple darkness energy. They've been elusive in those opening couple turns.
เจอเด็กอะไรมาบ้างอ่ะน่าจะเจอฟาโกมั่งแหละมั้งแต่ลิสนี้ก็ได้เจอสู้ผ่าได้ไงหรือไม่เจอเลย
When you've lost game 1 in a final and you know you're on the back foot, you have to resolve some crazy scenarios, and who better to do it than Gabriel? Unfair stamp, didn't do enough. A turn for Fuguan to still set up just means these late
โบขึ้นมาได้ไงดีกว่าเจอเด็กอะไรมาดีกว่าตอนขึ้นมา
Too many knockouts to take, and it is that
ใช่เหรอ
full board on the other side, staring down the Enzarok that's not able to take a big knockout on many of these Pokemon. Only the Latias EX in range of that Enzarok. So needs a gust here, needs an attachment. Otherwise, it's going to be a single prize knockout on the active, which is not enough at this stage.
Feels like the only jeopardy for Fuguan is that there's no draw power at all on the board. Boss's orders will bring up the Latias EX. This is the easiest means for Gabriel to take a 2-prize knockout, thanks to the dark weakness of Latias. We can freely retreat thanks to the En's Castle into our En's Zoroark EX that we've been powering up over a couple of turns. En's Reshiram that we can copy with our Night Joker attack, and we will be responding with a 2-prize knockout, leveling up game 2 of the seniors finals.
Incredible knockout from Gabriel, navigated the board well, hoping that Fuguan doesn't have a way back into this, but we know there's something in that hand that is so good.
ตัวบายไป
ready to go. It's whether you can set up for future turns, and what better way to set up for future turns than a Pokegear top deck to start with. Find one of those vital supporters, but even that Pheasantipity EX to flip the script and draw 3 more cards.
ไม่มัน10 เกมชนะ8เสมอ1แพ้1
Gabriel so often writing these scripts, been the hero of every story this season. One has been flipping the script and has now found Pheasantipity. In addition to a buddy Poffin, can finally start looking to weave in some gimmicks here. Some semblance of draw power starting to come together as he works towards this late game. Pikachu EX already looking terrifying. Easy 2-prize knockout lined up. Fuguan then would just be looking towards Iron Hands to close the game on the Toadscruel on the bench of Gabriel, or can start looking once again towards a Golden Goat EX late game if Gabriel feels the pressure to pick up the Toadscruel as he did in game 1.
Well, we've got to bear in mind that Topaz Bolt will discard 3 energy for the knockout. 300 damage on the Enzarok. Fuguan, 2 prize cards taken, 2 remain. Gabriel needs to navigate this end passage here perfectly. Does have great endgame options to attack.
เก็บเด็กเลยเบี้ยว
That Petron EX or the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which was so
หมีว่ะ
last game, and there it is. It's going to come down with the energy straight away.
Right, we see Nespal first.
ความสามารถพิเศษ Resolution Heart Resolute Heart.
Making sure his outs are always in his favor. Nesballing out the Petron EX first here. Said like there's already the Blood Moon Ursaluna plus energy combination. We can be taking out that Iron Hands EX, and when you take out Iron Hands EX, that's allowing you to keep your Toadscruel in play very safely.
แต่มีโมโล่นี่โมโล่ติดพิษให้ก็ได้นี่
Pokemon because no longer
อ๋อเอาขึ้นไปแล้วนี่ไงโอเคหมีตีแล้วเธอได้ฟูทู
at this moment. Blood Moon Ursaluna, a great way to knock out, and that's going to be a
เอ้า
sweep from Fuguan. Gabriel
ทำไมอ่ะอ๋อไม่อาจจะยอมให้เพราะตาแรกนี่หรือเปล่า
These are the moments, Mike, where champions reveal themselves. A game down in the finals. The pressure mounting. Fuguan with just 2 prize cards remaining. Gabriel found the perfect line, removing all the energy from play. The threat of the Iron Hands EX was looming. Gabriel picked it apart.
หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์เฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสินค้าโมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยัสมากันนะคะชิโร่
perfect for Figuan, taking a knockout not only on a one prize Pokemon, turning it
1-1 แล้วครับตอนนี้โบ3ตาท้ายดูกันว่าใครจะอยู่ใครจะไป
turn knockout on the Latias, and we could see a shimmer of hope
ก็บอกแล้วครับ
as he navigated those 2 prize knockouts.
ขึ้นดิผมดูไลฟ์มันเห็นขึ้นสปอตอยู่เลยเนี่ย
Solving from the play, the Topaz Bolt later on not able to be returned as the Toadscruel sitting on the bench. So effective here at the tournament. Been a great tech card into Golden Go, but on this occasion it was taking out all those energy that meant there was no way to return.
อะไรพี่เนี่ย
I think the big issue there was an energy floated on Miraidon. There wasn't an easy way to chain Pikachu.
ในดิสไม่เกี่ยวในดิสไม่เกี่ยวในดิสมันยิงตรงเข้าหงเลยมันไม่มีขึ้นอะไรอยู่แล้ว
Made it too easy for Gabriel to nullify the threats of Golden Go in the later stages whilst also taking out that threat of Iron Hands. So often in the Pokemon trading card game, it's about having a backup strategy for when your active Pokemon is knocked out, so that you have something to do on the following turn. Gabriel
เหลียวหรือเบี้ยว
put him in a great opposing board state, and Figuan recognized that.
ตานี้คุณเชียร์นะคุณชีเหลียวหรือคุณชีเบี้ยวครับ
To decide our senior division world
ดู
champion.
ไพ่ดีกว่า
As you can see there, Gabriel Fernandez did sustain a loss in the Swiss stage, but was able to beat 2 Joltik Box and 4 Golden Go. Now they're smushed together by Figuan. Will he be able to take him down as a
เป็นจริงอะฮะเอ้ยมือแรกกิจิเห็นกิจิอยู่กิจิขึ้นเหรอ
Will he be able to take the first TCG victory
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
for mainland China only 2 years into their addition to the World Championship?
I can only imagine the pressure at this stage, Mike. Game 1 was pressure enough.
เดี๋ยวขอฟังเขาคุยอะไรกัน
What looked like the weaker start ended up having the best outcome. Love Moon Ursaluna being in the prize cards, of course, in game number 1 meant that he couldn't take the line he just did. So we're getting into the action in game number 3 here. Make some noise in the arena.
โอ้ปิดโวโลแล้วผ่านเลย
Pass for Gabriel Fernandez, just with that Petron EX in the active. Being forced to go first is a common state in this TCG. We often see players unable to set up well when they're going first. You need that supporter, which you can only play when going second. Whereas for Figuan, he has the Miraidon EX in play with that tandem unit, can start to set up the Joltik, power up those key attackers.
At the crucial moment, Gabriel with just 1 card in hand that was able to be played, and it was a Darkness Energy. Far from ideal. Starting a Miraidon EX, like you say, Mike, tandem unit means we can grab all sorts of lightning friends here.
โอ้ย
Those prize cards, there's one of those Genesect EX, one of those Iron Hands.
แขนเหล็กติด
There are 2 copies within the list, fortunately.
จอรี่ติด 1
Are also 2 Joltik. We are getting away with some of those basic Pokemon being in the prizes.
แขนเหล็กเขาใส่กี่ใบนะเหลียวอะ
Already led with the tandem unit. We can happily find our lightning Pokemon. We have access to a ball search card. We can use
เกี่ยวใส่2นะเห็นอยู่
this Miraidon EX out the way. Equally, if there's Arven in the hand, we can use Air Balloon.
นั่นไงใส่แขนเหล็กมีแขนเหล็ก 2
To power up a threatening Pokemon here.
Well, Figuan teasing us by not showing us that hand, and there is outs, as you mentioned. The next ball will be a way to find a basic Pokemon and put it onto the bench. The Latias EX is in deck and will be a free retreat option with that Skyliner ability. So important for the mobility of this deck, as well as another in hand, ready for either now or
จริงผมไม่เห็นเป็นงี้บ้างเลย
got everything he needs. The energy onto the Joltik would allow him to get going.
2 ใบด้วย
That nest ball, just trying to find all of those important cards at this stage.
ปู3 โกตัวหนึ่ง
To set up the draw engine from Golden Go, and pretty much the perfect time for Figuan early on here.
หนีครับ
As everyone expects, we're going straight into the Joltik. We're going to swing an energy on and Joltik
ชาร์จ
up.
ติดทุกแบบให้กับ
Up in this stage. Threatening the Petron. If you've caught
แขนใหญ่
the weak hand, could try and put 2 energy onto that Miraidon EX and put the pressure on that.
โชว์ไปนาจาโมโปโม
EX is always tempting though.
You could just Jolting Charge again next turn.
คุณจะสร้างปฏิหารย์หรือไม่
But the Iron Hands will be set up. That kind of blocks Gabrielle out of putting
โหดปากก่อนเลย
Pokemon in play. But with that TM evolution, there is a world where
มือตายแล้วเหรอเบี้ยว
out of range of the Iron Hands. So we'll be looking to do that this turn. The Iron
โชว์ผมบอกแล้วโชว์ไปนาจาโมยิมนาจาโมโปรโมจากกิจกรรม
and drawing cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining at this early stage. That is 6 fresh cards to look at, and the late game will be a key disruption.
เหมือนจะเรียกไม่ได้ปะ
As it doesn't look like
Ultra Ball,
ห็นปะ
Mike.
Not ideal.
You're telling me. putting it mildly, getting rid of
อุ้ย
Zoroark.
ทิ้งโซล่า2 ตัวเลยเหรอ
Clever. We're being forced into a grasping draw here. Wow.
อุ้ย
Treat this Petron TX, we can attach to it so that we can move it once again. We're power panning back in the INO. We'll be drawing a huge amount of cards here with the grasping draw. In fact, it's the full 7. Gabriel navigated an awkward hand as best he could. Grasping draw, a great way to top back up on 7 cards. By no means ideal, but still in the game, and he'll have 7 fresh cards to put himself in a better position.
Well, last game we saw
ทำไมเขาเก็บความสามารถของตัวอะไร
That's Gabriel out the game, but he was able to come back, and so recognizing that here and
ทำไมรีมือ
recognizing how important
เกิดอะไรขึ้นเกิดอะไรขึ้น
will be to have the perfect turn next turn as 7
ทิ้งหมดมือ
cards
เนี่ย
in
เหรอ
hand, and the turn ends through the attack. And now Fuguan will be thinking, what is the plan here? I've not seen this scenario before. This is an
ว้า
unfamiliar deck with an unfamiliar
ไม่ทันละมั้ง
all the testing they would have done last night to prepare for the final would not have seen this, so he now has to work out, does he play it safe and go for another
โอ้โห
jolting charge,
ของ
or
อย่าง
does
พ
he
ร้อ
get
ม
aggressive and take a knockout on that Cleffer?
Well, we see the tandem unit, which might indicate that it's time for Pikachu TX.
ยังมีบัตเตอร์อย่างเงี้ยบัตเตอร์เด็กไรเจอเด็กไรเนี่ย
There it is. We could easily just be going jolting instead here. With additional manual attachments, it feels really good to power up this Pikachu. So the Team Rocket's Petrol in the hand that could grab an item card, or potentially a supporter for the next turn as well.
อีกคลิปได้240ไง
Here from Fuguan. Not being
ใช่
phased by the slow start of the opposition can often be quite tempting to get aggressive when your opponent has a slow start. In this
เกือบไม่นับ ชนะอย่างเดียวที่นับ
slowing things down. Oh, will be going for the aggressive knockout with the Iron Hands EX, and the Pikachu going to be manually attached to try and increase the energy count, and that is 2 prize cards for Fuguan, just 4 prize cards away from being a world champion here in Anaheim.
Gabriel finally finding some buddy popping.
อ้าว
Access
เรียบ
to
ร้อย
crucial
เบงกูหนีรอบจุดรอบมาสเตอร์เฉยเลย
him in this very steep position as we see some prize cards. Nothing too devastating. Should be plenty of
เบงบอกหมดใจแล้วเบี้ยวแพ้
Such cards will be integral this turn, Mike. I think honestly we might need to try and work towards double-toed school this turn in addition to our Enzarua, because it's so, as we see the pass back
Oh
at
no, just a
Gabriel.
pass. And that's not ideal again, and there's a target down on the bench. A prime catcher into the Enzo Rua will go into a free retreat pivot and some draw at the same time. This is going to be a wonderful turn for Fuguan. Just 2 prize cards here will put him 1 knockout away from becoming the world champion. As Gabriel playing it slow, not out of choice, out of necessity. And Iron Hands
GG.
amp you very much for the knockout. What can you do,
จีจีเลย
Gabriel?
ครับ รวบเลย
The one trade from Enzoroark. Can we get any disruption into the mix? Are we going to have to use Irritating Outburst into this Iron Hands EX? Going to be pivoting into the Enzoroark. Poisoning with Subjugating Change. Going into the Blood Luna Switch combination. We have the Professor Turret scenario to pick up our Enzoroark. Which means we can get a response KO here. Gabriel is not out yet.
And that response KO, using that Blood Moon for 240 damage. A way to knock out the Iron Hands EX. Yes, it might have seemed like Gabriel was out of it, but all of his
ดึงไอ้โมมาโล่ข้างหลังมาก็ชนะแล้ว
when Fuguan is on 2 prize cards remaining. So playing into that at this moment. Fuguan now, no Toad School in play. The Golden Go could be the outcome, the way to win the game.
มีอยู่แล้วไอ้นั่น
As
น่ะ
many cards as possible.
นี่ไงฮิจิ
And with some superior energy retrievals, an earthen vessel, something to get the knockout. This could be the winning play right now. Fuguan, what have you got?
Already have 1 energy in the hand. Here's flip the script for 3 additional cards.
ขึ้นไหมไม่ขึ้น
Go EX.
เปเปอร์ไง
Looks like all the pieces are coming together, Mike. We're just making sure with this coin bonus, but ripping onto
ไม่ขึ้น
Switch here. Arven in the hand.
โอ้โหเยอะขนาดนี้ไม่ขึ้นเหรอเนี่ย
Have metal energy in the discard pile. Is that the only piece missing? Do we have access? We're going through the motions for Guan here.
Is it there?
Superior would be game, but as long as we had access to metal energy, but we don't right now. Somehow, there's no metal here. The only metal energy we've seen is attached to a Joltik right now.
Is there one in deck? The earthen vessel could find it out of the deck.
That's not enough to deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. 260 points is still a lot. Gabriel, skin of his teeth stuff here.
Let's make sure
มีนี่ไง
as he puts the play together here, there's that metal energy which will be used to attach to the Golden Go. The question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Fuguan will be making history here, and it looks to be
Jolly Charge. Okay.
No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn.
Well, keeping calm in these moments is integral, Mike, and Fuguan has done just that. Creeping closer with Pikachu EX.
แหม่
Really awkward.
แหม่ยังไงก็แพ้อยู่ดีอะ
Take out in one turn.
ไม่เห็นทางเลยอะ
It is so threatening. 300 damage could knock out everything. Gabriel's arsenal. Even him with just
ช้าไป2 เทิร์นนะ
Not many of those. And that Pikachu will just sit there until the return knockout is required. There's no single prize attacker for Gabriel to knock out with. It's going to be a tough old position to navigate in these final turns. Can't even leave damage on board. We don't have anything like that Monkey Dory.
ยังไงก็โดนอะ300ไม่มีตัวไหนยืนได้อะ
Even a scratch into the Pikachu might be the only option at this stage to set it up for a knockout in future turns.
That's definitely the best play this turn, Mike. That's all we have. There is energy switch in the hand. Move on to the Enzarua. The only way we can proc the Resolute Heart and put some damage in safely. Try and two-shot the Pikachu EX.
In combination with a bit of disruption, that could be a mighty effective way, but no Gust here. We'll need to find it on the other side of this Iono.
And how does Gabriel move this Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is the last question. Well, we have the Heteron EX to do that, so it will... Can we find a counter catcher here from this Iono? Big 4 cards.
ยังเห็นทางชนะอยู่อะเล่นนะ
Their counter catcher. Yes,
There it is. Oh wow, Gabriel Fernandez always finds a way. Got that scratch from the Enzarua to put some damage on the Pikachu with Resolute Heart, unable to one-hit knock it out. The only way around it here is 20
สกิลที่เลือดเหลือ 10
and hope to finish it off later. No other attacker on Fuguan's board. Disruption. That was it.
โอ้นี่ไง
His orders in hand, and that's it. Fuguan Liao topples the title.
กวางเลียว
World champion.
ไม่เป็นไรครับ เดี๋ยวผมซอยต่อเอง
The underdog goes undefeated and spoils the
ยังไง
Fernandez
ครับ
tail and now joins him in the ranks as world champion.
Our first player from mainland China, just 2 seasons in to competition.
หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสินค้าโมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยัสมากันนะคะชิโร่
Talk about nail biter. Coming down to a 3-game series. Game 1 as let's see how it played out. This was so
โอ้
intricate.
เกม 2 ไม่น่าเลยพลาดช้าไป2 เทิร์น
Kicking off. Well, this is actually game 3 here. Gabriel with the weaker starts. The prime catcher pickup allowed the Iron Hands to get into the mix, take a bunch of prize cards, and crucially the Golden Go EX still stuck on the board here. A bigger threat and some additional draw power. Ampu very much going down to just 2 prize cards remaining in quick succession.
Enjoyed how both players played patiently, didn't look to force knockouts, were comfortable with the idea of just setting up, getting rid of the options, using that jolting charge from Jolting, more turns than 1, something Fuguan lent into in game 1 and lent into it here again in game 2. The counter catcher find, we thought it was possible, but the Iono not doing enough in terms of disruption, and Boss's orders there, the draw for turn, and the nerves can settle as Fuguan Liao is our world champion.
How many times have we heard Boss's orders for the game? And once again, the World Championship decided by such a crucial supporter card. What a crazy deck that we've just seen winning the World Championships. Who would have thought it, Mike? Many may have expected Golden Go EX. Some may have expected Joltik. Hardly anyone would have expected the 2 combined. What a crazy deck that we've seen here. Fuguan piloting it beautifully as well. A very deserving champion.
An unexpected synergy. That metal energy, the missing piece of energy types with the jolting charge, also works synergistically with the Golden Go. And we saw how key it was to finish the game in that early knockout. The Golden Go able to clean up the weaknesses of the Iron Hands and the Pikachu, which often find it hard at the end to take big knockouts. Golden Go, a key draw engine too. So amazing initiative from Fuguan to put them together, bring them to this event and take the title.
Gabrielle, commiserations. You came so close and so far. What a phenomenal season, though. We can't doubt that he's been a force, completely awe-inspiring to watch every time we've seen him in those finals. And yes, we've seen him get fortunate at times. Yes, we've seen him play brilliantly throughout. It wasn't your day today, but you're going to come back in the Masters division and be a huge threat.
Wow, what a performance. And the crowd here, you guys were behind it the whole way. A tense match. At any moment, it could have gone either way. A missed piece would have meant the other player raising ahead. But it was Fuguan who settled down in key moments when the cards were missed and recognized the safe play. And that's the sign to watch.
No doubt about it. A world champion means you're known around the world by every Pokemon fan. That's our second of 3 finals in the TCG today, the seniors division. What a highlight it's been. Masters division is just around the corner as well. Quick note on that, Mike. We have Riley, we have Justin. Gardevoir versus Dragapult Dusknoir. It's been a tale all season, the tug of war between these two stage 2 archetypes. What do you think about it?
Well, I think it will be one to watch later, but I want to find out now from our champion. Give it up one more time for Fuguan Liao!
Here I am with your champion, Fuguan Liao. Now, you're here representing China. You were called an underdog. Did you know that this is how this match was going to go?
先恭喜你一下，你是代表那个中国去比赛，然后我们还没有认识你，你有没有觉得你会成为那个世界冠军呢？
就是因为第2次参加世界大赛嘛，感觉就挺不容易的拿到冠军，然后来之前也没有想过能拿到世界冠军，就觉得自己一开始就目标是打进第2。
Yeah, he says it's not easy coming here, and he never thought about being world champion.
Well, now you are the world champion, so how do you feel in this moment?
所以你现在感觉如何？
我感觉挺开心的，就是因为毕竟拿了冠军哦。
Yeah, he's very happy because yes, it is first place.
I would be happy too, and I know a lot of people here are happy for you as well. Is there anything that you want to say to the crowd or to anyone at home?
你有没有谁想感谢呢？
我首先要感谢我父母嘛，因为他们特别支持我。然后我还要感谢我们 VG 战队，然后他们的大哥哥他们都会跟我打牌，然后还要感谢我那些朋友啊，比如说什么9区、白 Chester， 很多人他们都会跟我打牌。然后对，然后还要感谢所有人。
Yeah, there's a lot of people, but yeah, mainly his mom and the league that he plays at, and there's a lot of friends that who he practiced with, who helped him all along the way. So thank you.
Well, congratulations again to your world champion, Fuguan Liao. You can leave the stage to celebrate.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, it is time for your Pokemon trading card game Masters Final.
You have a good deck, but that's only half the battle.
My Dragapult is going to take down your Gardevoir.
I have come all this way here and make my stand on the edge of my fate, almost in my hands. I'm reaching out, and it's so close now I can almost taste it. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just beyond.
Let's welcome your competitors. First, let's hear it from the USA, Justin Neudorf.
นี่เรามาเตอร์เลยใช่ไหม
While we welcome your competitor from Canada, let's hear it for Riley McKay. Come join us, Riley. just a few moments with both of you before the match, so I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. Come on close to me. Come close to me. Now, I heard you had been practicing together before this. Can you tell me about that? How did it go?
So basically, we practiced on like Tuesday night at like on one of our hotels, and we practiced the matchup, and I was able to make some edits to my deck thanks to my testing against Riley.
That's exciting. Riley, are you confident against those changes?
I don't think the changes are super important into my deck. I think they're just good for his deck in general, and I've already beaten that deck, so if things go right, I can do well.
We're very excited to see how this goes. Thanks for the insight, both of you. We're going to let you take your seats, and we're going to get right into this match. Casters, take us away.
Thank you so much, Anna. Everybody, Pokemon trading card game is not just about the cards. It is not just about the decks. It is about the legacy. And right now on this stage, the biggest Pokemon stage that we see, two trainers sit at the peak of our Masters division. They've battled fiercely through the competition. They are now at this moment in time taking down these rivals, and one prize remains, and it is eternal, the title of World Champion. Everybody in the crowd right now, you are sitting in a real Pokemon stadium. You are a part of this history. You are a part of this match. Let's give it up for our Masters Finals! Of course, here on the casting desk right now, Shelby Boo joined with Kyle Sablehouse. You just saw that bracket. You've heard from our players. They're sitting down. The lights are bright. This is the setup here, Kyle. Are you ready for this match?
We are in an arena to cast the World Championships. It does not get much better than this. Two incredible players, two amazing decks. Which player will come out on top? We've got Justin. He is challenging Riley McKay, who was just at the NAIC finals table. He has some pretty solid results for his own. We saw in 2022 a top 8 in the senior division, followed that up in 2024 with another top 8, just barely missing on that auto invite both times. And then he's told he's going to the Masters division. And what does he do with that? He takes his favorite deck all the way to the final table.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We've talked about there are so many incredible seniors players that move into the Masters division, but Justin should have been way more on our radars here, Kyle, because look, he's sitting at this table right now, facing off against, of course, Riley McKay, who has also been a little bit on the back burner this season. And now it just feels like that NAIC final position was his destiny for him now to meet us here at this table in the Masters final at the World Championships. There is so much on the line for both of these players, but they're gonna keep it nice and clean here between the play. You heard from them already. They've already play tested here for the World Championships up until this point. There's been a couple of tweaks in the decks, but is that gonna make a difference in this matchup? I do wanna say here, Riley had some difficult matches against Dragapult in former matches in this tournament. Up until this point, no one is counting either of these decks out.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent match between these two players. Yes, we heard that Riley is fairly confident as he's played against this deck before, up against Justin himself, and knows that Justin has made some of those changes. There is a second copy of Hilda to help with assisting with finding those evolutions. Maybe something as impactful as that Neo upper energy that we've seen. But we've seen some excellent play from Riley. He knows what he's up against. He had the pass heard around the world in top 4 of NAIC against Tord Reklev, and he brought some amazing play into the finals where he came up just short to Isaiah Bradner. But maybe this is his moment.
Yeah, maybe that was all leading up to here for Riley McKay. We're gonna have to see how this goes down between these players, but these two decks are absolute titans of our format. These players know these decks well, and these are clean lists too. I mean, there's no gimmicks in them. There is just pure skill sitting behind these decks, piloted by these two players. They are truly at the top of our Masters division here in 2025. And these are polarizing decks. I mean, there's tons of you out in the crowd, I'm sure, that have either piloted or gone against Gardevoir, have piloted or gone against Dragapult, many different lists, many different flavors, but this is what has made it to the top.
Yeah, we've seen Gardevoir reigning supreme. It's done so well at so many major events. But maybe this is the time for Dragapult to take over the crown. We'll have to see which one of these decks will do just that, and we may just be in for a 3-game set.
Oh, I hope so, Kyle. It's always been so exciting here, and how much more exciting could it get in a giant Pokemon stadium for both of these trainers? You're gonna see these animations on our floor here, so you can follow along with our match as well. I mean, this is just such a cool experience.
And both players drawing those opening hands, something so important as you think about this all throughout the night, all throughout the tournament. What will that hand look like? Maybe a buddy poffin.
Let's hope so. I like to feed my Pokemon here. They be eaten. Yeah, I mean, that is, of course, one of the major setup cards in our format at the moment. But there is going to be a lot more than just the setups between these players. There are cards that do change the pace of this match. What the Pokemon TCG is, it always comes down to these big, pivotal moments that might just be small decisions, like, for example, taking a quick pass. You know, it might just come down to that, but all of those decisions are well thought out by these players. I mean, their minds are like none other in this game, and to get to this point now is just incredible. So you know, both these players are competing at the top of their game. They're ready for this Masters Finals. They're gonna get set up, and we'll see how those intricate decisions come into play in this match.
Yeah, there's so much to think about, and obviously for both players, it has a different approach for you. For Riley, he's taking that deep breath, that composure. You're trying to regain that for yourself. As you know, this is going to be a long battle. You have a great competitor against you who has been to this stage before, top 8. This is the 3rd time now in, 3 years for him to come back and do this again. So maybe Worlds is just Justin's tournament.
Exactly. I mean, he's been training since he was very young here, but I do want to say, Kyle, you know, Riley used to be a Duraludon gamer.
Oh,
right?
Of course he was.
So even though he's playing my arch nemesis Gardevoir, I still find myself rooting here for Riley McKay. But now it's going to be Gardevoir in his hands. Maybe this is going to earn him a world champion title, or Justin will stand in the way of that. Both these players have been playing these decks throughout the season. We're going to see the prize cards. Hopefully nothing too detrimental here. But oh my gosh, can we just stop seeing these evolution lines?
อีกแล้วคำสาปโดนเราเผาเนี่ย
Already before in the earlier divisions, multiple Dracloak prized, and it's happening once more. There is a Curly on the other side, that one-of copy of Fluttermane in the prize cards there as well. But I'm not feeling great for Justin on that.
I'll tell you what, Kyle, I think it's better than maybe 3 Dragapult EX, though.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
He's come back from worse.
He has beat the odds, as we saw in our former matchups with Justin. So if he can do it again, or if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him here. So we'll see. We're getting the fist bump here. We're kicking off our trading card game, Masters Finals. Let's hear it from the crowds. Wow, look at that, Kyle. We're eating.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly where you want to be. Maybe not the coin flip you desire, but you're going first, and you have that buddy poffin to get things rolling. Unfortunately, you're rolling right into Bad News Bearstown.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. We're going to see the shuffle through here to get these basic Pokemon out. But you see right now, Justin is shuffling all these Pokemon to keep track of what is in the prize cards, a major component of the Pokemon trading card game. And he's jotting them down. It's not going to be 3 Dragapult EX this time around, but a couple of those Dracloaks. And that card is so huge for Justin to be able to draw into cards and carry out his future plans in this match. And I'll tell you what, you don't want to be missing any cards. You don't want to be missing any piece of your setup here in such a consequential match where really the margins are razor thin.
Yeah, this might be a situation for Justin where typically you do have a little additional time to set up your Dreepies, establish your cloaks, and draw through your deck as you're sitting behind the Itchy Pollen of Badoo. But now you only have 2 of those resources to draw into. So do you take a little bit of a different approach, maybe focus a bit on your line like the Duskull here?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we saw before here from Justin. We're going to see what those decisions come out to be here. The Badoo and the Dreepy coming from this Buddy Buddy Poffin. They're taking a nice little lunch break here, but not for long as they help out this match. The Badoo here, for everyone joining us that maybe isn't into the trading card game, this card has reigned supreme here in our format. It's just a cute little pollen guy, and he locks down all of your items. And that's not very fun in the trading card game.
Sometimes 10 damage does add up as well. You have just 30 hit points, but that free retreat has been pivotal. Attacking for free, buying time so that you can accelerate energies once at a time from your hand, but honestly, it's enough. You set up your cloak, eventually Dragon Ball comes out, and it is one of the best attacks we have seen.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Dive on the Dragapult EX. One of the best attacks in the game, of course, facing off against Gardevoir. That is one of the best decks in the game as well. But this move right here, 200 damage. But not only that, you also get 6 damage counters to spread onto your opponent's field as well. And that is how you set up these multi-prize knockout turns. I mean, it is just so cool to see in action. But Riley has the tools in his deck to be able to move around that. Monkey Dory, as we see in the active position right now, that ability, Adrena Brain, if it has a dark energy attached, it can start moving those damage counters back over to Justin's field. So you have a way to heal your Pokemon, get that damage away, and start outlasting your opponent. And that's just one of the ways that this deck comes in handy to kind of counter Dragapult.
Yes, spreading that damage around, avoiding some of those knockouts, and then making sure to combine that into a big combo turn. If you can remove potentially 2 Drew Cloak from play at the same time, target down lines of the Duskull so that you don't have to deal with the impact of Curse Blast, it can be very pivotal for your strategy.
And look at this. Arvin here, a major part of that strategy that you're talking about, Kyle. Seeking out a tool card and an item card, but there's something a little bit different about that item card that y'all are seeing. It is bright pink, and that's because it's an ace spec. You can only have one of these in your deck, and it is because of the sheer power behind them. What does this one do, Kyle? What's in the box?
The secret box. It could be anything. It could even be a box. It's got so many different ways to help you, especially in the early stages here. You can search out that supporter, you can search out that stadium card, you get the item to go along with it, you have the tool, you have everything to help out here. And it's exactly what you need. Just fill your board, find the Ralts and other pieces so eventually you can evolve them here.
Yeah, I mean, one way to evolve those evolutions is a technical machine. You do see one of the machines on the field right now. These are, we don't just have boxes, we got fire mixtapes here in the Pokemon TCG too. You chuck them on your Pokemon, they can do a special move. That one is the Devolution that you're seeing, but in hand is a technical machine evolution, and that is gonna play into the strategy for Riley to get into some of these evolution Pokemon and accelerate the strategy or just the overall board state. But I will mention, Justin also plays some stadium cards that could potentially counter those tool cards down the line. Of course, there's other tool cards in the list for Riley, McKay-2 and the Bravery Charms.
That is definitely one of the most important pieces here. Not only with the secret box do you find great resources, but you can also place them in the discard pile. The early discard of Psychic Energies, I cannot speak to that enough. Against Itchy Pollen, it can be so hard to find the energies and then throw them away. To already see 2 in the discard, that means there's potential for some fireworks here pretty soon.
Exactly, that's what we want to see here, that Psychic Embrace ability on Gardevoir EX. It takes those energies right out of the discard pile, accelerates them to the field. It's one of the reasons this deck is so strong, but you have to get them in the discard pile first. So seeing that here from Riley with the secret box is huge. Of course, a Monkey Dory joining them as well. And then we get one of each of these items out of the deck here. Artisan being the stadium. We talked about research here for Riley. And now we're seeing the Ralts come down.
Yeah, this is the way you can play Buddy Buddy Poffin, I suppose. It kind of lines up like that. It's Artisan in combination with this
แล้ว
ball.
ก็ติด
It's not
อี
as
โว
cute,
ตี
but it does the job. Dark
โวก่อน
energy for Monkey Dory along with TM Evolution. That's double Curlia.
Ooh, baby, well, we like to see it here that Curly is one step closer to getting into Gardevoir.
Actually, that's single Curlia. That's a little bit of a problem.
Oh my gosh, yeah, one of those Curliads at the bottom of the prize cards here for Riley, and just searching through, making sure in the deck, that's gonna be it, and that's huge news there for Justin. That is information that he now has. One of those Curlia is in the prize cards. So Riley's gonna end that turn. Thanks to that TM Evolution, it does discard. Now we're back over to Justin.
ต้องเช็คอยู่แล้วไม่น่าลืมเขาน่าเช็คแล้วแหละแต่มันต้องโว
Could target down this Pokemon once you get a setup and maybe avoid seeing Gardevoir for a long time. Even a few turns can be pivotal in this matchup as energies don't stick around too long once that card's gone.
น่าจะใส่3-2-3มั้งไม่ก็3-2-2
This Ultra Ball here into
ไม่ดิ4-2-2
still have access to, which is nice. Of course, we were talking about Recon Directive. It allows you to look at the top 2 cards in your deck, and then you get to keep one to your hand, the other goes to the bottom. It's a fantastic way to draw cards, get into more items. See the Dust Skull coming down off of that Artisan as well. Stadiums in the TCG can be used between both players. We're here in a stadium now, they're at Artisan right now, and it's getting those Pokemon out of the deck onto the field. Let's talk about this matchup and the board states we're currently seeing, Kyle. What do you think? Which way is the momentum swinging, do you think, just from what we've seen so far?
I mean, the prize cards are intimidating, but I'm pretty comfortable with Justin's side of the board here. If he has a good draw off of this Iono specifically, you fill up with the Recon Directive. You might see an attack here if you'd like to get some damage on board. It's difficult with a Munkidori staring you down, but we could see a Dragapult attacking with a Dusclops, trying to remove multiple pieces of this Gardevoir line here.
Right, so you have to sort of outpace your opponent if you can. You have to make those big moves, not fall behind, and continue to keep up the pressure. And honestly, Justin is doing that just fine here. The Iono from Justin, both players shuffled up their hands, so now whatever Riley had, it's gone. It's shuffled up, put at the bottom of the deck, and both of them draw cards up to the prize cards represented on both their boards. So 6 new cards. From that, we saw the Buddy Buddy Poffin found for Justin. That's what's getting him all of these Pokemon out on the field. And I'm just saying, Kyle, when Justin is going with a board like this, he seems unstoppable.
Yes, it's lining up pretty nice. You see the Buddy Buddy, you're looking for a little more help. This hand has a lot of great tools when you already have a setup. You see an energy to go along with a Dragapult, to go along with Boss's Orders, and Iono now. But you don't have Dracloak set up. You need to protect this Pokemon. Run as fast as you can to Badoo and save yourself from the items.
Run, hide behind the 3-inch tall Badoo. Hey, it works somehow in the TCG. We have the itchy pollen. There's no energy attachment needed to get that move across. 10 damage flying over to Riley's side of the field. But more importantly, item cards are locked down for Riley. Anything with the item at the top left corner of the card cannot be used at this moment in time. That's going to slow things down. But Gardevoir EX is now being evolved into, and Psychic Embrace is online.
Yeah, this is pretty safe to at least see that there's no Boss's Orders on the other side from Riley. This deck does not play that. But there is another way. The Scream Tail. We have 2 Psychic Energies sitting in the discard pile. A damage counter on Munkidori. If you push that damage counter over to this Dracloak here, you could potentially knock this out in combination with the Scream Tail. It all lines up.
I mean, this Scream Tail is absolutely nuts in this. Here's Psychic Embrace, allowing for that 2 energy attachment here. For each damage counter, 20 damage is able to be dealt anywhere for Riley, and that is huge here. You want to eliminate those liabilities. Coming back, it's going to be so bad there for Justin.
Just contemplating which damage you'd like to move. You have some on the Scream Tail. You can't really mess with that. But 1 damage counter from the Munkidori is nice to see because you can move the rest of those later on, especially if you're targeting down a second Dracloak next turn.
Right, big brain moves there from Riley, and it's going to net him the first prize card here in our Masters Finals Game 1 between these players. So the momentum has been swinging both ways back and forth.
มันแย่ตรงเขาโวยนั่นไม่ได้เพราะไอเนี่ยติด2 ตัว
Honestly, seriously is such a pain. It has these
ต้องดึง
Pokemon that are single prize attackers that can do so much damage, and they're accelerated pretty much for free by the Gardevoir EX ability. I mean, it is just dirty. But over on Justin's side, we have another Dracloak. We're doing something.
Yes, we're going to see 2 cards and take one of them. Recon Directive to help a little more. Looking for maybe a Dusclops. If you see this Pokemon, you could use Curse Blast, remove the Scream Tail in the active, and then maybe hold on to this Cloak under item lock once more.
Well, I saw one of those ghosty boys, but it was the Dusknoir, not the Dusclops this time around. That is the Recon Directive there for Justin. Usually you want to have a bunch of these out, but we already know that's unfortunate.
Is this the time? Is it time for the Hilda?
Oh.
Thanks for the help,
Dah lah.
Riley. This is going to work out just fine.
Let's go, the Hilda that was added. Riley said, nah, nobody cares about this Hilda, but look at
it's a
this.
big-
It is finding Justin now what he needs here in the evolution Pokemon and the energy, but it's not just any regular energy. Look at that. We're talking about pink cards. That is one that you want to see as a Dragapult player.
Yes, Neo Upper Energy, those Stage 2 Pokemon. It's a double rainbow effect, which will handle all of the counts that you need to deal 200 damage, 60 to the bench and damage counters. And look at this, going with a strategy that's a little safer, but also gives you a chance. You see the Dracloak added to the hand, maybe you find Dusclops as well, and you hit double.
Well, let's hit another card
ไม่
too
มี
here.
ไม่มีนะจมูก
Oh, was that 2 Professor's Research there, Kyle?
That's not much of a choice.
Nope, not at all. Easy choice, I guess. And for Justin, netting that card to hand off that second Recon Directive. Dragapult EX already in the hand here, but Badoo still remaining inactive. He's going to decide where he goes from here.
Yep. Still, you've established what you needed to. Double Dracloak means at least one of these Pokemon will stick around for the next turn. Dragapult and Neo Upper waiting for you. Slow things down. There's only so many energy in play. We see 4 right now, but none in the discard pile. So Psychic Embrace not helping if the energy isn't there. Earthen Vessel's not doing
แต่ประเด็นที่พลาดคือเขามีพลังงาน มีหายอยู่บนมือ
Vessel, the item card, unable to be utilized. Justin deciding what to do here and is opting to continue with this Badoo
ถูก
strategy.
แล้ว
1 damage counter going onto this Gardevoir EX. Itchy Pollen is active. Item cards are gone still for Riley. But let's see if this hand is
Found the
else.
Psychic Energy?
Wow, off the top deck. Sheesh, Riley.
Okay.
อ้าวหนีได้สิ
Energy not only means retreating, it means
เอ๊ะสไลด์มันหนีเท่าไหร่นะ
there's an energy in the discard pile for Psychic Embrace. You place that on the Monkey Dory, the damage is there. You can
หนี
push
อยู่
it
แล้ว
to the Badoo if you want to knock that out. You could line up all sorts of things. But I do want to knock out your cloak here for sure.
Yes, exactly. Limit your opponent as much as
มาสู้ได้ไหม
possible.
ตีตัวหลังต่อเหมือนเดิม
Here, both those energy are going to go into the discard pile, but not for long, as you said, Kyle. I mean, this deck is just so strong here. Screamtail, of course, being promoted into the active position as well. Still has some damage on it there, but that damage just powers it up. It looks so cute, but it is scary here for TCG players.
Monkey Dory now, considerations. Maybe it's just that one counter again. It worked well last
จริง
time. But you know
ถ้า
you're
จะระ
staring
เบิด
down
คือโมมิไปเลยหรือเปล่า
the
ตอน
Hilda
แรก
was played. The cards are sitting there in hand. You will be dealing with Dragapult next turn.
Oh, yeah. We're deciding where to put this damage. Now here from the Adrenabrain on the Monkey Dory, it's flinging damage around. That's what these little Monkey Dory do best, apparently. And now 2 damages onto this Dreepy. That's currently making it 50
Okay.
left. Duskull being wiped off the field as the choice. What do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting as we can see this incredible setup we have here in the arena. Once that Duskull falls, double Dusclops is not nearly as prominent. You can't do it. So when you target down this Pokemon, if it was Boss's orders and you add a 50 and another 50, you could take this Pokemon right off the board, but it's not the case anymore. 300 damage, not available.
Protect the Gardevoir EX at all costs seems to be the mission so far here. Eliminating one of those Duskull is a part of that process. So that is what Riley's going to choose to do. Of course, that's another prize card taken for Riley, going down to 4 prize cards left to take in order to win this match so far. But it's Justin's time now. We see the evolution into this Dragapult EX. Neo upper energy coming down as well to count for that energy needed for the Phantom dive. So we're set up here. Let's see what we can do with the rest of this hand. We still have supporter for the turn as well.
I mean, this is a Pokemon that has 320 hit points. It's ready to attack in. The back half of your attack will knock out a Screamtail if you use boss's orders. So do you want to target down a Pokemon like Monkey Dory in this spot? We know how important it can be to your strategy of pushing that damage over and making the numbers work perfectly for you.
Oh, I love that. Take out the thing that's healing everything and putting it back on your field. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good strategy to me. Recon Directive netting us a card here. Iono and the Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher is going to go to the hands.
Yeah, with Night Stretcher, that just speaks to what Riley was thinking of with the Duskull down now. That option is not there. Double Curse Blast, taking out a Gardevoir, not in the cards this turn.
But at least the Duskull is being re-supported here onto the bench from that Night Stretcher, taking it out of the discard pile and reapplied. Here we go. We're seeing Justin gust up this Gardevoir EX into the active position from that supporter in the boss's orders.
You can see how close Justin is right now. With the lack of that Kirlia, a Hawlucha down, placing 10 damage on that Ralts, and then attacking through with the Dragapult would do so much for him. He's setting it up again. There's only one Psychic Energy in the discard pile. If Riley doesn't have a way to retrieve this Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout, taking out the Gardevoir for 2 prize cards, the Ralts for 1, and then he has nothing to work with on the other side.
Exactly. It's just a ticking time counter at this point here for Riley, and he's working through that scenario here.
And look at that, the Kirlia was found off the prizes, so has the evolution and will disrupt the hand with Iono.
Well, that's going to help out a little bit here. Of course, Riley's going to take less cards off this Iono draw than Justin is, but maybe we need some different cards in the hands.
Well, there's a lot of potential here. A Night Stretcher along with a Dusknoir would lead to the exact same situation. It's just the Curse Blast this time around.
What do we find, Kyle?
Energy. What else is going on there? There's the Lily Berry, so you have answers for the Dragapult later, but can you move here? There's a Psychic in the discard still.
Yeah, one Psychic, I believe, so far. The other one's Dark. You can only accelerate those Psychic Energy. One coming down onto the Gardevoir EX from the hands.
He's moving, which is exactly where he needed to be. Off 4 cards. It was a big risk, but he did find that. But now, where do you go? Screamtail has been your friend for a long time. Maybe it takes another great prize card for you. You could take down a card like Dusclops, which we know could lead to a lot of trouble next turn.
Screamtail is going to be the option here, brought into the active position. Heavily damaged, but still taking some names here. We have that damage being placed onto the Dusclops there from the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain.
Yeah, and you see, you could have moved, well, you moved the 3 there, but just taking damage off the Gardevoir always feels great. You need to protect this Pokemon because you know it's at risk if all the cards line up. And Riley moving swiftly through this opening game. 3 prize cards down already, and Justin on the back foot once more.
Exactly. Usually you're wanting to Curse Blast and give your opponent the prize, but you're doing a ton of damage. But look at this. Riley's able to just eliminate these Dusclops before they can even do it themselves here. And he's churning through these prize cards. Only 3 left to take. I mean, we were talking about the margins being razor thin, and he's barely been hanging on here, but it's been enough to face off against Justin so far. Can Justin mount a comeback here, though, Kyle?
He's looking for it. He has Monkey Dory, considering how much damage can be placed on the other side of the board, but with only 2 damage counters, not really targeting something like that Gardevoir just yet this turn. You can take out this Screamtail. It's not really the main issue, though. How do you go about this?
I mean, there's just so many hit points still there on Riley's field. The Gardevoir EX been protected this whole time, thanks to that little monkey supporter on the bench as well. And it is strong. I mean, 310 HP total. That is brutal.
There's just a few cards to potentially even find in a spot like this. The prize cards haven't moved for Justin, so finding more resources with Dracloaks is not available. Maybe an energy for that Monkey Dory so you can spread some more damage counters, but just missing on those really big attacks. He was trying to set up for perfection, and it's just not there because Riley keeps finding that little bit of an answer.
Right, both of these players are working with damage counters. They're really good at math apparently as well. It's what's gotten them to here because they're slinging this damage back and forth, but Justin has just
ไม่เคลียร์
fallen
หาง
on
ตะเบง
the
สั
back
กที
foot
ก็โดนลอยเลยหลัง
in
เรื่อย
comparison to Riley so far in that strategy.
ๆไม่ยอมเคลียร์หางตะเบง
Of course, is Dragapult EX. The Phantom Dive is what gives you the ability to accelerate that damage over to your opponent's field, and we haven't seen it yet. The Badoo strategy has been locking down the cards, throwing that in Riley's way, but he's just been able to work around it. And that's not even talking about all the other tricks up his sleeve to come into the Dragapult match in the future turns. But yeah, Riley has just been performing strongly so far in this game.
Trying to find an answer. Ultra Ball looking for a little more help here, but there's just not that much that you can find. The damage doesn't line up.
โดนจีบหมดแล้วเนี่ย
Desire finding the space for a Dusclops and the Hawlucha. You can do it, but you're not taking that big KO.
Well, we're going to see the Ultra Ball here now going back into the deck, having to make some difficult decisions and what to discard to it. One of those cards being the Jamming Tower.
Oh, is there a world where you can use Dusclops and the Blood Moon Ursa Luna to try to target down something that's it's a lot to ask for, but with the 240 that you have to reach, maybe there's a world Riley would be down to 2 prize cards post Curse Blast.
Boom, you got to win. Potentially.
Boom, you got a boom.
Yeah, boom, there's some sort of boom happening. And Justin is going through these options right now. I mean, look, it is difficult here as you see him pacing back and forth between the hand, the deck. Blood Moon Ursa is going to be the option here off of the Ultra Ball coming out for Justin.
Yeah, Hilda finds the energy that you're looking for. You have the Dusclops. There might be a counter catcher to go along with this. This could be bye-bye Gardevoir.
Ooh, well, Hilda, yep, is coming down here from Justin. Let's see. Here we have these cards being sought out of the deck, but...
Can you even get there, though? It's 300. You're just a little short. You'd have to include Monkey Dory in that. You don't have the energy for it. It's not all there.
Yeah, it's just coming up slightly short here. We do have the Dusknoir. The Luminous Energy is the energy picked off of the Hilda card here, but can Justin put this together? I don't know, Kyle. Oof.
Yeah, the energies, that's just really speaking to
อ๋อ
how important that's been for
นี่เลยนี่
them
นะ
to find
มั
the
นมี
right
ปี้ใน
sweet
มือ
spot
ถ้าเขาตี
because
หางตะเบงตายแล้วมี
catchers use
ถ้า
Gardevoir
เขาเตอร์แคชเชอร์ออกมาโดนจีก็โดนไอ้โดนละเพาก็โดนเก็บเพราะมีปี้บนมือ
On the bench now here for Justin. Ooh, we see the
Ngay
Monkey
Ling.
Dory coming down with that Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the dark energy needed to unlock that Adrenabrain over on Justin's side of the field.
เอาขึ้นมาอีกรอบ
So with the math there, you've got 5 damage counters to work with the Dusknoir, 2 from the Monkey Dory. Pushing up
โดนละเพา
80 on a Gardevoir, you're short.
Yeah, pairing it with the counter catcher, you wish to have a much stronger knockout here, but we're still
โดนละเพาหนี
deciding where to put
ตี
the
ยอด
damage. Is this a part of the long con here for Justin? Dragapult EX is going to apply that damage. Oh, he just
รวบเลย บอกแล้วบอกมีนี่บนมือนะ
With the fairy zone, that'll be plenty to give
พอถ้าตีไปปุ๊บ2ไพ่ผีระเบิดก็คือตัดสิทธิ์ไปเลย
Saw him trying to set up the strategy, maybe lean into that Dusknoir, but could not overcome those prize cards. Doubled your cloak, and we're moving to game number 2.
I mean, that was exciting. It really could have gone either way for both of these players here, Kyle, but Riley is going to take it. If you didn't catch what just happened, flash the Lily's Clefairy. We talked about it briefly. That is a card that unlocks a weakness for Dragapult EX. Normally, these dragon types don't have any weakness. I mean, how broken is that? Let's be real. But Lily's Clefairy applies psychic weakness. And, you know, Riley had the energy there, could take that knockout, and that is pretty epic. Let's take a look back at this match that we just watched here in the Masters Finals.
Yeah, it started off pretty strong for Justin until he looked through his deck. Saw that Double Your Cloak was prized, but it did not stop him there. He worked through, found Your Cloak, and started to apply some little pressure with the Itchy Pollen. However, Riley had the answer every time a Pokemon was moved by way of boss's orders. Counter catcher, he found the energies and moved them perfectly. Had Monkey Dory to place damage over, power and take the perfect piece off the board every single time.
Yeah, that is exactly what Riley needed to do, and he was able to execute it despite all of the issues in the wave thrown at him by Justin. It just kept going. He got the energy needed. He was able to apply that pressure, and that is what led to the consistent taking of these prize cards here for Riley. And that was just beautiful. I mean, Riley still had a lot in his way, and he was able to come out on top here. But I don't want to count out either of these decks. They both have tricks up their sleeve. We've talked about the stadiums that could potentially shut down key pieces in these matchups before. And I mean, if that Badoo sticks a little harder, if Riley didn't get into the energy needed, all of those things could have changed in an instant, Kyle. So everything is still not over yet. You cannot count Justin out just yet because he has the skill. He has an extremely powerful deck. We just need to see the Pokemon luck on his side as well. Let's give a big round of applause for both of these players after completing that first match here. We're gonna head into our game 2, but let's show him some love. What a big crowd here that we have, Kyle.
Yeah.
We got to shoot some t-shirts at him earlier.
Yep, the cannons were firing, and so are our players as they are ready to give us more Pokemon TCG action. We're moving into game number 2, and the prize cards coming down.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about cannons. What about little Dreepy cannons? Dragapult EX, I mean, what a cool Pokemon there. He's big, he's awesome. Gardevoir, of course, as well. But, you know, who's going to come out on top? Which deck is going to win? Which player is going to take the title here? We're kicking off our game 2 in our Masters final here in Anaheim 2025 World Championships. Let's get into this. Badoo as the active Pokemon for Justin and Monkey. Wow, what a familiar sight, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, we've seen this card once or twice, or
ต้องดูไพ่
1,000 times. It's pretty good. And so is Nestle in this opener.
ไม่เท่าไหร่
Not terrible prize cards, as you see, for Riley. Can work with that. I think we saw a little bit of help there in the hand. Maybe an Ultra Ball to go along with this. So set up coming our way.
Set up indeed. We love to see it here. I mean, the worst sensation to feel is when you're in such a high stakes match and you just see energy.
หามิวเหรอ
That is terrible, but nope, not here today for Riley. We're getting some cards down. The Nest Ball is going to bring out this Mew EX. This is also a card we have not got to showcase yet for this deck. How important is this card here for Riley, especially in this matchup, Kyle?
Yeah, it can be really helpful with drawing out of some of those situations in the early stages of the game. And occasionally, you do see a genome hacking.
Yes,
it's a pretty solid attack that you can incorporate, surprise your opponent, and take a big knockout with Phantom Dive. If you combine that with a Lily's Clefairy, you're taking the KO on a Dragapult and probably knocking out something on the bench for 3 prize cards.
I mean, the Dreepy Cannon's firing on all cylinders, but nope. Mew EX is just hacking the system over there. I mean, we could potentially see that. It is a major play that Riley can utilize in this matchup. But we're going to continue to look through the deck here for Riley as he tries to scope out what is in his prize cards. Luckily for him, like you said, Kyle, nothing too detrimental.
Yeah, it's also nice to have a free retreater hanging out on the bench, giving you a little bit of that versatility if there were to be knockouts happening from a more aggressive Justin this time around, which we could certainly expect to see. It wasn't as fast as he'd liked in that opening game.
Yeah, I mean, you want to take every chance you get to outpace. Do you think that that it was just him kind of taking a step back? Maybe he should have gone forth more? Or was it truly just that the cards didn't align at the right time? What do you think about that, Kyle?
I mean, he had the vision. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to remove both pieces of Gardevoir from play. There was Gardevoir and Curlia, Gardevoir and Ralts, whatever it was. He had the plan every turn, and Riley just had the perfect answer. So if the energy isn't found, if Secret Box doesn't throw away multiple Psychic energy, it's a completely different game because you cannot move like we saw in the opener. And right now, we're seeing discards, and we're not seeing Psychic energies.
Right, it's a huge change of pace so far in this game, too, between these players. Riley was able to get that early aggression as far as getting those energy into discard pile for the future attacks, but this time around might be a little bit slower here. We are going to see, of course, that important Ralts out onto the field now for Riley as we continue with this setup. But is it going to pair with anything else? here. Of course, Riley going first does not have the ability to play a supporter, is going to have that energy attachment on that Monkey Dory. Also cannot attack. That's that evolution there off of the restart on the Mew EX ability. That's 2 TMs and that was it for the hand?
I mean, as far as bad hands go, this one's pretty good. You have Curlia and TM Evolution, so you can have a Gardevoir set up, but you have
a ton of cards though.
You have nothing else afterwards. And Justin's considering, well, are you going to attack with Monkey Dory next turn? Is my Badoo going away? I just need to get set up first.
Right. Let's just work on the basics here. Speaking of basics, there's a couple in the prize cards, but hey, this is much more appealing than what we saw in our game 1 here for Justin.
Yeah, just one Ralts on the other side to stare at as you build up your board. And it's only one copy of each of these Pokemon. You play very heavy lines so that you can find the right resources. This is only one of the decks that has 2 Duskull. We've seen some players moving over to with like a 3-2-1, so be on the lookout for that. But at the bottom of the prizes, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, usually our players draw the prize cards from the bottom to the top. Not always. Finland, I guess, does a little bit differently. Shout out to Finland. But
China too.
Oh yes, that's true. But this time around, Justin could have the ability to get into that Duskull later since it is at the bottom of the prize cards. Buddy Poppin gonna feed these Dreepy, hop them out onto the field here for Justin as we continue into this game 2. I'm excited to see how this goes as we're now seeing the setup is pretty much getting relatively established here for both of our players as Justin maps out what is in the prize cards, takes note of that. Every single resource is so important for both of these players. We're seeing the Hilda come into play. That's going to net us this evolution Pokemon and the energy, the pieces that we need here for Justin.
Yeah, it's not exactly the card you expect to see on turn 1. Maybe you'd like to see a little more help, but finding that energy, finding that your cloak, establishing these when your opponent has 3 cards in hand and you're locking down the items. Going to see some evolutions next turn from these Dreepies, and that's all you need to do. Buy a little more time and find the
Yes, and I mean, Badoo is a fantastic part of that strategy as we've already seen. So he's definitely aiding in the support of this team here for Justin. The Neo Upper Energy coming down onto the Dreepy. The energy attachment for the turn. That's going to
งานวิจัยขึ้นเอาเรื่องไปเลย
That's how you do it. Hit the World Championship stage.
I mean, let's go. Research here, discarding just 1 card in that devolution, and it's going to be a fresh
ไปต่อได้ด้วยได้แล้วกล่องรับมาด้วยนาจาโมพร้อมทุกอย่างสเตเดียมพร้อม
Just get around it, Kyle. Just get around it.
Okay, but I haven't seen a psychic energy, and that's what really separates the Guardy players. If you're really Guardian it up, you need psychics in the discard soon.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, we need to see that very soon from Riley, and we need to see how it's going to happen as well. Maybe the cards align in these future turns, but really the question is, are the cards going to align in time before Justin takes too much prominence here in this match?
หายทิ้งจี้เรียกหาตะเบงหนีตีเหมือนเดิม
Yeah, we see Curlia and Ralts, the targets here, both evolutions in the deck. TM evolution doing absolute work here.
Right.
So Riley may not have the psychic energies, but he has the setup.
I mean, Gardevoir EX, we love to see it down on the field now. Curlia as well. Riley is setting up. We just need everything to align here for the future turns. Of course, Monkey Dory also already has that dark energy on it as well for the Adrena Brain to be utilized for Riley.
Well, as far as top deck goes, I guess you maybe want Iona next turn instead of the Professor's Research, because this hand was still held on to for Justin. Double Dracloak, and now he's going to use the Iono. Find a fresh new hand to work with. And
คิดไม่เล่นต่อจบแล้วดิ
Big turn. If you find Duskull, you have the resources to have that Dragapult in your hand. Maybe we build something pretty prominent here.
I mean, Recon Directive is one way to get there as we're going through these abilities on the bench here for Justin.
คิดแบบตัวเราแต่ขึ้น
Shuffle up the hand for Riley, which could buy him some better cards, but Justin is still churning through the cards himself.
Yeah, and without the use of the Artisan, Justin's kind of nodding that he'd love to see basic Pokemon in this spot, and he sees two that are pretty good for him here, the Dreepy and the second copy of Badoo. Badoo basically lines up another free turn of protection, but he values the setup of Dreepy, another Dracloak on board, maybe the Duskull to go along with this. This is exactly where you want to be.
Badoo didn't get us far enough in the game one, so here we go. We're going to line up some other options for Justin. Duskull coming down now onto the fields as we're continuing through here. But that Badoo still in the active position for Justin, so it's still going to carry out the same strategy we're seeing. We're eyeing up these essential turns for the future. What are those turns going to look like? Let's talk about the prize mapping here between our players. What does it look like, Kyle?
Well, for Justin, the ideal strategy with double Duskull is no longer there. If you want to use the Dusclops to remove the Gardevoir from play, can't really do that in one fell swoop, so maybe you target down different pieces. You could take out a Curlia while you knock out a Monkey Dory if you spread the damage the right way, but it just isn't perfect. But similarly on Riley's side, he has nowhere to go with his damage.
Right.
No Psychic Energies means no Psychic Embrace, which means that you're only going to push 20 damage from Monkey Dory. That doesn't help you in any situation.
Yeah, we need more than that, and maybe Riley's not able to get there. Maybe Justin can capitalize on that. We're still going to continue to set up here for Justin. Monkey Dory coming down onto the field off of that nest ball. That's something we didn't have before either until the later game for Justin. So that really could also change the pace of things too. These damage counters start going over to the field, and then they're able to be amplified from the Monkey Dory later on. Luminous Energy joining us with that Dracloak being powered up for Justin too. The Badoo lock continues. Itchy Pollen locking those items for Riley. He had a handful of items before. Does he have anything better now in the hands, Kyle?
Oh, we see one Psychic Energy, a Dark Energy along with this, but there is no supporter to go with this hand. He's just about to place it down and consider his options. Where do you go from here? Artisan, find some help, at least shuffle some of those resources.
No supporter is brutal here. I mean, there's a couple of things TCG players could do. They can attach an energy for turn. They can play one supporter. They can retreat. They can attack. But if you don't have the supporter, how are you supposed to help out your hand? How are you supposed to help out your gameplay? So that is difficult there for Riley, but Artisan gonna be shuffled up now from this deck. What did he grab, Kyle? I didn't see it.
I don't know if anything happened there, but you have he had the Monkey Dory. He just put it in the hand instead of on the table.
Okay, got you.
Probably do that.
It's coming down. It's coming down. There we go.
But with this one Psychic Energy, things are a bit awkward. You need to play this as your attachment for the turn, and then you have it for Psychic Embrace, but you don't get a Dark Energy on your Monkey Dory now.
Right, exactly. It's used for the retreat. Now it's in the discard pile. That's one step closer, but now we're just stuck with another monkey in the active here, passing back over to Justin. This truly could be what Justin needs here to eye up these major turns here for Justin. I want to see it happen here. I want to see the power of Dragapult EX, and Justin is getting there as these cards are netted back to back to the hand off these recon directives. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's starting to cook over here. There's another Dracloak. There's energy to go along with it. Bosses, orders too. You're just looking for a little more help. There's a Dusknoir to go along with this. If you can set up again to have that Dusclops in play and have it turn, then you have Dusknoir in combination with the boss's orders. You take down the Gardevoir in one fell swoop. That would be devastating.
Dusknoir is huge. Curse
13
damage counters. It is so powerful, and Justin being able to have that is going to be ginormous in this matchup here. We'll have to see if we're able to see things align for Justin. Looking at the discard pile for Riley. Oh, just one Psychic Energy. That's nice.
Yeah, and he had to manually attach it. It has not gone great on Riley's side as far as options.
Yeah, and Hilda being played once again for Justin here. Just feels like there's so many of these in the deck, huh?
Yeah, maybe someone's to blame. Could be the $20,000 Hilda if it works out in his favor.
Right, exactly. There's so much on the line here between these players, but they are not letting up. I mean, they're locked in on this match. Hilda gonna search out to this evolution in the Dusclops, in that Psychic Energy as well, coming out onto the field for Justin.
He's being so safe. We see the Luminous Energy on the Dracloak as opposed to the Monkey Dory. Wants to have multiple attackers if there was a bad thing on the other side. If Riley off the Iono had triple Psychic Energy Professor's Research into a Scream
ประเด็น
Tail,
คือตอนนี้เขาไม่อยากเคลียร์บอร์ด
with another attacker ready to go. Instead, he has the energy here for another Dracloak. He has
จีติดพร้อมทุกตัวแล้ว
one more turn. If he can make it happen, we are not going to see Gardevoir on that side of the table.
Yep, the safety nets have been put in place here as we continue forward. The Badoo locking up this Monkey Dory, 10 damage, item card still down. Justin is creating a checkmate situation. Is Riley going to be able to get around it? Think about this. Neither player has taken a prize card yet, but that is not going to last very long. Very soon, things are going to start flying and going quickly in this match.
Yeah, the one piece that's missing for Justin is he has no way to remove Curlia. It has Halucha and moving damage, but he doesn't have any damage on his side of the board. So Monkey Dory is not helping out. It's another pass of the turn. He's just waiting to see what is in on the other side from Riley, and Riley's content. He's going to pass over the turn and say, if you can make this work, great, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Can you get there? It's going to be all up to Justin here. At least that dark energy was attached to that Monkey Dory there from Riley. Justin now going through these recon directive here. I saw the Blood Moon Ursulin as one of the options. Looks like that is going to be what's going to the hands here.
And if you're wondering on Justin's side, why he's so defensive, why is he worrying? It's because of that Lily's Clefairy that he saw in that other game. You know that you're walking into a knockout. 320 hit points is nothing when you're dealing with the weakness on the other side. So you have to make sure that when you attack, it is for all the marbles.
Right, you need to have multiple attackers set up, multiple strategies to carry out the end game here so that you don't see it yourself. And if you're just getting one shot, that is a scary situation to walk into. So Justin is setting up everything possible to be prepared for it. We talk about the bear trap all the time on the Blood Moon Ursulina, but there's a fairy trap out there and it's looming on Riley's side. So Justin is going to continue to set things up for that dominant position to take this game. And he needs to take it to bring us to a game 3.
Well, what would be enough in this spot? Is it Dusknoir? Is it Dragapult? Is it Iono in combination with Counter Catcher? Do you feel comfortable leaving your opponent with just 5 cards and a Curlia? Or do you want to wait a little longer? It might be time. At least establish the hit points.
It might be time here. I mean, we saw what happened last time. The Duskull evolved into the Duskull. He got wiped off the field. We were never able to Cursed Blast here, but this time around, Dusknoir is here for Justin. It's whether or not he chooses to use it, get those hit points out, try to take some sort of momentum here. Dusknoir is going to provide a lot of that. You're about to see. Cursed Blast is such a cool move.
Yeah, it's just giving away prize cards is actually beneficial. It makes it all the way to the finals of the World Championships. And Justin making a decision. If you evolve, you're basically saying it's time to attack because you're losing that recon directive.
Well,
moving and grooving over here.
Yeah, let's go. Dragapult EX is out. And now here we still see the energy attachment onto this Dracloak as well, lining it up to be able to become an attacker for Justin too. But we got the Dusknoir, we got the Dragapult.
I like this right here. You have Counter Catcher and Iono, but instead you use Curse Blast, then Boss's Orders bring up this Gardevoir, walk into the Fairy Trap, the Bear Trap. And then Iono to go along with it on the following turn. You're just looking for a Dragapult, and that's probably going to be found.
Exactly. I mean, this is the board Justin has set up. His brain is piloting this deck. It's becoming a flawless position for him to be in here. Boss's Orders bringing up this Gardevoir EX now for Justin. We're swinging here. Dragapult EX now up in the active position, fully powered up thanks to that A-Spec card attached as well. We're going to see the swing, the Phantom Dive, the damage on that Curlia as well.
Not using the Dusknoir here, wants to hold on to that damage. There are 2 Monkey Dory on the other side. Damage can shift over, so it's a bit of a risk to see the damage laying there already, but you do see that for Riley, he still has Gardevoir in play. And he has items now. This could get wild.
Yes, I'm ready to see the pop-off here. Can Riley mount the comeback? Because now we have items. I didn't get to see what the hand we were working with is, but I'm seeing energy, and that's pretty huge, Kyle.
Double Earthen Vessel in this 5-card, 6-card hand now with the top deck. He's moving through. We'll see more energies. Is there a supporter to go along with it? If you could discard all of these, we are talking trouble. And there's a research to go along with it. If there's ever a turn to not have item lock in play, it's not right now.
Oh, this is beautiful here for Riley, netting these energy into the hand thanks to these Earthen Vessel and urn full of psychic
เรารี
energy
ไปแล้วไง
as we see professors research the
อ๋อแต่ใช้นั่นได้
to
สเตเดียมใช้
discard
เรียกไม่ได้นี่หว่า
draw 7 cards. That is gonna get Riley the energy needed to carry
แต่มี
on
งานวิจัยศาสตราจารย์บนมือ
Justin's just thinking, I had you with 1 psychic energy in the discard pile, and I thought this was the turn. I could put you in this spot. Maybe your hand isn't strong enough, and it is one of the best hands to see here. Plenty of energies to fly through. We know that there's some resources that can be drawn into that can close things out, at least on this Dragapult, and it's
อ๋อไม่ติดไว้เฉยลดจำนวน
Absolutely. 7 cards we're about to see here for Riley.
Pink guy. Is it the right one? Still looking. One last card.
Oh my gosh. Playing it close to the chest here. Riley trying to give us a show. But yeah, I am just not seeing it here, Kyle.
Well, there's a Scream Tail to go along with this, but you're not taking out the main threat. We know there's Monkey Dory damage, so still a lot to consider, and Artisan is the play.
Artisan being used now to bring out one of these Pokemon onto the field for Riley. Just unfortunate, having to take a little bit of a step back here. I mean, but think about this, Kyle. This is what we're seeing now from Riley. Coming up slightly short here, but he was locked on items that whole time. Imagine if you could just play your whole deck. I mean, this deck is insane here that Riley is piloting. You see why it has made it into our finals. And we'll see if Riley's able to take it to the top. Get a 2-0 here. There's a lot against him, but he's not out yet.
Yeah, how do you complain with 5 Psychic in the discard pile? I guess it's because you don't have Lily's Clefairy. There is Screamtail. You can hit for a fairly large amount, but you're not taking out this Dragapult with this type of board.
Right, and it's scary. You know, you have a lot of damage there. You don't want to give your opponent any sort of multi-prize knockout turn, but look how much damage has already mounted there for Riley on the right side of the field. Screamtail going to join us in the active position.
We do here at this point. Yes, you have some damage you can move with the Monkey Dories, shift over, but what separates you from having the Gardevoirs on board and not playing in the game? It's this situation. How do you manipulate the damage counters? Because we don't see another Gardevoir to evolve into.
Let's do some math here, Kyle, your specialty.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what are we doing here? Of course, that Screamtail taking the damage from the Psychic Embrace ability on the Gardevoir EX to apply that damage there, making it so that it powers up its attack, and we're gonna see some damage on this Dusknoir. What do you think about that? Now, it stayed into play, and now it is here getting damage stacked all over it, Kyle. What do you think?
Yep, once again, this is just a same situation. Justin sets up for a checkmate and hopes that it exists, and next turn, it dissipates. We see the Dusknoir hit the discard pile, not on its own accord.
Right.
No curse this time. This saves the setup. Curlia, free. It has 80 hit points still. It is very hard to take this Pokemon off the board. Halucha damage and spreading around. You just don't have 80.
I mean, those ghost Pokemon help out so much here for Justin, but you see the Dusknoir was wiped away. There's no Duskull there. We're not going to see any extra damage. Is that just going to be what truly turns the tides of this game? Is it not going to be able to be enough damage aligned, or is Justin going to still be able to close things out with how much damage on board? What do you think, Kyle? How's the prize map looking now?
Rough. Depends on where you're looking from, but this is a spot that Riley really wanted to be in. Not only do you remove that automatic threat of Gardevoir and Curlia being knocked out, but you have multiple energies still in the discard pile. Countercatcher, Boss's Orders, anything to stall at this point and slow things down doesn't really help out. The one thing I could think of is maybe attacking for less damage, using Jet Headbutt into a Gardevoir and putting a little damage on there so that it would be knocked out by Psychic Embrace, but that can't happen. So you'd force the energy from the hand instead.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it is getting intricate in here as Justin continues to navigate through this turn and debate those options. Ultra Ball coming down here to get another Pokemon out.
Yeah, I mean, even that doesn't work with Monkey Dory. You're just protected from every situation. Push the damage over, then retreat. It's where do you go from here? You're not taking the big KOs, but you're still around. And for Justin, he's only down one prize card. He's got so much damage on the board, and we're talking like he's out of this right now. He's still got plenty of plays to do.
Absolutely, and Justin, I'm sure, is seeing those plays. He's a phenomenal player, has been training since he was very young in the trading card game, has made it to our Masters final stage, and is going to put up a fight here. So Latias EX was drawn out from that Ultra Ball to thin out of the deck, Buddy Poffin as well. Coming down for Justin.
Yep. Once you just burn this card, you still need to shuffle through.
Yes.
There is a bench space available. What do you do with that? With the Duskull and the prizes, with already seeing the Dusknoir knocked out, there is a Night Stretcher to help find some more pieces. Maybe you try one more time.
One more time. The Duskull's coming out. Let's hope it can stick around this time because it hasn't so far in either of these games. Paired with an Iono for the supporter between our players. So Justin's going to get a fresh set of 6 cards, only 5 over on the other side. What do we need to see here, Kyle?
Oh, you don't have a great answer to anything just yet, but you're down a prize, so Counter Catcher seems like a great card to find. You could take a big knockout on something like that Gardevoir, remove the Scream Tail, which is a big threat, and then just force your opponent to have Gardevoir itself or the Night Stretcher. And we haven't seen it all just yet.
Well, but what we have seen is Justin leaving these opportunities open and then Riley just taking them down. I mean, it is scary here for Justin to be able to leave anything up for grabs for Riley, but hey, we're going through these recon directives. We're trying to still get there, start taking some prize cards, take the win, but first we have to build up a little bit more, and all of that is just because of the sheer power of Riley's deck.
He's got the potential to surprise you out of nowhere and take big KOs, remove this massive 320 hit point Pokemon. And we do see that tech inclusion. It is a 1 of or 2 of in most lists now. Jamming Tower to take over the stadium here now. It will lock out all of those other tool cards.
Yes, exactly. The items are locked, the tool cards are separate, but now they're locked as well. We don't really see any tool cards out there yet, but that card could be a major inclusion sometimes in this matchup here for Justin. We'll have to see if it comes into play in the future of this game. But first, Luminous Energy. That's going to apply the dark on this Monkey Dory, so we can start flinging some stuff back in the future, of course, once it hits the board. I mean, the monkey is just such a meme in the TCG. It flings so much damage. It is such a powerful card, but this time around, we're going to see the knockout here on the Scream Tail for Justin. That's 1 prize card down.
And when you consider what could have been if the cards did line up here for Justin, taking a knockout on something like Gardevoir and not having to just place 60 damage on Curlia, that could just be pushed right back over. Be completely different story. Are the resources there right now for the Lily Sclefairy? We see the Earthen Vessel for the Psychic Energy, and I believe Ultra Ball is in the hand to go along with this. There's a knockout lined up.
I am scared here. We're about to see the full potential of why Gardevoir has the answers.
Oh, hold up. We're in for the big knockout if we want. The genome hacking knockout is lined up too. The Duskull could be taken off the board in combination with this.
Oh my
There's a lot to look out for.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things forward. Gardevoir EX. Wow, Kyle.
เร็วแหละดึกกว่าทุกวันน่ะนี่จะ6 โมงเช้าแล้วนะช่างก่อน
As he has played his Gardevoir deck flawlessly, not just at North America International Championships, but now at the World Championships, he's found his way to
การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสินค้าโมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยัสมากันนะคะชิโร่
I said, I mean, it's a title that's gonna last for a lifetime.
วันนี้ขอบคุณมากครับผมไม่น่าเชื่อเซอร์ไนท์แชมป์เกมผมเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีคลิปโปเกมอนหลังอย่างนี้หรือเปล่าวิเคราะห์เล่นยังไงทำไมถึงทำอย่างนี้หรือเปล่าค่อยว่ากันอีกทีวันนี้พวกเราสองคนขอตัวไปนอนก่อนแล้วครับไม่ไหวแล้วง่วงนะครับ
หากคุณกำลังหาร้านวอร์แฮมเมอร์การ์ดเกมบอร์ดเกมคุณภาพและสินค้าโมเดลมากมายย่านสมุทรปราการอย่าลืมแวะกันมาได้ที่ชิโร่ยัสมากันนะคะชิโร่